Tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye kutoka vijijini, mijini hadi jijini. Hii ni Sound Kanti Talk Live.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for choosing to be part of our conversation tonight. This is Sound Candy Talk Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, there you have it, the fears and the anxiety that we have had about Boniface Mwangi, the activist who was taken in Tanzania from his hotel room to unknown destination, now was dumped at the border police station after having been tortured and immobilized. Now that's what is latest, and we'll be looking at it. Is this relationship between Kenya and Tanzania worthwhile? And if you are not in agreement with your guest, what is the way out? Is there no amicable way of sorting this out other than exposing the very visitor in your country that you don't want to torture? Now, we'll be looking at all that extensively as we hear different people from different parts of the world sharing on the same. But in my opinion, this is the lowest of it all. I think there is more to Tanzania than meets the eye. They have their front office and their back office. And I think we are now beginning to get access to their back office that doesn't look very attractive, as they portray themselves to be peaceful, honorable, and hospitable. If you don't want a guest in your country, in my opinion, you just show them the door. You don't arrest them, torture them, then dump them. I mean, what warrants that? Except you have evidence that maybe Boniface Mwangi went to Tanzania to overthrow the government, or is a terrorist, or is a drug trafficker, or something like that. I mean, just somebody going to be an activist for human rights, now you end up putting his life to danger. That's friendly. Okay? Let's keep looking at this as we explore further. So this has also raised a lot of questions, drawing from the conversation that Yvonne Okwara had with the now current Minister for Foreign Affairs, or CS for Foreign Affairs, Musalia Mudavadi, on national TV. And Musalia Mudavadi he was expressly in agreement with Samia Hassan, the president of Tanzania, on her take on why should Kenyan human rights activists go to stand with an accused person for treason in Tanzania. And so it appears that Musalia Mudavadi has already scored an own goal. So I don't know how he's going to navigate himself out of this. But to me, I don't see why somebody should be tortured simply because he got into your country, except he got in illegally without passport, without being cleared by immigration. That's a different ball game. But simply because you don't agree with his ideology or his approach to what he intends to stand for, no, this ought not to be the case. And if Kenya is intending to sweep this under the carpet, they are just demonstrating on how weak they are, in my opinion. And I stand to be corrected, but this ni kuwekwa kidole kwa macho uone kama msimamo na kuona mahali. Hebu karibu. Hii ni kuchokozwa, muone mtafanya nini. Hii ndio mtadu. So we will see vile watadu, lakini hii kwangu mimi haikubaliki, haipendezi. It's uncalled for. It's uncalled for. Just get the people, get them to wherever they came from. But torturing them, exposing them to all manner of pain, no. Well, we'll be looking at that particular video and be able to judge, but in my calculated opinion, I don't see the need for any form of violence or any form of torture on a human rights activist in a foreign country, for that matter. That should not be the case. Na mimi ni mgeni wa Tanzania kila mara. Sasa hii imeanza kuniogopesha. Sijui itakuwa kuwaje. Haya basi, naomba tafadhali tumakinike kukaribishana tunapoanza kipindi kwa fujo tu. Karibisha mtu, tuko live TikTok, tuko live Facebook page Sound Candy Talk, YouTube tunaitwa Sound Candy Talk, as well as Sound Candy Talk Live. The two channels are active right now. Please make sure that you follow through as we begin to dive deep into this discussion and get to the bottom of everything. So the relationship between Kenya and Tanzania on this matter needs to be scrutinized and then, of course, established in its right spectrum. Kwangu mimi haipendezi kabisa, haifai, na hapa kama ndio tumefika, basi tuache kiumane. Well, naomba tumakinike kukaribishana. Then swala lingine tena ambalo la kuogofisha, another sad reality in Kerio Valley, another Catholic priest. Remember the one we talked about yesterday is being buried tomorrow. Now, just before this one is buried, another one has been shot dead in Kerio Valley. So is it insecurity, or there is a target to exterminate Catholic priests? What is going on with our Catholic clerics? And of course, they are being killed, murdered, things like that. What is going on? Is it a calculated move to silence the Catholic Church, or it's just an accident or an isolated case? I also would want us to view that clearly, but in my opinion, this is too much. This is too much. We are busy politicking. We are busy, launching and relaunching projects that we launched many, many years ago when the security of the country is poor. See the way now we're being treated by our neighbors, and we are laughing. Something needs to happen, and that is somebody needs to rise up to occasion and do what they are required to do. I salute all of you that are joining. Thank you so much. Tuni Mhamuda wa PS, karibu kwa show. Esther, karibu kwa show. Good evening to you. Thank you so much. Kuna huyu Douglas anasema Bernard is a coincidence that Kanifa, Boniface, and JND are not sponsored. Whether they are sponsored or not, they are still human beings and they should be treated as human beings. I think the dignity of humanity, or rather human life, needs to be restored. What we are getting up, looking for an excuse to justify what should not be justified, that doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't matter who the person is. As long as he's a human being, he should be treated as one. And then, of course, things should happen within the framework of what is human and what is acceptable. But how do you just, get them tortured because they are human rights activists? When did that become a crime? And even if it's a crime, is it a capital crime where you pige mtu mpaka ashinde kutembea? Kwani nyoka? Haya, naomba tumakinike tunapoanza. Tafadhali link ya kutumia kuingia studio nishapeana. Kaitumie, kama uioni uliza utapewa. Matoma Kandaitsi sema wewe Suluhu atakurusi. Wewe Kiswahili chako kinahitaji mguzo wa nani? Atakuruhisia. Hii ni ngumu. Tumgoje nani atatufafanulia kama amarekebisha. Ama unasema nini, atanirusha ama mimi na Suluhu tutapambana tu. Lakini kwangu mimi hii haifai kabisa. Douglas, you should go to hell now if you're beginning to talk like that. Yeah? Why are you talking like this? Is that Ben? Are you sure Boniface Mwangi did not abduct himself? Now you see, Kenyans, you guys, what is the problem? Well, how do you now abduct yourself? You abduct yourself, you torture yourself, you deliver yourself to the police station. How is that now? So that you get what? That's what you need to justify. After that, what do you get? Sympathy? Who looks for sympathy? Please, I think we need to scrutinize this thing. Suluhu amevuka mpaka na Wakenya lazima wamlainishe. Tanzania imeanza kukuja sana. Unajua ile kukuja sana, matata kuambia there is a Kamba phrase that says you have come too far. I mean you have come too close. I hope I'm right on that one. You are coming too much. Tanzania is coming too much. Okay? Kumbuka ng'ombe zetu zile zilichukuliwa na Magufuli. Okay? Wakati wa Uhuru Kenyatta. Ng'ombe zikaenda tu hivyo, ati zilienda kukula nyasi. Zikachukuliwa na ikaisha hivyo story. Kuna tena kuku sijui zilichomwa. Vifaranga sijui zilikuwa zinatoka leo wapi za Wakenya, wafanyabiashara wa Kenya. Zikachomwa. Sasa this is coming too much. Yaani tunasukuma hivi tunasonga nyuma, tunasukuma hivi tunasonga nyuma, na msipochunga mtasukumwa mpaka kwa bedroom. Now, I'm not advocating for any war anywhere, but I think our dignity and our respect should be preserved. This is too much. Well, let's get talking. The poll question we are asking: should Kenya sever their relationship with Tanzania in this allegation of abducting and torturing the human rights activists who are Kenyans in Tanzania? Your yes or no, or rather other options are also available on that poll question. We need to hear what you're saying on the same. Let's start with that story of Boniface Mwangi and the torture manenos from Tanzania. Okay, let's look at it as we start the conversation. Na kama unakuja studio wai mapema tafadhali, usituweke hapa tukikusubiri. Karibu tukamalize mambo haya mapema, tukalale na sisi.
Kenyan activist Boniface Mwangi has been admitted at a hospital in Nairobi to undergo treatment after being allegedly tortured by Tanzanian authorities. Mwangi, who was arrested and detained on Monday, claims to have been dumped in Horohoro along the Kenya-Tanzania border with severe injuries that he says made him unable to walk. And TV's Kevin Mutai now reports that human rights activists are threatening to seek legal redress from the United Nations if Nairobi fails to take necessary action against Dodoma.
This amateur video, recorded Thursday morning, shows a visibly weak and wounded human rights defender, Boniface Mwangi, moments after being traced and found alive in Kwale County.
Nilipompata pale Boni alikuwa hata kwenda hawezi. tukamshika watu wawili, nani driver pamoja na huyu akamshika, kwenda hawezi, maana yake asema alipigwa huku chini kwenye nyayo, akawezi hata kugusa nini.
Boni was dropped in Horohoro border post, and he found his way up to Lunga Lunga and got transport, and KLF picked him up.
Mwangi has been missing for 4 days while in the hands of Tanzanian authorities, accusing them of torture. He says he was in the same detention facility with Ugandan activist Agatha Atuhaire, whose whereabouts still remain unknown after they were separated and him deported by road to the Kenyan-Tanzanian border.
I've been tortured very badly. I can barely walk. But I'm very concerned about Agatha because we were tortured together. And they did very horrible things to us. So I hope that Agatha is safe.
Na kukaa siku 3 umefungwa uso na pingu, anakwenda chooni hivyo, kula hawezi kwa sababu akienda chooni maskari wanaosimamia pale. Hii si haki.
He was badly tortured in Tanzania. And every time they were doing this, they kept making reference to the president, asking him to say, Asante Mama Samia, as they were torturing him. These people were brutal.
The activists have accused the Tanzanian government of breaching international law and the East African Treaty by violating the rights of Mwangi and other human rights activists who were subjected to arrests and subsequent deportation. They are demanding action from the Kenyan government, failure to which they will pursue legal redress through international bodies.
Even if Mwangi was the worst of terrorists, torture is prohibited and cannot be justified under any circumstances whatsoever. Another major violation of his fundamental rights was enforced disappearance.
Tumeungana mikono pamoja na Kenya Human Rights Commission na mawakili, Kenya National Human Rights Commission na mawakili, ili kuhakikisha hii ni kesi imefuatilizwa.
We have told them that we will expect nothing short of criminal charges and those officers to be arraigned in a court of law.
The activist Boniface Mwangi will now undergo medical treatment with human rights defenders, asking the Kenyan government to intervene and investigate Mwangi's ordeal with the purpose of taking necessary action against those responsible. Kevin Mutai, NTV in Mombasa.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo yale yaliyomkumba mwanaharakati Boniface Mwangi Tanzania. Now, mnaona mnasikia hao ni wanaharakati wa human rights na wanakuambia vile sheria inasema. Kulikuwa ile enzi ilikuwa ya Moi, ya Jomo Kenyatta hapa awali, ilikuwa ni halali kutocha mtu au kitafuta information. So people taken into custody, they were tortured and pressed so that they give information or confess to their to their crime. But that law was changed. It is illegal to torture anybody for any reason. So if this is what is happening in Tanzania, then it is true what we are being told, that even during Magufuli's time, we had cases of people disappearing. Remember the Tundu Lissu's assassination attempt. And then this frustration of dissenting voices in the country. How the opposition must remain weaker and weaker as CCM continues to be stronger and stronger. And so this torture is a manifestation of some level of lawlessness in Tanzania, or rather Tanzania upholding laws that have been that are outdated. And they have been, done away with. For example, the law of hanging people. I mean, people have been sentenced for hanging is still, being contested because it violates the human right. So, what is this that is going on in Tanzania that they are still torturing people when the international law is not for that approach, for whatever reason. And then to make matters worse, these people being tortured because they are human rights activists. Mimi nataka mniambie makosa ya kuwa human rights activist, dhambi ya kuwa human rights activist, yani ni dhambi kubwa sana Tanzania, mpaka unafungwa macho, unawekwa juu unapigwa miguu kwa sababu wewe ni human rights activist. Ni lipi hili ambalo linaendelea katika nyumba ya jirani ambalo halieleweki? Naomba ukaniambie hapo kwa comments, ama njoo kwa studio moja kwa moja ukanieleze. Hiki kinachoendelea mimi naona ni mchezo ambao tusipochunga basi hiyo ndio itakuwa mtindo. And then of course there is a new surge for dictatorship that is being intensely sought, especially in East Africa. Okay, that they want to place the masses under control, and so this level of operation could be geared towards silencing dissenting voices and silencing the human rights voices. Now, this is not something that we should take lightly. In my opinion, Tanzania has a case to answer if any of these things are anything to go by. No reason to torture people, even when they are in custody, even when they are in prison. I mean, it's synonymous to bullying. Bullying we banned in school. So why should you pick somebody who is in a hotel, take them, torture them, keep them wherever, incognito, incommunicado, for 40 days? They are being sought after by family, by the embassy. And then, yani, mimi sioni sababu balozi wa Tanzania bado yuko hapa. Wa Kenya, mnaambie niko hapa, mimi nimekuja mzima, mnaambie haya mambo. Ni Mama Suluhu anatawala Kenya. Talk to me. Well, link ya kutumia kuingia studio ndio hii. Mnaogopa kuja studio? Njoo tuseme hii maneno. Ni Mama Suluhu anatawala Kenya. Nataka mnambie hiyo. Na anatawala Kenya kivipi? Jukumu la kulinda wageni ni jukumu la nchi ambayo ni ugeni. Sababu ya sikuwa na passport ya East Africa, sio passport ya East Africa. Nimekuwa Tanzania, nimekuwa Zambia, nimekuwa Zimbabwe. I mean, hizi nchi zote, the moment you land, you become their guest, and they are answerable. Ukishapigwa rubber stamp hivi ukaingia. Okay, one, we are Commonwealth. We have those privileges as Commonwealth. Secondly, when you get in, the reason why the immigration receives you and exits you is because they are responsible. So you admitted the person, he came through the legal means, through the migration avenue. You received him in the country. You should be responsible for their welfare. But if you take them in and now you put them to torture, then you deport them and dump them, that's irresponsible. And so I don't know any justification of this unless you tell me something better. So anything that justifies this, mimi sioni kabisa. Ni kama mgeni kuja kwako, ukamfungia, ukampiga, alafu ukamtupa nje. Na ni mgeni tu. Mgeni akiwa kwako, wewe ndio unamsimamia. Wewe ndio ulinzi wake, wewe ndio msaada wake. Itakuwaje wewe unamgeuka unakuwa sasa ndio unataka kumwangamiza? Well, what is this that Tanzania fears, and is it justifiable? And then of course, Mama Suluhu yuko tayari kwa haya mambo? Kwa sababu nikiangalia katika nchi hii Kenya, tuzungumze tu wazi na msinipige mawe, tuzungumze tu wazi, okay? Watanzania wangapi umekutana nao kwa street hii ya Nairobi? Wako mpaka wanauza peremende, wapo Kikomba wanauza nguo, wanatembeza socks, wapo hapa. So kama Wakenya wakienda Tanzania wanakuwa tortured, basi Wakenya nao waanze kukamata Watanzania hapa to torture them. Mama Suluhu yuko tayari kwa haya? No, because that's what she is asking for. If the Kenyan people are not safe in Tanzania, then Tanzanian people should not be safe in Kenya. Is that what she's asking for? And is she ready for the same? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk. Thank you so much for being part of this conversation. Naona nani mwingine hapa? Sami Costa, karibu sana. Thank you. Mata nasema shida, we can't torture Tanzania, ni viwete. Wewe Mato, leo uko na maneno, utashtakiwa wewe. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Tuni Mahmoud anasema the president is not saying anything. Maybe yeye ndo alipeana hizo instructions. May God have mercy on us. Okay, Karen anasema Suluhu has lost it totally. It is a shame. I agree with you. This is not how I'm in fact, being a mama, you need to, your rulership needs to be more compassionate and more motherly. I mean, you can't be cruel to this level that you detain and get people tortured simply because they have come to, empower the human rights activists at home. That is not it. Na kama wataki wafungi kwa mpaka, sio waingie kwanza alafu uanze kuwatafuta and then unadhulumu. Haifai kabisa. So ili swala ya kusema Watanzania ni wapole, Watanzania ni wazuri, Watanzania ni wakarimu. Sasa ukarimu kwa? Huu ndio ukarimu. Mgeni njoo mwenyeji apone. Sasa imekuwa mgeni njoo ukufi. Haya, mtaniambia. Nimesema leo msinipige mawe. Nataka tu tuseme ukweli, okay? Hii ndio ukarimu. Hii ndio upole. Njooni mtetee. Kwanza ukiwa Mtanzania wewe ndio unatafuta. Njoo hapa unaambie haya mambo yanaendaje. TikTok niitie Watanzania wakuja hapa. Sisi nataka tuongee moja kwa moja. Mnaambie. Hii ndio ukarimu, kwa sababu kama hili swala la Mwangi ni kweli, okay? Na Mwangi alitolewa kwa hotel room ila amelipia kwanza. Yaani wageni wamekuja, tourist. Wametoa mpaka dola. Wamelipa hotel. Wewe unawakamata juju. Uende kuwatocha. Kwa kufanya kosa gani? Alafu mnaambia ati hiyo ni halali. Hiyo si halali. Ati ni kulinda nchi. Hiyo ni kulinda nchi ama kubomoa nchi? Haya basi, naomba tusonge mbele. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Okay, Sami Costa anasema alienda kwa wenyewe kutafuta nini? Wewe Sami, mimi nakuuliza uko wapi? Sami, wewe utuambie uko nchi gani kwanza? Hakuna mtu kwa wenyewe hapa. We are in the East Africa community. And if you are proper Kenyan and you hold an international passport, that passport is no longer Kenyan passport. It's called East African passport. So, kwa wenyewe ni wapi? When you hold a passport of that country, you belong to that country, or you belong to that particular, what is it called, community. So, kwa wenyewe ni wapi? If I'm a holder of East African passport, passport kwetu ni East Africa. Na hata that aside, hata niwe stoki East Africa, mimi kuingia kwenu inamaanisha niko chini ya ulinzi wenu, niko chini ya sheria zenu, na hizo sheria hazipaswi kugeuka sikwe sheria za kuniumiza mimi kwa kuja kwenu. So iki ni jinai ambalo sijui mtasemaje, lakini kwangu mimi alijaingia. So hii Samia yako ya kusema alikuwa ameenda kutafuta nini, kwangu mimi haifai kabisa. Lazima tuanze kufikiria deeper than that and begin to question things rightly. No foreigner should, including those who have even entered the country illegally, no human being should be subjected to torture. That law is no longer in effect. And anyone practicing it is barbaric and is primitive. Yes, it's barbaric, primitive, Stone Age mentality that you want to rule people by torturing them, scaring them, pressing them. Hapana. Tuko kwa information age, watu wana reason out. Unatoa point yako, unatoa yangu. Kama yangu ni zito kuliko yako, unakubali na yangu. Sio kunilima ngumi kwa sababu point yangu inazidi yako. Hiyo ni ya enzi zile zilipita. So hata kama alikuwa ameenda kutafuta wife, it doesn't matter. So alikuwa ameenda kutafuta nini is not important. Kukua Tanzania kwa njia halali inakubalika kabisa, na hitaji mtu yeyote kusema eti alikuwa ameenda kutafuta nini. Haya, mambo wadao. Suluhu anawajua anajua Ruto ametufanyia hivyo, amewapiga vijana akawaua. Suluhu akifinya hivyo hakuna shida. Haya, huyo ni Simbo Marseille anasema kama huku kwetu tunauawa, sasa yake tufinya kidogo, makosa iko wapi? Yaani hakuna Mkenya ako na huruma. Ni nini wa Kenya? Even if human rights are violated at home, should we also suffer the same across the border? I don't think so. So, kila shukuru bwana Simbo Marisaid, asante sana kwa kusema hivyo. Willy Madilo, asante sana, karibu. Asil2 TV, Bernard, that is a wrong way to reason. Do not mix ordinary wananchi na mambo ya wanasiasa. Sasa hapo ndio ngoma inapanda, kwa sababu mi Asil2 TV na kuheshimu sana na nashukuru sana kwa kuwa kila mara uko sehemu ya mijadala yetu na umekuwa sehemu ya hii channel tangu mwanzo. Kwangu mimi nitasema hivi, okay? Jukumu kubwa haliko kwangu, mimi ni raia, okay? Jukumu kubwa liko kwa viongozi, okay? Sasa kama Mama Suluhu ndio kiongozi mkubwa sana katika Tanzania, okay? Na yeye ndio anasimamia usalama wa kila Mtanzania dunia nzima, okay? Sio Tanzania peke yake, kila Mtanzania, wale wako Amerika, wale wako Ulaya, wale wako India, kila mahali, wote wanasimamiwa na kulindwa na mama anaitwa Mama Suluhu. So itakuwaje huyo ambaye ana jukumu kubwa la kulinda usalama wa kila Mtanzania pembe zote za dunia, yeye ndiye anahatarisha maisha yao? Kwa sababu kama watu wanaotoka katika nchi zingine wakija Tanzania wanakuwa tortured, anauliza nini? Si anataka wenye hiyo nchi nao wafanye torture to other Tanzanians? So I'm not asking that to happen, but the responsibility lies with Mama Suluhu, her speech, number one, and then of course how she conducts herself on this matter. kama walikuwa wanataka Boniface Mwangi na wale wengine wasikue katika njia ya pekee, wangefanya vile walifanya Martha Karua, arudishwe kwa ndege, arudishwe Jomo Kenyatta bila kufungiwa, kupigwa, kuzuiwa, asipige simu, asiwasiliane na mtu yeyote, afungiwe, anyimwe chakula. Hiyo yote ni kwa nini? Ili tuendelee na upendo? Hapana. So mimi nataka wajibu ukue juu ya viongozi, haswa Mama Suluhu. She is responsible for every Tanzanian everywhere, and that means she should conduct herself in such a way that if Tanzanians are going to be safe in Kenya, in Uganda, in Rwanda, in Burundi, in Kinshasa, and every other place, the other countries' citizens should also be safe in Tanzania. Lakini si tukija Tanzania tunafungiwa, tunagongwa miguu. Hapana. That should not be taken. Na so tusisema ati ni siasa. Kwa sababu sasa Boniface yako anaongezwa maji. Ako Nairobi Hospital anatibiwa. Haikuwa siasa. Uchungu ni ule ule. Yeye, watoto wake sasa, mke wake, everybody is concerned. He's in pain. That pain inflicted is not politics. So let's deal with a practical issue as a practical issue. Kama wewe uko niko na kastori kidogo hapa. Kuna mmoja walimu wangu, Bishop David Oyedepo, alikuwa anasema akiwa mtoto alikuwa anazozana na mama yake sana. Kwa nini? Mama yake alikuwa amezoea like siku moja kwa wiki, kama tuseme Saturday, ataita watoto wote wa mtaa, okay, na wapikie chakula alafu wakule. Wakimaliza kula, ana dismiss watoto waende, na lasa Bishop, the small boy, ambaye sasa ndio kijana huyo mama, yeye ndio anabaki kuosha sahani zote, okay. So akawa anakasirika kuosha sahani, na anauliza mama, kwa nini wewe peke yako kwa hii estate, wewe ndio unapikanga chakula, unaita watoto wote wakule? Na akampatia jibu, akasema, napika hii chakula nikipatia watoto kwa sababu kuna mahali utakuwa ambako siko na mtu atakupatia chakula. So kuna vile ambavyo unafanya wema kwa ajili ya mtoto wako akiwa sehemu ambayo haupo, na yafanyiwe nini? Wema. Kama sisi tutakuja kutembea Tanzania alafu tunakuwa nini? Tortured. Basi hiyo inamaanisha standard ni hiyo. Standard ni hiyo. Wale wageni ambao wanakuja wafanye nini? Washughulikiwe. Na hiyo haifai kabisa. Na kama inatoka kwa ofisi ambayo ndio kubwa sana, basi hiyo pia inaonyesha picha mbaya. Na hapo ndio mimi nitasimamia. Nataka tuhakikishe hii masuala kwamba tunayasukuma vizuri, tuelewanwe. Our diplomatic relations should not be, dragged into the mud simply because we have maybe a vocal and outspoken democratic space than our neighbors. It is not our fault. We suffered to come where we are. And so we should be left to express ourselves. And those that are still behind should come and learn from us. Not for them to now begin to torture us because we are free, we are liberal, and we can say whatever we want to say, anyhow we want to say it, whichever way we wish to say it. Well, as long as whatever you're doing is not infringing on anybody's right, I don't have a problem with that. But if what we are doing is geared towards messing our relations, that should be an area you don't tread carelessly. Hapo ndio mimi nakosana na Mama Suluhu. Wakati wewe unasimamia watu wako na unajua watu wako wote wako kwa nyumba, watoto wako wote wako kwa nyumba, okay? Unajua watoto wako wale wako nje wanapaswa kulinda, basi linda watoto wa wenyewe ambao wamekimbilia kwako. Wewe usiumize wa wenyewe ukitarajia wako walindwe wakati wako huko nje. Sawa, nashukuru kila mmoja. Naomba tumakinike kukaribishana. Piga kura yako, like video, karibisha mtu, tuendelee moja kwa moja. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you comment section. I'll be sampling some of those comments and responding to the ones that demand my response. Mkenya mkora. Unaona ukora mmepeleka Tanzania?
We are omnipresent.
Tafadhali muende polepole. Hii mtaanza kupatia kompe Mungu mwenyewe sasa.
Si ndio tuko na compare na Mungu sasa, tunaenda kuwa omnipresent, tujue just be everywhere at the same time. We've come with a time machine, we can travel everywhere anytime. Alafu sasa ndio unajua wewe sasa unatuambia sasa kama watu wetu wanaenda kuwa tortured huko. Wewe kwanza nilikuwa nakwambia wewe utarudishwa haraka sana. Mama Suluhu utaenda kumwongelelea Kiswahili yako akwambia rudi Siaya. Hata ajui kule unatoka.
Mimi kwanza naenda huko Septemba. Na unajua kura yake si Oktoba. Ndio mimi nikienda nimeenda kabisa. Mpaka nipige kura nihakikisha ameanguka ndio nirudi.
Kwa rights zako, kwani bibi ametoka wapi? Hata kama tutaoa wengine huko tuseme pia sisi ni citizens. Iko nini?
Kwani kuna muda gani?
Na kitu ya kutocha, the problem is that Bernard, on a later note, we cannot torture watu wa nini. Usitembea pale nini tau ukapata daktari wa mitishamba kutoka Tanzania. Sasa mnataka kutocha daktari wa mitishamba,
anatoka Sumbawanga. Anatibu bomba, anatibu ndoa na nguvu za kiume.
Sasa utamtocha aje sasa? Unajua tuna vinyano hao tu waatie tu, acha tupigane na Mama Suluhu. The Tanzanians in Kenya will deal with you when that time comes. Unajua wanasemanga samahani, naomba nikushike. Waambie wakuje wapatane na Kibra ikitupa mawe. Ndio wajue atucheze agwi. Sasa wametupa mawe kwa nyumba ya glass na wanaishi kwa glass. Wametupa mahali pabaya. Because now going on a serious note, Bernard, I've already seen 2 petitions of people asking for Tanzania to be taken out of the East African community. Already. And do I think it's imefanyika haraka? Yes, I do. But also, we don't have treaties to play with them. We, as East Africans, the member nations of East Africa, including Congo, were forced. Bernard, I know if you had that last passport, you're black, you were forced to go get another passport, you're blue, and inasema East Africa. Nowadays, in occasions, we don't just sing the Kenyan anthem. We also sing the Jumuiya one. Why? Because we have a treaty and a diplomatic treaty that everyone falls on. If one of the treaty countries is starting to treat the other person that they're not part of it, they can as well be expelled, or we expel ourselves. We've never treated Tanzania that way, and like you said earlier, I was listening to you, Bernard. Nilikuwa nakusikiza. Yes, kuna kuku na ng'ombe zilikatiwa mahali somewhere. By the same Tanzanians. Museveni is also pia yeye pale Migingo ametusumbua. Kagame ndio ameshindwa kutufikia. I think because he's landlocked. Lazima apitie mahali pengine kabla atufikie. So we as Kenya went through our troubles to get a democracy in our country. And this is the democracy that is being sought by even East Africa joining together, even Congo to be liberated. Businesses pale Malaba, we cross, they cross without even a passport. What is this that now you're telling us you can deport us? Hata kama mna to deport, please, you know, Tanzania is close to Wajaluo. Sorry, my Jaluo friends. Na Wajaluo hapendi kutembea. Siweke mtu kwa ndege. At least pandisha yeye ndege akuje in style. Sasa unamtupa kwa boda na boda amezoea kurukaruka hapo akinunua maembe. What am I trying to say? I'm saying our diplomatic agreements has to be relooked again, Bernard. On a serious note, we cannot have our neighbor deporting us for no crime at all. We don't deport them. Yet wako huko wakiuza vitu tunajua mitishamba, which is we know it's ni vitu za uongo. But because we have a treaty na sisi ni wale, so then we just ukishikwa shikiwa huko enda Kamiti. Na pia mimi nikishikiwa Dodoma, wacha niende Dodoma kama nilikuwa nimeibia mtu. Lakini kama mtu hajafanya makosa, and talking about activism, maybe Tanzania kwa kizungu inawalemea kidogo, maybe wajui activism ni nini. And no one was going there to do anything. They were just going to watch a case. Only Martha Karua ndio mnaweza sema cause ndio wako na license ya to prosecute, to do whatever in East Africa. Them they were just spectators. So next time mnataka kutuambia Yaga ikicheza bola tufai kukuja. Bernard, the diplomacy is gone and we have to relook at it, and we have to be very strong as a country and condemn this in the highest means possible. Rafiki yako ndio sijui amenyamazia wapi, ni kama walikuwa kwa nini cahoots together, because as a president angefaa kuashaongea. Hata huyu mwingine Baba Fidel hajaongea. I'm wondering what is going on. Parliament ya Tanzania imeshinda ikiongea juu ya Kenya the whole day jana. Kenya hakuna kitu tunaongea, tumenyamaza hivi, lakini mtu wao akiguzwa, the parliamentarians ndio hao wanakimbia. They want expedient investigation. Kwani Boniface Mwangi si mtu? Haya, acha nyamazia hapo for now.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. Kile ambacho kinaendelea lazima kwa Kenya wajisatiti na watetee haki yao. Kuna huyu anaitwa Sami anasema alienda kuchochea kwa wenyewe, kila mtu akae kwao. Hiyo sheria haipo. Hakuna wenyewe East Africa. We are all East African citizens, na being in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Congo, all the member states of East Africa community, we are at home. We share the passport. That means we share even the resources that are within that particular part of the world. Anasema we all need to support Tanzania because Boniface was never there on behalf of Kenya. Sami Costa, I don't know where you're getting that, your understanding. You need to update yourself. Human rights are universal, that's one, and are also within the framework of international law. And so any human rights activist is able to stand out for human rights in any place where those rights are being violated. And this torturing of Boniface Mwangi is a proof that there are human rights violations in Tanzania, only that they are being covered up. And that covering up is what has now been lifted so that the whole world knows that there is more happening in Tanzania than the front office. They show us that hao ni wanyenyekevu, hao ni watakatifu, hao hawezi kunini. Hata polisi akikuja kushika anakuambia samahani, naomba nikushike. Sasa huyu Boniface alikuwa anaomba samahani kweli wakati anapigwa miguu mpaka anashindwa kutembea? So hivi ndio mambo ambayo tunapaswa kuyashughulikia. So Sami, kama wewe ni Mkenya, najua wewe ni Mkenya, lazima usimame na Kenya kwanza, okay? Baadaye alafu utetee nini wa Tanzania. Mimi sichukii wa Tanzania, niko na marafiki wengi wa Tanzania, ndio nakwambia September naweza kwenda huko nikienda ku observe hawataka observation, labda hiyo jina observation ndio shida. I should go there in anticipation of the elections in October. But what we need here is for us to up the game as far as putting in operation the laws that govern our relationships. Okay, unajua uhusiano wote ukiachwa kila mtu afanye vile anavyotaka, huo uhusiano hautadumu na hautakuwa na faida, mpaka kuwe na mipaka, kuwe na limits, kuwe how far you can come, how far I can come. So what's cooking here is not good, and why even Kenya is silent is what is not making sense. They should not be silent. From the fact that Kenyans were in Tanzania, they had crossed the border legally. Then when they got in Tanzania, they were held they were put in custody in unclear circumstances, no proper communication. And then we acquired, when we are supposed to be the big brother of East Africa, something needs to happen. And then masuala ya activism, Mato unasema wa Tanzania wajui. Unajua Tanzania ndio ilikuwa inaongoza maneno ya chini ya Nyerere na nani waliongoza maneno ya kupigana na apartheid policy in South Africa. Hao ndio walikuwa na host armies. The same I think for Zimbabwe as well, including Mozambique. So harakati haujaanzia Kenya. Mwalimu Julius Nyerere na wenzake hao ndio waliongoza masuala ya nini ya kuokoa kupata independence. They are the fathers of independence. They are the fathers of liberation. So how can they be doing torture behind closed doors, and all of it is being visited on foreigners, friends of that particular country? That's unacceptable. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding with the conversation. Kama unakuja kwa show, tafadhali wai mapema. Kama uoni link, uliza nikupatie wai tukazungumze kwa kina. Mato, I want to play video. Unasemaje?
Nasema hata nani alikuwa mwanaharakati anaitwaje, Kiwete. Oh, sorry, Kikwete.
Yes, Kikwete. Then we had some lady, alikuwa anaitwa nani? Alikaa hapa sana. She had a name there. Can't remember the name. Lakini alikuwa mwanaharakati, and I think she was leading an international organization in Nairobi.
Na ndio maana kama wanachapaga watu miguu, ndio maana maybe Kikwete, or maybe ndio maana ni wengi hizo viwete huku nini Kenya wamekimbia huko wasikatwe miguu zote. We will deal with them.
Tusiweke sanction kwamba we are not sensitive to people living with disability. But what I would say is, as a country, we need to up the game. We are being pushed, and our neighbors are now coming too much into our nerves. And if we don't rise up and defend the whatever that's left of us, tutakanyagwa, tutakaliwa, na hakuna kitu tutafanya. So wakati ufika, kama ni serikali ama Wakenya wenyewe, tusimame na tuhesabiki. Hatuwezi kuona mambo kama yanaharibika na tuna nyamaza. Wacha tumsikilize huyu Martha Karua akiangazia suala la Musalia Mudavadi akizungumzia hilo suala la Wakenya na kuhujumiwa Tanzania.
Which is not his home. He had no phone. They returned his passport on dumping him there. And he found his way to Mombasa. Through the help of other people, he was able to call his wife. And that's how the wife organized to go for him in Mombasa, because he was injured, could hardly walk. He was ushered into the plane on a wheelchair and out of the plane in Nairobi on a wheelchair. Boni has given a statement this evening at Wilson Airport. It is not for me to try and water down that statement. All I can say, I went to the hospital to see him. I have found him in a lot of pain. He has shown me swellings on his feet, and he has said he is feeling pain all over his body where he was tortured. The doctors are examining him, and there will be a full medical report, and it's for him to share. But the question is, why adopt torture, cruel and degrading and inhuman treatment? Why would Tanzania do that to a Kenyan and to a Ugandan? Because Boni was detained alongside Agatha Atuhaire, a human rights defender from Uganda. Why torture them? Because he told me he could hear Agatha being tortured in the next room. Where is Agatha? Is this the East Africa that subscribes to the rule of law, good governance, and democracy? The government of Tanzania under Mama Suluhu has shown its real face, a violator of human rights, and it is not alone. Kenya is complicit. This situation could have been different if Kenya had demanded an explanation on Sunday and on Monday when Boni was arrested and the others. It could have asked for them to be returned or reasons to be given. But when CS Mudavadi seems to gloat over the mistreatment of Kenyans, that is where the Tanzanian government got the audacity to torture Kenyans. The Kenyan government is responsible, together with the Tanzanian government, for the torture Boni and Agatha Atuhaire have undergone, and Agatha is still missing. In Tanzania, we are aware that an activist whom I had met recently, Mudude Nyagali, has been missing for more than 100 days. He was abducted from his house by people believed to be police. They tortured him in his house, and videos from his family show blood, a bloody scene in his house. Is he well? What is happening to Tanzania? Torture of nationals, torture of foreigners. And last year, we know, an official of Chadema was abducted from a bus, and he turned up tortured and dead. Others have been tortured. What is happening to Tanzania? What is happening to Kenya, where citizens have been abducted, tortured, some turning up dead, some still missing? 2 of them, Rolongo 4, are still missing up today. Our governments are not taking any responsibility. Why do they exist if they cannot be able to look after the security of the citizens? In Uganda, routinely, members of Bobi Wine's party, NUP, are abducted, tortured. 36 members of Besige's party were abducted from Kenya, from Kisumu, July of last year, tortured and renditioned to Uganda, where they were charged before the military tribunal. They've only been released from those charges recently. Besige himself, whom I represent, together with his friend Obed Lutare, were abducted from Kenya by people believed to be Kenyan security agencies collaborating with Ugandan security agencies, renditioned to Uganda, and is still in custody up to today. I was in court at Nakawa yesterday, where they gave a mention date for next week, but today I'm seeing a production warrant done for tomorrow. I do not know what is happening to our beloved Jumuiya. We are asking citizens to speak up against torture, against violation of their rights, against enforced disappearances, against desecrations of our constitutions, which have similarities in regard to human rights, good governance, and the rule.
Okay, there you have it, Mother Karua there, giving a view about what's happening and more insights on what is going on. And from that conversation, you can tell there is more than what meets the eye in our neighboring countries. These forced disappearances. And I would want us to look at this objectively and not use our own problem as a justification. Every person everywhere should be safe, especially when they're in a foreign country. They should be more, we should be more careful about how we treat foreigners in our country, better than even the indigenous. But what we are looking at here is, blatant violation of human rights, and all of it is because somebody feels that he's so much in power and there is nowhere it can be taken, no matter what he does. That's an attitude of some of the African leaders, and that doesn't sit well when it comes to helping the situation to pick up. Now, Mato, there's this aspect of the destabilizing of governments, so that foreigners can come in and do the looting. We've had that with, of course, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, and then, of course, umesikia Ivory Coast kuna mtu alibebwa juujuu.
Actually, Bernard, I was scared of bringing that, but now that umeileta, let me come to that actually. You see, we have a parliament, right? East African Parliament. It's
yes,
about time
we have both parliament and judiciary. There is East Africa Court of Justice.
Exactly. So now, on a very serious note, wacha niache mavitu zangu sasa. Let me just be serious and get there. East African Parliament is not there for stooges. We need to see when they sat down and what they think about this matter. For the longest time, you never see them sitting. And this is a matter that the parliament needs to be called. I can almost bet you a lot of people watching us do not know the members of the East African Parliament by name or even by face. So that's number one. Now coming to that point, the difficult point I didn't want to bring. Africa is changing so quickly. Some people are saying Africa is becoming woke. And by that I mean, when you look at the Traores, Nigers, and all those that are coming up, and like the latest threat from the West that nobody should come to, should go to the West. And most of the African countries either kept quiet or said, we don't care. We are going to live ourselves and do our things. I'm not saying I'm right, but it brings me to a point of juggling my mind and asking myself, could there be an external power that has seen a unity somewhere with so many resources that they've depended on, and by all means, they will try however they can jump kati na nini to kind of circumnavigate that unity never lasts. We all remember the last time Africa wanted to have their own currency. Right now, the biggest union in Africa is East Africa. So, can we sit back and ask ourselves, is there maybe some external powers that are trying to destroy this unity? So that now that African presidents are not giving in to threats from out there, from IMF, from whatever, people like Ina Traore, they can use people to wash kama kina Ruto, and maybe Suluhu and whatever CCM, and kina Museveni, to destroy that unity, that economical, geopolitical unity. That's a question I want to throw to you. Nilikuwa naogopa kuisema lakini wewe umeintroduce. So I can see Lala is here. Na wewe ndio umeintroduce. Don't kill the messenger.
No problem. We will have to dive in. We can't avoid it because we are part of this global family, and the relationships need to be redefined, especially with what is going on in Africa right now. I don't think there is turning back to this, and anybody who thinks that they can even delay this is dreaming, in my opinion, from where I sit. This is the plane is already on the runway. You cannot stop it. It has to take the flight. And so any other person thinking that he can derail what is cooking in Africa right now, he will be shot. And then, of course, the greatest fear is the proposition of everybody going back to the gold. It's called the gold system of valuation that may end up making some people victims of this drastic change, sudden change that doesn't give you time to prepare. The change of in the morning you had nothing, in the evening you have everything, or in the morning you had everything and in the evening you don't have anything, and you didn't have time to prepare in between or adjust. So what's cooking is very much, and that is what I see happening in Tanzania, that they didn't take time to grow their democracy to a level whereby they will be able to enjoy input like what we have in Kenya, whereby it's possible for opposition to help government to run government. Now, I'm not saying in justifying that people should be crossing the floor anyhow, but I'm saying that not everything opposition is evil, and not everything government is good. Like the Uhuru Kenyatta situation, when we had Ngaiseri is in ODM, and then we have Olelengu who was seeing mattresses and the terrorists disappearing and things like that. So the security situation was problematic, and Ngaiseri had to be approached. You have background in the military, you have an understanding in the security, please come over and help the security situation. what we see in Tanzania is we should condemn everything that hii ni ya Chadema, hii ni ya kupinga serikali, hii imekwenda kinyume na mwalimu, haifai. And in the process, kuna watu ambao wangekuwa wanachangia kukua kwa nchi na kukua kwa demokrasia ambao hawapewi nafasi simply because wameassociate na Chadema ama wameassociate na party ambayo sio CCM. Na kwa hiyo hii miaka yote 60 ya kuwa huru haijakuwa huru kweli kweli. Kwa nini? Tumezuia ile hali ya kufungua nafasi ya watu wote katika hiyo jumuiya ya Tanzania kuwa na nafasi ya kuchangia maendeleo. So imekuwa maendeleo ni CCM. Vile tulikuwa tuna KANU, KANU yajenga nchi, KANU yajenga shule, KANU inaoza watu, KANU ndio inafundisha, KANU ndio kila kitu.
Bernard, let me add on to that point kidogo, please. You know, 3 weeks ago, they had in our parliament, unajua watu wengi waangaliangi parliament sana, 3 or 1 month ago, they had a whole session. Sijui Bernard amekatwa, lakini they had a whole session for those who are listening before Bernard comes back. And Lala, thank you. They had a whole session of trying to inaitwa nini, kulipia watu bond when wameshikwa outside the country. So at that point, you wonder what's the immigration's job if not to look out for their citizens. If today ushikie a citizen of let's talk about what you guys like talking about, United States or UK. If you get a citizen ameshikiwa hizo country, anachukuliagwa hapo very fast because they know their consulate is there for a purpose to take care of their citizen. So I wonder, even in other people in diaspora who can say, I bet you've known mtu mwenye ameshikiwa huko. Why the Kenyan consulate all over the world will never answer a call wakijua ni kitu mtu ameshikiwa huko, yet it's their citizen. So you wonder, what are the consulate doing out there? Because that's a matter that should be taken very seriously. If your countryman is ameshikiwa mahali, you have to go take it. So it was in parliament. They spoke about it. They even funded, they passed where they are going to put a kitty of bonding Kenyan citizens who are outside, who have been arrested outside the country. So maybe mnaweza nieleza mkiwa na Lala how we are funding that, and then now even here hapa tu mali ya kuendesha basi ama kupanda basi, you cannot even say anything as a government, and then you have Musalia here talking matope. I mean, Bernard.
Okay, so I will let Lala respond to that as he makes his submission. Thank you everybody. Please tumakinike kukaribishana, piga kura, like video tafadhali. Lala, are you still there?
I'm here. Good to see you, Bernard. Mato, happy to hear your voice. Clearly, listen to both of you, talk about Tanzania. I love the woman. She is a lovely person, and so far, I think in terms of leadership, she seemed to be doing okay. But in this instance, I think she is wrong. She overreacted, and I think there must be a coordination with all those countries, Kenya and Tanzania, targeting certain people, because it's barbaric, it's not right what went on. There are other means of shaking, if there are other influences, because influences come from everywhere. There's intelligence that could inform the government of certain things, but even in those cases, you respect the individual, invite them to discuss what went on and tell them what laws they have disobeyed or they are not obeying or they are not charging with. You don't do things like this. It is, to me, sound like a very panicking, regime, which we thought it was not. We thought Tanzania was a little bit ahead in terms of cohesion of their people, where on that level they are ahead of Kenya because people know themselves as Tanzanians rather than the tribal, which is a strength, which now they basically have not used that one to critique or to do other things that need to be done for their democracy. So in my mind, these people, whoever, tortured a Kenyan or Mwangi and any person, must be put to books. If we're going to have a community, the president must speak on this issue. But on the other hand, I'm blaming Kenya. Kenya is silent and they come in pretty late and they come on the side. We don't know what they're talking about. So to me, I just don't understand when a taxpayer, your citizen, has been is missing in another country and you talk the way Mudavadi talked, then even the respect I had for him, I know he's towing government line. There are times when silence may be a little better. It's not even better at all, but it's maybe a little better than opening your mouth kutoa matope. And that's exactly what he did. I should have summoned Tanzanian ambassador, High Commissioner, I don't know the ambassador or High Commissioner, as soon as possible. He should have addressed, the issues at hand immediately, because the first commitment of any government to protect her own people is the Kenyan first. You don't judge someone before the court of law says they're guilty. Your job is to protect the Kenyan lives. If whatever, I'll give you an example here. Some few years ago, I was a group of us. We were driving in Japan, and we were hit, on the road. The Japan, somebody on the road. And did you know the Japanese officers came to where the accident was, did not touch us. They had to call the US military police to come to process us. They didn't even, they just kept us there waiting for the military police to process us right there. And that's the way it's supposed to be done. If they didn't come, they could have easily come and locked us and caused an accident. And I wasn't the one driving anyway. But that what happened. And those are because you're, as a government, it is the Kenyan taxpayer, is that person that has given you that government. This is the one you protect first. Then after that, after you secure the environment, make sure they're safe, then now you can ask other questions. Okay. The first thing could have been Tanzania authority, what is going on here? Summon that person immediately. Dispatch somebody to make sure they are safe. The medical, everything else. They want to make sure they, what has happened. Is it a jack by thugs and robbers and all that? If it's a government, those are the things you do. You don't go out, start talking. What diplomacy is that? But to me, as much as we want to blame somebody else, let's look at what we have done in this case. I think we have goofed big time. But Tanzania definitely did wrong, okay? Even if the Kenya government told them to do that, they shouldn't have done it. They should have simply told the people, at least tell them, we are not welcome to our country for certain reasons. We will let you know. Of course, we still have to make some protests, but at least there's some respect and dignity accorded to the people that are in your country. You don't do things like that. This is barbaric. This is wrong. Mama Suluhu, mmefanya makosa, na we need to ask for some kind of explanation or some understanding, and so that we can be good neighbors. Otherwise, back to you, Bernard.
All right. Thank you, Reverend Lala. We appreciate that. And it's clear that Kenyans are on their own when it comes to being mistreated in the neighbor's house. It appears that the Foreign Affairs Ministry speaks on behalf of the government that is supposed to be, reprimanded for mistreating us for being there in the first place. I've just been checking the history of let me just play that video. It's an old video, but before Mato comes in, there is this Magufuli and the Kenyan animals, where I think Amina Mohammed was the Minister for Foreign Affairs at that time, and she wrote a protest letter to the Tanzania government about the detention of the animals, but they did more than that. They did not just detain the animals, they auctioned them. Okay, let me just get that ready. One moment, get that video, and then I'll talk and weigh on that. And this is, I'm playing this to show that the Tanzania-Kenya relationship has not been all smooth, and we are playing it low, and I think that's why they keep coming. Let's listen out to this.
Living on the edge of the map with neighboring Tanzania, the borderline that divides them doesn't really exist. But the reception for drought-afflicted Maasai pastoralists living on the shadow of the Kilimanjaro and who crossed the line into neighboring Tanzania in search of water and pasture for their animals was a cold and harsh one.
Hakuna siku tumeenda pande hiyo. Leo ndio siku ya kwanza na tumeona kitu ajabu sana. Siweni kama siku nyingine zinaendelea pande hiyo. Ili mtu ikionekana anataka kukata shingo, siwezi kurudi tena.
1,325 of their animals were rounded up and auctioned. A number of herders like Ole Matui were also arrested, an incident that was at the center of a diplomatic disagreement between Kenya and Tanzania. Tanzania maintains the herders broke the law, but Kenya feels a neighbor's actions were a bit extreme.
Like we say, governments come and go, but the people of our two nations will always be there. And two wrongs don't make a right. They don't. And I think that we need to learn to talk about issues and to have discussions, and we must talk to each other, not at each other.
These actions were backed by Tanzania President John Magufuli, who Monday only slammed the door on any efforts of a peaceful resolution of the matter, with remarks to the effect that Tanzania was no grazing field for Kenyan livestock. In another recent incident, Tanzanian officials impounded and set alight some 6,400 chicks at the Manga post in Longindo district of Arusha. Authorities there said the action was meant to curb the spread of animal diseases like bird flu. Kenya has now protested what it sees as Tanzania's campaign of hostility that blatantly disregarded the plight or interests of the affected Kenyan citizens. In a protest note delivered to Tanzania authorities at an East Africa community meeting in Arusha, Kenya raised concerns about a neighbor's policy shift that seems to condone ill will expressed on Kenyan citizens and their business interests.
We have protocols, we have ways of dealing with issues in the East African community that should work. They should not be ignored or put aside.
The Foreign Affairs CS says the government would pay compensation to the herders in Oloitoktok in an effort to put out the flames. The Maasai herders had threatened to retaliate against Tanzanians living and working on the Kenyan side of the border.
People are also watching. Yes, they feel they've been treated unfairly, maybe. They feel that things should not happen. And I think when you have a tit for tat, then what you're doing is perpetuating right, are wrong.
With relations between the two countries at a crossroad, Kenya is choosing the high road.
I wish what happened never happened, right? I think we all wish that, but that has happened. So what we need to do is now make sure that our conversations can end up stopping anything like that from happening in the future.
Amina said the two countries have to have candid discussions to ensure it doesn't happen again, while at the same time preserving their rich historical relations. Sheila Sendeo, NTV.
There you have it. That I wanted us to have that recap of what happened during Magufuli's time with Uhuru Kenyatta and our animals and the chicks. Tanzania went, did all that and got away with it. It is now the Kenya government that compensated the Maasais who lost their animals. But Magufuli alichukua ng'ombe, akauza, pesa akaweka mfukoni. Alafu bado tunasema sisi ni ndugu, tuendelee hivyo hivyo. Hiyo ndio maendeleo. Mato.
That's exactly, Bernard, the questions that people need to be asking, because, saa zingine tunaogopaga kuuliza maswali ngumu. You see, that time venye ili happen hivyo, kila mtu tu alinyamaza, akasema ndugu zetu tuendelee. But again, Bernard, and especially like that video you just played, which cow knows, ng'ombe gani inajua nyasi ya nini ya Tanzania inaonjaje na ya Kenya inaonjaje? You gotta watch. You gotta look at this. And actually, do we really have borders between Tanzania and Kenya, other than gateways? The rest of the land, the vast land, is very open. Watu wajafika mahali Trump anaweka ukuta. So mimi nikiwa naishi huko mashamba huko na Tanzania iko huko, kwanza hata unajua watu wanajua kama waliingia huko lini ama walitoka lini, wameoana, wako wapi, kila kitu wanafanya pamoja, they are working together and everything. Only a roadblock ka barabara, na huko kwenye hakuna barabara. So what I'm trying to, ile kitu Bernard, we need to focus in is the politics and what is happening, because there's so many Tanzanians who will tell you they don't even know where the border is. And there's so many Kenyans who will tell you they don't know where the border is. The fight inaanzishwa hapa sasa, it will come to affect us eventually. Not just Kenyans. The whole of the demarcations that the colonial powers left us, that were not even fenced to know where, or even they didn't have a beacon to know where you are and where you're not. I'll take you back just for people to remember. There's a time a president said that all the way to Naivasha belongs to that country. Yes, there was feedback. Okay. So now when neighbors start fighting each other, now we will have to go back and look at who belongs where, who doesn't belong where, and where's the border. Where can you put your foot and where can you not put your foot? What can you sell somewhere, or what can you not sell somewhere? If you look at the border areas of our country and any other country, especially let me just talk about East Africa. People don't even know where you come from. They just know you. And that's the essence of the unity that was coming to a point of having even the same parliament, same national, Jumuiya anthem and all that. So Bernard, we're walking on eggshells. Don't forget, Ukraine and Russia, they are right next door neighbors. And look at them. Look at what is happening to them. I don't understand why Africa thinks that they can never go into war with other countries that are next to them. These small things can get to a place. It's a ticking time bomb. One small thing, na tuko vita on our own selves instead of uniting. Yet, the constitutions that we keep on talking in parliament, we keep on saying, oh, Malcolm X did this, oh, America is this, oh, America that, oh, UK this, oh, Australia that. Bernard, we are tunajichoma wenyewe kama Afrika. Soon we were about to start, get a language. I think the proposed one was Swahili because it's spoken in almost all East African Jumuiya people. Now where we are heading, and Bernard, mtanyamazi hapa na nitoke because I'm about kusema kitu mbaya. I still go back to 2 years ago, Bernard, when I asked you, are we ready for a female leadership? Because I think, na sisemi tu ni wanawake wote, I think someone else kama Magufuli would have never uttered those words. I don't know. Maybe we need to rethink. Najua nimechoma, wacha nikimbie kabla nianze kuchapwa.
Wewe kesi yako baadaye. Reverend Lal, you have something to say on that, or you switch gears?
Actually, the acronym is very puzzling. I don't think it's about a woman, but it could be. I'm not sure. But in this case, to me, I think it's very puzzling because I thought at least what she has working with in terms of they're fairly peaceful people. They don't ask for much. They seems to have listened to Nyerere and the people obey her there. So why would you want to create a fight with Kenya? Unless there's something else going on. So to me, it's very puzzling because whoever advised her to do this, I can understand why Matu is saying what she is saying, but whether they're tough-minded, to make good decisions. No, we've seen some of them make very sound decisions. So this issue is which is really puzzling to basically allow your country to torture others. She could have been one who's mad, even more. If they did it behind her back, she should have been mad to go people to jail. But why would you, sacrifice your reputation, which actually work against you, and strengthen your opponent? A lot of sympathy is coming. It beats me. I don't really understand. And even up to this moment, I haven't seen anything that she has stated. The people that she took in are not thieves. They are not robbers. And even robbers, you don't beat them. You accord them. You become courteous to them. You bring them to your law court, and charge them if there is something, but not torture, people, and even use thorax instead of laws. So that, to me, I thought here is a classical case where women should even be better in terms of empathy and sympathy and all that. And so for her not to even think of that as a woman, you know, I don't understand it. So that's what I would say. I've always admired her, okay, but I think this one act is really making me question really what's going on. So she will come out and let us know exactly what is going on. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, it's also thank you. And probably I will throw this in before we switch gears. This is her first presidential elections that are coming so fast in the next 3 months or so. Probably is the pressure of that elections. Remember, she got into office after Magufuli won. So she's been enjoying the grace of Magufuli, but she has never contested presidency in her name. This is the first one. And so that pressure, it could be what is causing her to make this blunder, because she's not known for those diplomatic blunders since she assumed office. And of course, being a woman, she has been very careful. This carelessness, we're just seeing it towards this election. So I don't understand why the elections have become a serious issue on her table, since things look like she will have a walkover in the elections. So where is the pressure coming from? Unless the party politics. The party politics, probably they would want to replace her with a different candidate. Is that possible? Or maybe that. But from the look of things, nothing should be pressurizing Suluhu right now. Not even the opposition, because the opposition is like a third of what CCM has, and so it is very difficult to overturn CCM at this point in time. So I would just want, unless there is a conspiracy, like somebody suggesting here, that she got a phone call from Ruto to stop those people or things like that. And then, of course, they are afraid of the foreign influence that you're talking about, that through the activism movement, the foreign powers that may be anti that government would want to infiltrate the country and be able to sponsor those whatever human rights activism through that, and be able to influence the outcome of the elections. Probably those would be the fears. But from the look of things, my observation, Suluhu should be sitting pretty, waiting to be sworn in again as president for her final term.
Yes, Bernard, and that's what is puzzling, because she has a constituents that believe in her, that believe in Tanzania. She already has everything made, and so for her to do this, what she's done basically against what Nyerere and others stood for, is puzzling to me, very, very puzzling. Especially when I see, Mwangi, and the other girl, has she been found? Has she been released?
No, we just have scanty information. Let me just play this video and see whether we can get more insights, and then we pick from there.
There is a growing diplomatic storm between Kenya and Tanzania after the apparent abduction of human rights activists Boniface Mwangi and Ugandan Agatha Atuhaire. Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi's shifting position on the matter negates a desperate note sent to Tanzanian authorities Wednesday requesting for the release of Mwangi. And while Boniface has since been released, the whereabouts of Uganda's Agatha Atuhaire are still unknown. NTV's Catherine Omando reports.
I don't know the reason why they're in my room. I was sleeping, they woke me up. They said they want to see me.
The arrest of human rights activist Boniface Mwangi in Tanzania under unclear circumstances 4 days ago has left a diplomatic stain between Nairobi and Dodoma. Mwangi was arrested when he made his way to Dar es Salaam with the intention to observe the treason trial of that country's leading opposition leader Tundu Lissu of the Chadema party. Kenyan officials claim that they were not informed of his detention, sparking a diplomatic spat between Nairobi and Dodoma. In a protest note, Kenya said that despite several requests, officials of the Kenyan government have been denied consular access and information to Mr. Mwangi. The letter says that the ministry is also concerned about his health and overall well-being and the absence of information regarding his detention. Mwangi was released late last night by Tanzanian authorities and left in Ukunda at the Kenyan coast. His release has raised more questions than answers about the nature of his arrest and the treatment he received while in custody.
He was badly tortured in Tanzania. And every time they were doing this, they kept making reference to the president, asking him to say, Asante Mama Samia, as they were torturing him.
Prime Cabinet Secretary and CS of Foreign Affairs, Musalia Mudavadi, today called the incident unfortunate.
We will, through diplomatic channels, establish more details, because normally there are protocols that should be followed if certain matters were to be handled, maybe in terms of whether they were going to observe court proceedings and so forth. So there are protocols, and that is a matter that now we will pursue through diplomatic channels. But most important as well is that we have very cordial relations with Tanzania.
Even though Mwangi has been released, Tanzanian authorities still have not explained why they were holding the activists. However, the Kenyan government says this recent event is a wake-up call.
Kenyans should come to the reality that they should not take what they have for granted. What applies here does not necessarily apply elsewhere. The Constitution 2010 of the Republic of Kenya applies to Kenya. Kenya's Constitution does not apply in Uganda. Kenya's Constitution does not apply in Tanzania.
Boniface Mwangi was taken into custody alongside a Ugandan human rights activist, Agatha, and as it stands, no one knows her whereabouts. The Ugandan government has also written to the Tanzanian government requesting for information on Agatha's location and for Tanzanian authorities to ascertain her release and return to Uganda, or at least let Ugandan High Commission staff in Tanzania talk to or visit her.
Free! Agatha, free! Free! Why is Agatha?
Catherine Omwando, NTV.
Okay, there you have it. Your foreign affairs minister is disappointed, and he's now blaming it on the Constitution. I thought human rights are cross-cutting their international provisions in the application. They don't have to bank on the 2010 Constitution. Reverend Lal.
Bernard, I think Mudavadi is somehow confused, because I listened to some of his utterance earlier, where he was basically blaming the Kenyans for doing, for even stepping out there. They have not broken any law, anything that should let him speak the way he spoke. That he's broken the law, that the law of Tanzania, we are following up. Even if they broke the law, still the role is really to kind of find out what's really going on. But I heard him blame, the people. But one thing that he has to remember, yes, we have a great constitution, but if we are not using it, because he's not using it to protect another Kenyan, okay? And if we are not even protecting our own people, we abduct them and kill them, what's the difference between Tanzania, okay? So clearly, the message should be to Kenya itself, because it seems as if Tanzania is right to say this bad governance, you are doing things out in your country there, Now you're bringing them over here, and that may be towards the government, not even towards the innocent activists. So to me, I think it's a double talk, and I think is very much with the Tanzania in terms of what is going on, because they are doing the same thing in Kenya. So to me, I don't have any. I think both of them are, all the two countries are not following their constitution, because their constitution protects us, we the people. We are the one to be protected, not themselves and a small cocoon of people. So that's what I would say. I would not much confidence in what he was saying. Is speaking it because I think there's pressure, a little bit, the giving in, but the earlier stand that I think I listened to says a lot about tuko peke yetu kama wa Kenya. You don't expect someone to be there looking for your interest. I think is I think it's sad. It's really truly sad. Okay, I'm a Kenyan, you know, and look like if I'm outside of Kenya, I'm on my own. You know, nobody would stand for me or speak for me, because I think he mentioned something like he went on his own. It's almost like if you're on your own, then your country does not protect you. But my understanding is that Kenyan's law must protect me wherever I am. And that's why their services at the embassy, those embassies are there for Kenyan first, not for those countries. They are there for the interest of the nationals. Those are the ones that they take care of first before those countries. But I think in Kenya it's a reverse. You know, there was a time, of course, things have changed, where it's better to go to Salvation Army than to go to the Kenyan embassy for help. And that was the story that many of us had experienced. And we thought things had changed with the new constitution, with the new idea, new love for the nation. You love your country to protect them, the people. And I remember losing someone, and then you call the embassy, they're asking you, how did you come to this country? You know, what does that to do with, I'm a Kenyan, I'm calling the embassy so that I can be served, given my the documentation I needed. And you hear people talk like that, so you wonder what they learned in the diplomatic, training. But I would think that was an old story. Things are different. But seeing what I see now is sad, very sick. Thank you, Bernard. I'm getting more upset.
Thank you, Lala, for that explanation. And Salem Davadi leaves a lot to be desired. I wanted to bring in the example of Chisekedi. You remember the instant when William Ruto entertained the rebel leader in of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mm-hmm. Following day, the Kenyan ambassador in Congo was given marching orders to leave the country. There's some drastic measures that shows your seriousness in terms of relations. Now, see what he says in the complaint, in the protest letter. He says that Mwangi was held in Communicado, and then the embassy was denied access to him. So Salia is calling the Kenyan ambassador in Tanzania, and the embassy of Kenya in Tanzania is denied by the Tanzanian authority to access their Kenyan citizen who is in their custody. So it appears here like now he's begging for that to happen. The reason why we have that diplomatic channel is so that things can go smoothly without hiccups. I am the Minister for Foreign Affairs. I'm sending my ambassador to check on this. I understand this and this has happened. That ambassador should have access to the president, have access to the wherever authorities that are available. So if the ambassador is denied access to the whereabouts of a Kenyan citizen in that country, do we need that embassy there in the first place? is that embassy there working for Kenyans? So it went to Tanzania to eat the Tanzanian meals and enjoy the stay there.
That's true, but even on the other hand, you see, Tanzania has an high commission in Kenya. Summon them immediately. At the same time, on a ministerial level, coordinate with the other ministers under the embassy over there. The channels are there. So to talk to us now, when you got that information immediately, to me, make you an accomplice. You are very happy that Mwangi people have been. I mean, there's no rocket science here. I think it's Kenyans telling us something. It's fact. More anger should go towards Kenya before even Tanzania. Tanzania already, we don't want that kind of behavior. But how the channel, the people that's supposed to protect us, fight for us, it's your lawyer, your security, your people is not doing their job. And I mean, it is shameful. It's shameful.
Yeah, it's clear that the Kenya government doesn't act on behalf of its people. Just to remind you, the human rights activists in Nairobi decided that they gave Madam Suluhu 24 hours to release Boniface, or they will go to take over the embassy, the High Commission of Tanzania. And now this should it's shocking to me, okay, that by this morning, all the police, the law enforcement agents of Kenya were surrounding that commissioner, High Commission residence, where it's housed, against Kenyans, so that the protesters should not access it. So police wa Kenya ndio wameenda kuzingira hiyo embassy ili wa Kenya waziende kuprotest kwa kuachiliwa kwa Mkenya. So I don't know. Is that how it works?
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. You know how a country progress that we thought we have made in terms of trying to is all this East Africa thing a pretext. I mean, is for their own individual interests, not for the people. If a simple thing as your security is threatened when you step into the other country without clear, legal breach, then why do you need, unless they're setting us up to destroy the relationship, as leaders, but for what purpose? Mwangi, whoever is all of us. Is a picture. Is a representative of all of us. It's me who was there in Tanzania, who was harassed. Is because he's innocent. It's there for actually good reason, which should have been welcomed. Okay, they can disagree with what it stood for, and that's what democracy is all about. And so to treat him as worse than a criminal, torture him, put his family through this, and then expect us to be neighbors and friends. And what are you saying about your people coming to Kenya? Okay, you're creating a terror, a reign of terror in the people, of fear. So to me, Mama Suluhu has some things to answer. There's a lot of questions that must be answered, because it doesn't help his country, it doesn't help the people of the region. It actually makes things worse. And of course, we've seen this in Kenya and Tanzania. I think Mato was talking, I think you, Bernard, Nasema, namna tumeharibu uhusiano wetu na nchi jirani, kama Sudan, Rwanda and Burundi, and not Burundi, but Rwanda and Congo. Tumeharibu kabisa, and so sometimes we don't know whether they are protesting that, where we handle things outside, whether they are protesting the way we handle our election, things like that, so they don't want that example near them, so it's a message to us, it's to all of us. So that's my take on that.
Yeah, thank you. And we are about to call it a day, ladies and gentlemen. Two things remaining for us to look at quickly. One, another Catholic priest has been gunned down, or rather shot dead, in Kerio. Remember, the other one is being buried tomorrow, who was rescued by a good Samaritan, taken to hospital, and then succumbed later. And so we were asking questions: what is happening? Is there somebody targeting the Catholic priests, or it is just isolated in coincidences? There is that matter. And then there is another matter where the official public seal that has throughout history of our government in the custody of the Attorney General, who is the official legal advisor to the president and the person to assess whatever laws that are being passed or treaties that are being agreed upon are in consistency with the Constitution before they are sealed. So he keeps that seal, and it is done that way. But it is now coming up that that seal was taken over and is now in the Public Service Commissioner's head of public servants or service, who is working directly under President Ruto, meaning their laws, their treaties, and their agreements that are being sealed without the knowledge of the Attorney General and without the input of the Attorney General. And it says that there was a law that was hurriedly through the parliament that authorized that. So I wanted us to weigh on that shortly before we close. And I want to bring up that particular video, or giving the insights into the same, and then we discuss. So quickly tulete hii ya nani ya Catholic priest, ni kipi kinachoendelea, dakika 2-3, alafu tuzungumzie masuala ya siri. Mbona siri itolewe mahali inapaswa kuwa, iwekwe mahali pengine, na kwa nini sheria ibadilishwe kufanya hivyo? What is cooking in Ruto's office?
Welcome back to KTN Prime. We continue informing you. Now, another Catholic priest, Father Alois Bet, has been killed after being shot dead in Kerio Valley during a gunfight on Thursday.
The Office of the Inspector General of Police says 6 suspects have been arrested in connection with the incident.
This happened on a day that another priest, Father John Maina, in charge of Iguamiti Parish in Nyahururu Diocese, was laid to rest.
Elvis Kuske with more on that story.
The slain priest, identified by police as Father Alois Bet, was ambushed and shot dead near Kapkane Primary School in Tot in the county of Elgeyo Marakwet at about 1 p.m. as he headed to the venue of small Christian community sermon near the scene of shooting. Elgeyo Marakwet Police Commander Peter Mulinge says the priest had parked his vehicle along Chesongoch Tot-Little Road and walked to the venue of the afternoon sermon.
We have just lost our Catholic priest, Father Alois, few kilometers from where he was today,
doing some work with the community. And Father Alois was a great father. At 2 p.m. I was told that father is no more and his body is being now transported.
We have lost a very important person in the society. That is our father, who has been assisting us in terms of spiritual nourishment.
But he was laid ambushed by assailants who shot and killed him. The priest, who was attached to St. Mlumba Catholic Parish, died on the spot. In a statement, the Office of Inspector General of Police confirmed the incident, saying a manhunt has been launched. So far, 6 suspects are being held in connection with the killing of the priest. The IG in the statement said the incident was not in any way related to cattle rustling. Swear Reverend Father John Maina, the Catholic priest in charge of Igwamiti Parish in Nyahururu Diocese, was killed few days ago, was laid to rest. The father was laid to rest on Thursday at Tabor Hill on Oljor Rock, Nyandarua County.
Inachunguza haya mambo. Hivi karibuni tutaambiwa ni nini hasa kiliua ndugu yetu ambaye hapo awali hakuwa mgonjwa.
Police have launched investigations into the matter. Elvis Kosgei, KTN.
Quite.
There you go. What is happening with our clerics? And is there a squad to target them, or is isolated cases? Thank you for joining. I can see Furaha Habat. Lala, if you can, if you have something briefly, please, ndio tupate Habat na Furaha wachangie kiasi, tuende kwa hiyo maswala asili.
Let them go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Habat?
Good to see all of you.
Yes, Bernard, asante sana kwa huu muda. Najua muda umeenda, tanichangie kidogo. Kwanza ningependa kupeana pole kwa familia yao, the fathers wamepoteza. Wakati kuna kifo ni painful, ukue side gani. Kifo ni kitu si ya kufurahikia kwa familia kila mtu. Nikiongeza kuwa ni hizo deaths ya pili, we cannot say ni iko na suspicion fulani, lakini ile ya kwanza, the other father mwenye alikufa, mimi I don't think just normal, kwa sababu I think, na si kusema alikuwa sijui venye alikuwa ameishi maisha yake, but what I can say that the priests, pastors wamekuwa, maoni yangu, sija accuse mtu, wamekuwa kilonda money for the politicians. Maybe they come to pick their debt, kuchukua pesa yao, and you messed up maybe on some things, so iko so much tied na politicians. Now the only thing naweza kuwa tied na politician in this regime tumeona is either venye alikuwa naweka pesa kwa makanisa, now they have come to collect. Maybe you are right now the politician knows in power. Our pastors, maybe priests wanasema utafanya. So this is just a speculation, not a fact. I'm just speculating that might be the reason, but inaweza kuwa niko off pia. Nikiongeza tu kwa mada imepewa kutoka sahi ya the activist Kinuruhusu Bernard. The activist, kitu naweza sema ni sheria. Huwezi toka Uganda ukuje Kenya uweke maandamano na ujui sheria ya Kenya imewekewa watu gani wa Kenya. And then when you come to a country as a visitor, kuna ile mnapewa with it ni visa ama nini unapewa, na to some country ukipewa visa si kumaanisha yuko entitled to some rights. So wanaweza provoke na wakudeport. Penaweza disagree kama he was tortured, treated bad way, that was wrong. But wanaweza kudetain wa kudeport kwa sababu visa si privilege ya kuwa hapo. So ukiwa kwa wenyewe pia unafaa unaenda vile wako. So if our brother went to do some activist thing there, then wako agree nayo, wako na right ya kukudetain na wakurudishe kwenyu. So ile shida tu ni kama alikuwa tortured, but kama ako na protest pia na walikuwa na mshuku, wangemruhusu kumpa hiyo visa. So hapo ndo naweza ona, that's the only opinion za kuwa nayo. Asante bana.
Okay, thank you. So was he protesting in his hotel room? Because kulingana na report, yeye alikuwa amelala, akagongewa mlango papa. Okay? Akachukuliwa juu kwa juu. So hii protest ilikuwa kwa bedroom.
Unajua, this in Africa, obvious, he was not protesting, but the mama alikuwa ana suspect he might be planning something. Unaona, na the opposition there iko very, kuna issue. So ndio hata ka protest, wako na right, doesn't matter umekuja kuprotest ya kuprovoke hiyo visa yako na wakutoe whatever condition watadecide kulingana na sheria yao, lakini kumwekelea na some criminal zenye kufanya ama kumtocha, that was the wrong thing. Lakini kudeport mtu you have no, wewe ndio utakuja na reason kama inchi juu ni visa, si ni mtu wa huko. So hiyo ndo nadhani, lakini kama wako na protest, mama lazima angetafuta njia tu ya kumtoa hapo. Kwa tocha tu ndio kama ili happen, that's what I'm against it. Anyway, Tanzania pia ikuja hapa alete nyef, we are doing the same, reciprocate kila kitu.
Enda pole. Asante. Lakini ladies and gentlemen, as we begin to call it a day, please let's be active in doing what we must do. Like the video. Kama hujapiga kura yako, piga kura yako. Unaona uhusiano katikati ya Kenya na Tanzania ukatwe kwa sababu ya haya mambo ambayo yametokea, ama tuendelee na maongezi kama vile Mdavadi anasema. We played the video of Maina Mohamed, whereas the Minister for Foreign Affairs during Uhuru's time, and her speech and her communication is clear and is biting. But this one ya mtoto wetu hairidhishi kabisa, unless mtanifundisha baadaye. Furaha, hali vipi?
Salama, long time.
Hey, wewe unaonekana siku hizi usikiki.
I'm around now. So to maybe just before I go to the priest issue, I just want to have a take on what Herbert is saying. First of all, you have to be aware that this is not the first time that Boni has been in Tanzania in solidarity with what would be considered the opposition or other activists in bringing change into that country. It's not the first time. So that in itself sets a bad picture, because he has been there before, and he wasn't deported, he wasn't tortured, nothing was done to him. So that in itself is questionable, that why this time? And he has also been to Uganda for the same purposes. They go, they listen. He has stood with Bobby Wine during the times when he's had issues. So that in itself also raises the questions. And then we are also saying that, and I had Reverend Lala make reference to it, that probably even the people who are tasked with taking care of our embassies, are they even competent? Because I think those are some of the things that come up. You wonder, where is our representative in Tanzania? And regardless of whatever somebody has done, there are still protocols of how somebody is handled in a way that protects their rights. So if Boni was already in the country and they felt that he shouldn't be there, they fear, or they were suspecting, as it has been put, that they were planning to do something, then there are ways to get him out of that hotel room and get him back to Kenya without all these 3 days torture, undisclosed, being held incommunicado. you're just, worsening the situations, because even when countries have criminals or people of suspect coming over, the way it is handled has to still be diplomatic. There's a protocol on how things are handled. When somebody is found in error, you don't hold them incommunicado, you don't mishandle them, you link them up with their people, you communicate clearly as a government. And then our government also failed us, because we know that when it is about Kenyans, that is your work. It doesn't matter who this person is. Wacha aletwe, hata kama ni mhalifu, anaregeshwa, alafu kama ni mhalifu, mnadili na yeye vile sheria zenyu zinakubali. But the process of getting them out of that country, there's a standard protocol of bringing people back to their, even deportations, there are standards on how you do that. So I think there are a lot of gaps, and some of it is reflecting very badly on us. we can say, oh, Tanzania, and what they've done, and I think this reflects badly on Mama, because she's going into an election. This is a possible candidate that they're denying an opportunity to be able to be part of the elections. What she's afraid of, we do not know. Maybe, in the absence of being a partner of the late Magufuli, maybe she's afraid she cannot hold her own. I don't know. But the environment is not right, for the way, for a free and fair election. You can see that there are those concerns. And as East Africa, if we have a treaty, if we are neighbors, if we are working together, you can't just say, whatever happens in that country doesn't impact on us. So that is what I would say. And I would also say that, some of the utterances that were made by our leaders, kama ningekuwa mama, hata mcharaze mpaka viboko, some of our leaders are speaking and you're wondering, where do they stand? And how does this reflect in the bigger picture? Because sometimes we forget and we just think, oh, sisi ni watu wa Ruto, tumesimama, hii ni Kenya yetu. But anything that touches on border and another country, you have to be sharp enough to know that there's a wider reflection that comes out. So the people we send are cronies, and some of them do not have, you wonder where they studied diplomacy. They don't have it, Reverend Lala. That is why that was your concern, because you could see that, some of these people, they don't know how to handle these ambassadorial roles that they've been given. So the last thing I want to say regarding this, as Kenyans, I think it is disconcerting when you have people talking about, oh, sijui walipeleka kiherehere yao huko, akina Martha Karua, what were they going to do there in the first place? That's neither here nor there. And this is what takes away from what we have. Because as Kenyans, we came together, Gen Zs and the tech-savvy people were able to hack. They were able to send a message that you cannot just treat Kenyans the way you want. We will stand with our own. And that's what we need. That is something you rally together for a common cause, regardless of which sides you are on. But when you start hearing people taking sides, praising Mama on that she has done well, what were they going to do? Hata wamezoea sana, sijui wamepeleka viherehere zao za Kenya huko. It is so sad, because that's not the point. The point is these people had some business to do there, and they crossed that border and they were not handled properly. So regardless of whether whatever business they were going to do there, if it is not required, well and good, but you do it diplomatically and in consideration of all the treaties and all the neighborliness that we deserve. Because if we start saying, what they've done to us, we do to them. It's still going to work out against the unity that we want to forge as East Africa, or even as Kenyans and Tanzanians, and we are neighbors and we are friends. Now to this matter of the priests. I'm a Catholic, and once the bishop or the cardinal has sort of spoken themselves to a matter, I think as a priest, I would be very careful in how I handle issues that relate to a matter where a bishop or a cardinal has expressed themselves. I think it is the Bishop of Kilifi who, communicated that in his diocese, he doesn't want any special seats spared for politicians in the church. If they are going to come, let them come like members of that church and leave like all the Christians normally do. Then there's this other matter of this donation of, was it 20 million? And Cardinal actually asked, the priest not to receive that amount of money. That is a clear guideline. That is a clear guideline of how things need to work. Because if I am a priest, then a bishop in the hierarchy, a bishop is higher than you, and a cardinal is up there. So if they've already expressed them, if people who are above you have already expressed themselves on matters relating to how we are supposed to handle politicians, their donations, their harambes, I think it doesn't look good for the late priest, may his soul rest in peace, to involve himself with the person of the former DP and have a harambe there. And clearly looking at the events, it seems like this is what was the matter, Investigations will take place, but there would be, that coincidence is too much of a coincidence that, there was this harambe and then it seems like people were after him, maybe thinking, going after the money that had been collected or something to that effect. But I think there was a mistake there, and I think there's a message there for all the other clergy, in relation to a particular denomination. If the heads of your institution have determined that this is not the proper way of handling things, I think all the rest need to just follow the instructions. It might not be a communication that was done, maybe the way they normally do their communications to all the dioceses or, by the representative of the Pope in the country, but you would follow in the sort of guidance that has been given by your superiors. So I think that is something that should be a lesson learned for the churches, because our relationship as the church with the politicians has left a lot to be desired. So if we are going to go forward, we need that clarity and proper practice to continue to take place. Let us not give these people undue attention. Let us not have them, even if they want to give you donations, let them do it, without the attention that it attracts. If they want to donate, why can't they just send it, to the church, and even it can be even acknowledged and said, oh, we received some support from the DP, or former DP. So I think in that sense, something could have gone wrong there in terms of protocol, in my assessment. That's just what I think. And then this other one, they say it is castle rustlers or just some attackers. I don't know how many times.
The cattle rustling issue.
Rustlers, yes. But I don't know if this priest also has cattle or he protects people who own cattle, because it's I don't see the connection. I don't see the immediate connection. So if it was accidental, that, you know, maybe they were just attacking and they didn't know that this is a priest, it's understandable that would be an accident. But if they knew he was a priest and they killed him, then the investigations will if they are going to be conclusive, that is, because in Kenya that's also another story. The investigations can happen. Whether they will bring things to light is neither here nor there. Even when things are very certain, sometimes nothing comes of it. So let's put our ears on the ground, hear what actually happened. But it is sad to lose men of the cloth, you know, one after the other in such unusual circumstances. Bernard.
Thank you, Fra, for that observations. And from just throwing in, this is in form of gossip. Herbert talked about the money laundering syndicate, where politicians are colluding with church leaders to wash the money. So it is rumored that before those harambes take place, there are some agreements that are cut between the home priest, the pastor, and the politician. So politicians will come and say he brought the 20 million. So the public sees he brought the 20 million, but of the 20 million, you're supposed to return the 15 million. The real contribution is 5 million. And so if that mathematics is done and you fail to return the 15 million, or the church committee, there's a movie called Church Committee, where the church committee takes over everything and sidelines the priest. So the priest is left here. He had an agreement, yes, he would deliver the 15 million, but now it has all been taken by the church committee. How does he convince the church committee that he's supposed to return this? So probably in those racket of balancing and all that, kuna ile animosity, and then of course our politicians who are blood hungry will make those kind of assassinations plans. Who knows? But I think keeping with the standard of the scripture, men of God, we just keep away from entangling ourselves with civilian matters. Let's mind our vocation and focus on the same. This getting entangled with these many things is in danger as at now. And then also the attitude of eliminating people in our society is becoming almost a norm, and we need to be careful, whereby before the society returns to the place where there is appreciation of the sanctity of human life, and that preserving life being a priority. But this business of taking somebody's life simply because he took your money or he took whatever he took, that need not to be normalized. It should not become a way of life. Let's get back to really values of life, that hata kama mtu amekukosea, kuna njia kumsamehe, kuna njia kuweka mikakati vile atarudisha hiyo pesa kama amechukua pesa yako. Sasa ukimuua unafaidika na nini? Utamuua, ataenda kuzikwa, utarejeshewa pesa kwa sababu amekufa, ama unangoja insurance yake ikulipe? So let's think soberly and be able to handle matters accurately. But our country is not doing well. The security issue also is not functioning well. I don't know what Murkomen is up to, but mtu kupigwa tu risasi in broad daylight, kwanza ako kwa mass. I mean, amekuja conduct mass and then he's shot. And it's alarming. It's alarming, and we need to lay to heart these manenos. Now, kwa sababu ya muda, nataka nilete kitu ya seal, then it will take 2 minutes each, alafu tufungashe. Now, while I'm playing the video, is a bit long. It's about, I think I'll play the 5 minutes, but it's longer than that. While we are doing that, I want us to pay the $5 for the StreamYard. Tusipochunga tutafungiwa by kesho. This is 23rd. It's been asking for payment since the 16th. So naomba tafadhali tutume michango yetu tusaidie hii maneno tusifungiwe, ili tuendelee na mjadala wetu bila kusumbuliwa. And then of course nawakumbusha pia Frank ni wetu na lazima tusimame na yeye, tusilegee katika kusapoti kijana, kwa sababu mnajua kuna vile tulianza na moto alafu wengine wameanza kupoa. Sitaki tupoe, nataka tukaze kabisa, tumalize hiyo safari vizuri, kijana apate afueni, ajisimamie. That's my focus. I want him to be independent, able to do his own things and make his money, pay his own bills. But in the meantime, tumshikilie, tusimwache hivyo. Sahi is far from being able to stand on his own feet. So let's keep the support coming to ensure that he has all he needs. Thank you very much. Let's listen out to this matter. It's a serious matter. And then from there, we discuss it 2 minutes or 3 minutes each. And here we go.
The reason why the seal of the government is kept at the Attorney General, any government transaction, the opinion of the Attorney General is mandatory.
In mid-2024, a quiet but seismic shift shook the foundations of Kenya's governance. President William Ruto signed a law moving the custody of the public seal, a symbol of state authority, from the Attorney General's office to the office of the head of public service. This move has sparked fierce debate, with critics calling it a power grab and a threat to democracy. So what's really going on?
And there is no borrowing from external forces. There can never be commitment of any international treaty. There can never be any commitment of government in any manner without the opinion of the Attorney General.
The public seal isn't just a stamp. It's the key to authenticating Kenya's most critical government documents, from treaties to executive orders. For decades, it's been under the Attorney General's custody, ensuring legal oversight. But in 2024, a law discreetly passed under President Ruto's watch changed that, handing the seal to Felix Koskei, the head of public service. Why does this matter? Because it's raising alarms about accountability, constitutional violations, and the future of Kenya's democracy.
This is an attempt to overrun the state apparatus and kill institutions that are there.
The public seal is a national symbol used to validate official documents like international agreements, presidential appointments, and key legislations. As per Article 156 sub-Article 4A of the Kenyan Constitution, the Attorney General, as the government's chief legal advisor, has always been its custodian. This ensures that every document stamped with the seal complies with the law, acting as crucial check on executive power. Moving it to the head of public service, who answers directly to the president, changes the game entirely.
And we are likely, after 2027, we will discover trillions and trillions of money borrowed, purported to be borrowed on behalf of the Kenyans. We will find serious treaties that have been signed against the Kenyans' wish, and this is not acceptable.
In mid-2024, President Ruto signed a law transferring the public seal's custody to the office of the head of public service, led by Felix Koskei. This wasn't a loud announcement. It was done quietly, with little public or parliamentary scrutiny, as reported by the media. The move came amidst political turbulence, including protests and the impeachment of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura defended it, saying it was anchored in law and that the Attorney General's role remains intact.
When you look at the law is very clear. The seal is under the head of public service. That is the law. It was passed recently because of the executioning. The role of the head of public service is to execute the orders of the president. That is why even my office is under the executive office of the president, chief of staff and the head of public service. Next question.
But when pressed for specifics on May 19th, 2025, Mwaura struggled to name the exact legislation, leading many to question the government's transparency.
So, Dr. that is to say the AG doesn't hold the government seal.
The new law is that the head of public service is the one who has the public seal.
But was it communicated to Kenyans? Are the citizens aware that the government seal left the AG's office to head of public service?
Ronnie Reagan, that is a process that went through Parliament. The law was passed. There was public participation.
When was that?
Sometimes last year. So let us maintain that way. You can confirm with the Hansard. You can confirm with the proceedings of public participation. And there's nothing wrong with that, for your information.
So what happens to AG?
So therefore, the AG remains with his powers as the principal legal advisor of the president. But the seal of the president, of the government, is within the executive office of the president. Let's go to the next question.
Why would Ruto...
There you have it. The rest of the story, you can get it on TikTok. We have uploaded the entire video. But you get the gist of the whole thing. Tutaanza kwa lala, ama?
Let somebody go first. I'll come next.
Okay. Herbert?
Asante sana Bernard. Okay, hapo kwa seal, hiyo ni a very serious situation yenye nchi yenye tumekuwa independent for how long? Almost over 50 years. And such moves bado, they are making some very foolish moves. Kama hii serikali, shida inatokea hapa. Ukipitisha sheria, you can't even publish, huwezi hata gazette. No one knew. And then he's saying some years back. I'm suspecting that this elite, this Kenya wanaita the elite, hao wanajifanya the top. They're preparing to cover their hizo mashimo wamekuwa kifanya. For all those presidents, nyuma, tukianza maybe from Kibaki till Ruto hapa, they are going to stamp every fake document to cover up what they have been doing all those years. Then mkikuja kuclaim wanasema ndio it was approved. This was approved this way. Because wame suspect there's a storm coming. And it's a storm that sidhani kama kuna mtu atabaki. Because whichever way lilisema, hata waseme kulikuwa na kura ngapi, I don't think kuna Mkenya ataamini. It will be bad. It will be bad. So this movement, hii Kenya move wame-make, is obvious. Wameshajua hapa mbele ni kubaya. So the only way they can cover their what? Karibu ni okay. The only way wanaweza jificha is to create those documents chini ya maji. Then hata mtu akikimbia exile, I seek some refuge somewhere, you will be having some paper to substantiate, aseme it was legal na ni nchi tu umekuwa incited against yeye. I think wanajificha. Even this opposition mzee bure kabisa running now into government, which proposition iko ndani ya serikali fanya ni ati given a position. These people are preparing something big to cover up every shilling yenye wamekuwa kitunyang'anya. I thank God because najua hakuna mtu anaweza panga kesho asubuhi. Only God know the next second. So they might think wako clever, that they are making a very wise move. But what I know is that always there's going to be chaos, and order come out of chaos. chaos cannot come out of order, but inside chaos there's always an order. So when you see some chaos, I know kuna order. That's why God anasema in chaos, nyi mnaona chaos, yeye anaona order. So whatever they are preparing, they think it is order, but it's chaos. Na hiyo chaos wana create, it will bring out order in this country. Hiyo move yenye our president ukiwa mtu amemake anajipiga kifua hapo, I'm telling you, huyo mtu tumemwachia jua. 2027 I don't think hakuna mtu from CS. Kama umekuwa opposition kwa serikali and you have messed up our funds, our resources. Look at, I saw a clip, some MP and invade a forest with a guy. Polisi wanashindwa hata kumsimamisha, wanaingia na chainsaw na si chaka yake, that he was given some document to approve. Everything Nyanyuki, the whole Nyanyuki, very few people are owning that place. Hii nchi inaenda kubadilika. Hii sila amechukua, he might think it's wise ati ana make. Hatuna shida na hiyo seal, kama tulichukua ile ya parliament, ile rungu, hii seal tunaikujia huko, we come for it. That's not hiyo, hata wakitaka kunikujia nikujie, tutaikujia hapo. That is chaos is trying to create, thinking that amejipanga. Whoever is advising him to do that hajui Kenya anachezea. From mzee who we respect for very long time, he's not even speaking about it. Ukiangalia everyone in the opposition, hata sijui hii story ilipukia wapi, no one was speaking about it. And right now they are preparing to create some, like this issue IBC, at kama we are in agreement as the whole country, tuna feel temperature ni moja. No, wako hapa juu wanaona, wanajiangalia wenyewe, hapa chini wajui kenye naiva. Down here it is boiling, na penye tunaenda kufika, I don't know kata malize mwaka hii silt, watu wata cool to down, people will be doing their own business. I'm telling you, it will not, by next year we are going for that ceiling. Lazima tutaenda tulupue hiyo ceiling, ilupuke kabisa. Hakuna, no going back again, no going back. We are coming for, mimi naweza pair, we are coming for that seal. Mimi nimejaa hiyo story, hata sikuwa na hiyo mood. That is wrong, I disagree. Bernard, back to you.
Thank you. It's alarming. It's alarming on how we blatantly violate the law just for personal gain. I think a time comes when the interests of the country should be given priority. Hata kama tunataka kukula, tukule kiasi na tulinde mali ya nchi. Yes, Lala?
The question I have is, I think the gentleman who was talking, the government spokesperson, stated that this was passed in parliament. Now the question is, do these legislators read? And if they read, how could they do that? Okay. My understanding of a seal, I think, let me, for the US, it is basically signifies national authority, sovereignty, and self-government. Okay, so it is used to authenticate official documents, including treaties, proclamations, and presidential communication. Okay, establishing their legality and validity. It also serves as a visual representation of the national identity, values, historical narrative. That is on the US side, and I don't think we are very much different from that. So when it is under the Attorney General, whom we all agree is the lawyer for the people, okay, the Attorney General actually is the lawyer for the people of Kenya, okay. And that's why even the US, there's always question between the Attorney General and the President, because the President is supposed to basically serve Kenyans. Attorney General is there as his chief legal advisor, but the relationship is always scrutinized because he's supposed to be independent. So with the idea really with the seal in Kenyan context allows the country to have an independent, because a president can be weak, can be strong, can die, can be sick, but then that seal should not be seen as the presidential, the president has it to use it, but it is there to show that symbolism, that authority of the self-governance, of a people. So to hear that this thing is moved and the House, which is really the Parliament, is agreeing to it, the question is, did they really look at that legislation? And so each one of them should answer why this was done and for what reason was it done. Because clearly, Attorney General, that's what I believe allow us to see him as someone to defend and protect and authenticate the documents that signifies us as a people and in what we believe in and what we do and how trustworthy we are and validity of any of those documents. So I don't know whether has any of them said anything why they allowed that to be passed in the parliament. I'm confused here. Maybe is there much more to the story? And back to you, Bernard.
Thank you, Lala. There is much more to the story. I think I'll forward you the rest of the story. But we see different people giving different views, including Otienda Amolo. He said it is an illegality. But naturally, what happens with the legislations in our parliament, especially when the executive is want to do mischief, they put those kind of laws inside many other laws, and then they pass them as a cluster. So it only discovered that this was part of, this is what they were suggesting. Like, for example, this was the time when the impeachment of Gachagua was on, and then we had something else going on. And so they put this kind of mischievous laws among these other things they want to pass, and then they want to pass them as a whole. So even the legislatures, wherever the members of parliament don't get time to ventilate. So they may even combine it with the budget or combine it with the CDF or combine it to something that is personal for the members of parliament. So the members of parliament chooses, if we vote against it, we miss this. We'd rather just let it so that we get this. And in the process, we now begin to pass things that are against the law. Secondly, that was, if you have been listening to Muturi, this could have been part of what brought the tension between Ruto and Muturi, saying that Muturi is incompetent, okay? Things that Ruto wanted to pass quickly without them being scrutinized. And so Muturi, having the custody of the seal, probably was frustrating the efforts of stamp this, let's move, stamp this, let's move. In his demand that it has to be done procedurally. And so this is mischievous, no doubt.
Bernard is really mischievous. Let me talk about what I know here is in the US. Each Congress person has a staffer. And those staffers, specific staffer that read these things for them. They are hired, they are paid by the government to make sure that the congressman or woman is well informed of what is going on. So an important legislation cannot pass without the input of understanding of people that we put there to represent us. This is incompetency. This is wrong. This is, to me, very, very sad that something like this can pass and these guys have no knowledge of what's really going on. To me, I think something is seriously wrong. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Faraha, please take it there.
My take is that we know Ruto's background. We know he has no interest of the country. He loves power for the sake of power. He doesn't take advice from people, and that is why he needs to have this seal under him, because definitely the legal aspects, which are the key issues, that's where now the constitution would come in, because whatever you're doing needs to have its backing in the constitution. So the moment you want to do something contrary, definitely your advices, especially the chief legal advisor, will give his input in terms of what is legal, what is acceptable. And because he is not willing to follow, he has, just the way Herbert amesema, this is in mpango, that he knows he intends to defraud or mutilate that constitution. The only way he can do that is to pass things that are not in tandem with the constitution and put a seal on it, so that when you're coming to question or to say, oh, why is this happening, then you have a narrative like that one that Isaac Mwaura is giving us, that public participation happened, where when we heard that they were going, when we got wind of the fact that they were going to add the years, the email crashed at Senate, because the clerk's emails crashed because Kenyans put their views there. So if, and he was being asked categorically, public participation where? Oh, sijui wabunge walipitisha, where? Because they know that if it had gotten the attention that it is supposed to get, it would never have passed. But it's mischief. It's that he can use, even it's not past him to even put things that have been bypassed. He can, things that were still hanging and pending there and people had refused them, he can put a seal on it and just say, ilipitishwa wabunge sometime there. It was in between the other laws and the bills, and people passed them. And once it has a seal, it's actually sealed. That's the whole thing. It's a deal, and it's a sealed deal. So I think where we are going, there's a fear that exists, and that's why he wanted that. He's afraid that some of the things that he wants to do are not legally acceptable, and he wants to do this by force, and so that's why he had to move that seal and have it, so that nobody can really stop him. So all I can say is that as Kenyans, where we are right now, there's an opportunity. We were joking today when I heard about Ivory Coast wanting to oust their president, and I said, I don't know why I didn't think of a career in the military. And my daughter just laughed, because the way it's going, just want a military person to do the necessary. So I wish I had thought of a career in the military, so that I can just, so that we don't go through so many strenuous processes to try and get rid of leadership that is just unsuitable for our people. It just makes us look as if we are stupid. We don't know what we are doing, because our leaders, they make us look helpless. They make us look inept, because now we're even hearing that public participation happened, and as Kenyans, we are actually saying that those who participated also just gave this a clean bill of health. It is so demeaning to us, that something like this can happen when we are trying to prove to the world that, as Kenyans, you can't come to us, and just belittle us. That's what we are trying even to tell our good neighbors in Tanzania, that, Kenyans, we are smart, we are sophisticated, we at least have the spine and the courage to speak out on things that hurt us. So if them they accept people to be tortured, we are not like that. We don't. However wrong they are, we just want people to have their freedoms. So when we are trying to communicate this at this time, and something like this is thrown on you, and you look like mlikuwa wapi nyinyi wenye mnajifanya mko werevu. Some of this, the seal was going to from the Attorney General to the President without our knowledge. It is mind-boggling, but I'll look at the whole. I haven't had an opportunity to look at the whole story, but I think, I don't know how we are going to salvage some of these things. We need to look ahead. Like, I want to believe in her, but that, the steel can be returned. There's nothing that is so difficult. Kenyans, we've proven that when we come together, we can make things happen. And as we approach next month, that date when, we made a very big statement, I think it's a blessing that some of these things are happening as a build-up to that time, because I'm sure that day is going to have a very big meaning in this country. And so I want to think that, all the sober minds that are still looking and trusting that the change will happen, we don't give up. We can, if it's an illegality, that the way the lawyer Dunston is saying, and the way you said, Otiende Amolo has said, if a legality happened, there has to be a way to be able to overturn it. That's what I believe.
Definitely. Thank you so much on that. And this is one of the things that really make this country not to take off. Because we want to take off, and then somebody twists things that are supposed to be obvious. This is not different from a student taking the headmaster's rubber stamp and clear himself from school. Because the reason why that rubber stamp is secured is there is one person or two people that can authorize that transaction. But now, if you are a participator, you're supposed to go and seek clearance from this person. It's supposed to scrutinize whatever you have brought. If he agrees with it, he stamps. If not, he tells you go and change this and this before this happens. Now you take the rubber stamp and go and stamp everything you have. It beats all the understanding in all the world. And how somebody who is the president should sit down and think and imagine such a thing and go and execute it. It beats all my understanding. I mean, do we want to remove this country completely from the rule of law, or what are we up to? Let's now throw away the constitution and just continue existing. Because why should we pretend to be following the law, but when the law begins to demand that you should be cleared by the Attorney General, or the law should not be passed until this is done, you don't want to follow that path. You want to reverse it, get the stamp for yourself, whatever you need. No. As Kenyans, we must return this country to the rule of law, and these people that wants to have the law of the jungle in this country, we should stop them. And the only way to stop them is to insist which part of the law approves this. Like those draconian rules that came up, so-called security, those ones that they want to use to control the internet and all that, that's how they pass. They put them in a cluster, come, and then they are members of parliament after they have eaten their rice. In the afternoon, they pass. Only for them to wake up when now that law begins to choke them is when they realize we did not read, we were not aware what was happening. I think as a people, we must not take this lying down, especially with the Ruto administration. there is not one thing Ruto has brought into effect, including change of law, that has been found constitutional. And that in itself shows that we are dealing with somebody who is not keen in following the law. He will destroy the law if it's not agreeing with him. And that makes him unfit to be in that office. And so as Kenyans, we have to think seriously and make up our minds on how we're going to go forward from here. If we tolerate this, we are digging our own grave. And I don't think that's healthy for us, especially for our children and our children's children. Vitu zirudi mahali zinapaswa kuwa. Kama Ruto anahitaji kuomba ruhusa kutoka kwa parliament, aende kuomba ruhusa kutoka kwa parliament. Si aende kulipa wabunge wampitishe. That bribery should stop. If it needs to be cleared by the Attorney General, let it be seen that the Attorney General has capacity to say no, has capacity to advise it is not this way, it has to be this way. As Attorney General ambaye ni extension, the left hand of Ruto, are doing what the right hand has said. So as Kenyans, let's engage on this soberly, and of course, that video I think is on our WhatsApp group. So kama hujaipata nitakusukumia ukaisikilize. Then if you're on TikTok, nimeupload kwa TikTok yetu Sound Candid Talk, you can hear the entirety of the video and different contributors on the same. And it's very sad that we can do that at the highest level of our leadership. That's how we rig elections. That's how we corrupt the police, we corrupt the army, corrupt everyone, just by, refusing to do what the law requires us to do. Ladies and gentlemen, time imeenda. So unless kuna swala la kuongeza mbio mbio, mimi nataka kungatuka. Lakini kabla ningatuke, nipatie hela ya kulipia sound inaitwa StreamYard. Hii app tunatumia ku broadcast. Our 30 days expired on the 16th. Tunapaswa kulipa ndio tusifungiwe. So kuna la ziada, mimi nafunga. Okay, the conversation continues even when we are finished. So share the video widely, get more people to join and be members of Sound Candid Talk. There is something I'll be uploading for members only, and that will encourage you to be a member. One of the raw videos that may not be allowed to be shared on the public platform, but a very touching one that I would want you to see literally, especially those of you that are members, and understand when we say tusimame na Frank, Frank came right from the dead, and that needs to touch us, to see it as a privilege to be part of that story. Because when you see that raw video, it will it will pass something to you. And so let's just do what is necessary. Otherwise, asanteni sana. Naomba tena tukutane katika mazingara mengine, maeneo mengine, tukichambua siasa zetu. Nimalize na this gallant son of Africa as we close. See you in the next show.
Distinguished representatives of peoples great and small, I greet you not as a career diplomat, nor as a man bred for banquet halls and handshakes. I do not come to you speaking the rehearsed language of polished politics. I come to you as a soldier of my people, as a guardian of a wounded land, as a son of a continent that has carried the cross of the world, yet has never worn its crown. My name is Captain Ibrahim Traore, President of Burkina Faso, and today I speak not only for the 22 million souls in my nation, but for a continent whose stories have been twisted, whose pain has been ignored, and whose dignity has been repeatedly auctioned off at the altar of foreign interests. Africa is not a beggar. Africa is not a battlefield. Africa is not your experiment, your puppet, your warehouse of raw materials. Africa is rising not to kneel, but to stand. And today I say before this great assembly of nations, Africa will not kneel, one on the false generosity of global politics, For decades, you've sent us aid with one hand while extracting our lifeblood with the other. You build wells in our villages while your corporations drain our rivers. You donate vaccines, yet patent the cures. You speak of climate action, yet continue to fund the very forces that burn our forests and dry our lakes. What kind of generosity is this? The kind that feeds the mouth but silences the voice. The kind that keeps a man alive just enough to keep him dependent. We are not blind to this hypocrisy. Let me be clear, we are not ungrateful for sincere humanitarian assistance, but we reject a global order that disguises exploitation as partnership. We reject financial institutions that lend with one hand and steal sovereignty with the other. Africa no longer wants charity. We want justice. We want control over our own destinies. Too on the chains of colonialism and its modern descendants. Our wounds did not begin with us. They were inherited legacies of an empire-building madness that saw us not as humans, but cheap as cargo labor tools. My ancestors were not consulted when maps were drawn with rulers and compasses in Berlin. The borders of Burkina Faso, like those of many African nations, were not carved by our ancestors, but by men who had never stepped foot on our soil, who knew nothing about languages, our tribes, or our spirits. Today, colonialism has a new face. It wears suits, it hosts forums, it signs contracts in Geneva and Paris and Washington. But it still takes without consent. It still dictates instead of dialogues. It still silences instead of listening. If you want to talk about peace, then let's begin by unlearning the arrogance that peace is something only you can teach us. 3, on resource exploitation and the myth of development. They call us developing as if the theft of centuries did not set us back, as if the gold from our lands, the diamonds from our rivers, the oil beneath our feet did not build the very skyscrapers in which this assembly sits. Let us speak plainly. Burkina Faso is rich, Africa is rich in minerals and culture and wisdom and youth. But you have taught us to measure richness in GDP and export value. You call it development when a foreign company owns 90% of a gold mine on our land. You call it progress when your security forces guard cobalt mines but not our children's schools. That is not progress, that is piracy with legal documents. From now on, we will define development on our own terms. Development that puts children in classrooms, not minerals on cargo ships. Development that respects the land, the people, and the soul of a nation. 4, on sovereignty and interference. Why is it that when an African nation makes independent choices, we are called unstable? Why is it that when we seek military cooperation outside the colonial sphere, we are labeled a threat? Burkina Faso has chosen to walk a path of sovereignty that is not a threat to peace. It is a declaration of adulthood. We are no longer under your guardianship. We are no longer your junior partners in diplomacy. We are a free people. If a nation chooses partners that respect it rather than exploit it, that is not rebellion. That is wisdom. Let it be known, no foreign power will dictate the alliances of Burkina Faso. We will build relations based on mutual respect, not historical guilt or present-day intimidation. 5, on terrorism and manufacture wars. You ask why there is violence in the Sahel. You ask why our youth take up arms. But you do not ask who benefits when our mines are guarded by private mercenaries, while our villages are left vulnerable. You do not ask how weapons arrive in deserts that produce no steel. You do not ask why peacekeeping never seems to end the war. The truth is, many of the so-called solutions to African security problems are merely business models. Endless conflict has become a market, and African suffering has become a subscription-based service. Burkina Faso has decided to break that cycle. We will fight terror, but not with dependency. We will secure our nation not with foreign dictates, but with national dignity. 6, on migration and human dignity. We do not want our youth drowning in the Mediterranean. We do not want our brightest minds fleeing to countries that once called us savages. We do not want remittances. We want reasons for our people to stay. Why do our youth flee? Not because we lack beauty, but because we are made to lack opportunity. Not because we hate our land, but because our land is treated as someone else's property. Migration is not a crisis, it is a symptom of wars we did not start, of loans we did not need, of a world order that tells our youth their only value lies outside their own homes. The solution is not border fences. The solution is justice for 7 on Africa's place in the world. Africa is not a mistake to be fixed. Africa is not a failed continent. Africa is the womb of the world, the cradle of civilization, the keeper of tomorrow's hope. We have been made invisible in global decisions that affect us deeply. At the UN Security Council, Africa with 54 sovereign nations has no permanent seat. What justice is this? You call it balance. We call it betrayal. You speak of democracy, yet uphold a global structure where the powerful few veto the dreams of the many. We will no longer whisper in rooms where we deserve to speak with full voice. Aid on faith and spiritual dignity. We are a spiritual people. Before your cathedrals, our ancestors sang to the sky. Before your missionaries, we knew the language of the rivers and the laws of the sacred forest. Christianity came, Islam came, and we received them not as slaves but as seekers. But now we ask, will the church and the mosque stand with us, truly with us, when all people are displaced by greed, masked as globalization? Will your pulpits echo our cries or only repeat the songs of the powerful? Faith, too, must be decolonized. It must walk with the poor, not the privileged. 9, on unity among African nations. This is not a speech from one country. This is the stirring of a continent. You see Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso forming a new bond. You fear our unity. Why? Because it threatens the myth that Africa can only rise under your supervision. We are uniting not to wage war, but to wage dignity, to pool our courage, to share strength, to protect each other when the world turns its back. Pan-Africanism is not a dream. It is our lifeline, and we will build it stone by stone, heart by heart, with or without your approval. 10, to the youth of Africa, to the young boy selling oranges by the roadside, to the girl who walks 10 kilometers to attend school, to the child whose only toy is a stone but who dreams of stars. You are the reason we fight. Do not believe the lie that your continent is cursed. You are the blessing. Do not envy foreign passports. Be proud of your name, your land, your roots. The world may not applaud you now, but the future will speak your name in honor. 11 final words we will not kneel. I do not come to declare war, I come to declare will. So we will not kneel to fear. We will not kneel to foreign banks. We will not kneel to outdated empires masquerading as friends. Africa is not asking for a seat at your table.
You've dreamed about the perfect wedding, the dress, the vows, the happily ever after. But let's ask the most important question. Before you say I do, are you truly ready for the lifelong commitment that comes after the honeymoon period fades? Bernard Ngosi's groundbreaking ebook, Are You Marriage Ready?, is the ultimate guide to building a successful, lasting marriage. This isn't just another relationship book, it's a heart-to-heart conversation that prepares you for one of life's biggest decisions, getting married. Are you choosing love or just infatuation? Are you building a marriage or just planning a wedding day?
Reading this book was a game changer. I realized I wasn't as ready as I thought, but now I'm on the right path.
Don't wait until it's too late. Invest in your future. Download Are You Marriage Ready today. Link in the description below. Your future spouse deserves the best. Are you ready?
Kutoka vijijini, mijini hadi jijini. Hii ni Sound Kanti Talk Live. Kutoka vijijini, mijini hadi jijini. Hii ni Sound Kanti Talk Live.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, open forum political discussion show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a sad day in our country as one of the Clarice is mysteriously pronounced dead after many political players around his life, as well as the parish where he was ministering. Now, Kenyans are left with questions. What happened to Father John Maina after he just concluded hosting the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua in his parish, which was streamed live? I think we streamed it even on this particular channel. And there are a lot of questions that are left without concluding answers, and then without an attempt to interfere with the investigations. I think we as Kenyan people, we need to take this to heart as we look at our country generally. There is something out of tune with our understanding of the sanctity of life. This aspect of people settling scores by getting others killed or getting others eliminated, I think is something that requires us to have a conference with ourselves as a people. We cannot continue like this. And I'm talking this because of our history and because of our politics. I'm not in any way insinuating that the father or the priest may have fallen into the hands of the political players, but you know our history. I was watching another clip the other day of the top 10 people that have been assassinated in our country. It dates back to the 60s to date. There are some things we need to have overcome, we need to have put behind ourselves. Why are we still here, and why are we making people lose their lives unnecessarily? Are we becoming a nation of killers? Are we becoming a nation of eliminators? Or what is it? The show tonight is bordering onto that very question about this mysterious death of Father John Maina, as well as the probe into the fraud of fake certificates and fake credentials in our government. Now the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is out to recover salaries and payments of all government officials that got their job using fake documents and have been earning a salary. Now I have a question on the same. Are we paying for the certificate or for the time and my participation into the workplace? The collection of the money. Why should they recover the money from these particular officers? They engaged them to work for 8 hours per day. They worked for 8 hours per day. They were given a salary. So why, when you follow it because they used a fake certificate, was the certificate the one working or the individual? And when that is at play, are we being fair, and are we doing the right thing by chasing after the money other than holding to account those institutions that gave those fake certificates in the first place? Where should the blame be put? I'll need your view on the same as well. Well, while that is at play, there is another one. Again, the government cancels the 6 billion loans that were given to Kenyans. So it is either death, it is either fake certificate or fraud in terms of loans. Are we a fake country? Are we a country of the fake? Or what is it? I call on you to be on the forefront as we start the conversation. Please make sure you don't watch the show alone. Karibisha mtu tukamakinike pamoja tunapoangazia masuala haya. Naamini ukweli wa mambo unajulikana tu wakati tumeamua kuwa wazi na kuchambua masuala haya kwa uwazi. Tunaanza moja kwa moja na hiyo video ya huyo father na masuala yanayozunguka kifo chake ambacho kimestaajabisha wengi tu kwa sababu yeye ni mtumishi wa kanisa, alafu akawa na wageni mashuhuri. Wiki baadaye apatikana akiwa hali mbaya, kufikishwa hospitalini ikasemekana ameng'atuka. Kipi kinachoendelea? Karibu tukaangazie masuala haya moja kwa moja. Tumia link ambayo tumeweka kwa comment section kuingia kwa studio ili ukachangie, na wale mnatupata TikTok tafadhali nione hizo likes zikipanda, alafu karibisha mtu ili tukajifunze wote kwa pamoja. Asante.
It is exactly 32 minutes past the hour. Welcome back to Jeff Kanenge live here at Citizen Television. Now, 5 eyewitnesses, including a Good Samaritan who rescued St. Louis Iguamiti Parish Catholic Diocese of Nyahururu Father John Maina, have recorded statements with the police regarding his mysterious death. Now, Father John Maina was found with injuries by the roadside along the Nakuru-Nairobi highway on the 15th of May. As Marianne Nyambura reports, a close friend of the late Father Maina says he had been pursued by unknown individuals following the 25th anniversary celebrations of the Iguamiti Parish. Let's take a listen.
The Atomite area along the Nakuru-Nairobi highway is where Father John Maina was found seated on this rock. A Good Samaritan, who we will refer to as Matthew to conceal his identity, rescued him 6 days ago.
Sasa za mchana ndo nilikuwa natoka na spare part kutoka Gilgil, then kapatana na mtu ananiwivia mkono, kasimama, hata nilikuwa nafikiria ni customer.
Matthew says Father Maina had head injuries and was pleading for help. He rushed him to St. Joseph's Hospital in Gilgil, where he was pronounced dead.
Niambia nimepewa dawa nipeleke hosi. Ndio hapo nikaanza kujua venye nitamsaidia. Kasimamisha gari, and then at last nduthi ikasimama. Ndio nikamchukua, nikamshikilia, nikaacha nduthi yangu side ya barabara.
Nikampeleka.
At St. Louis Iguamiti Catholic Church in Nyandarua, where the 37-year-old served as a priest before he met his death, the mood is somber. And members of the church choir are rehearsing in preparation for the burial of the priest on Thursday.
14 kama saa 3 tulikuwa na yeye hapa na tukazunguka, tulikuwa na mkutano, akamwambia sasa tunaenda mkutano. Akaniambia mimi nitaenda, lakini mchunge sana, msahau na pesa ya diocese, msimuongee mambo ya diocese kabisa. Kwa hiyo alikuwa napendea diocese, hata mambo ya diocese iende juu.
Comba dismissed claims linking the priest's death to a church donation that was made during the celebration of the 25th anniversary of St. Louis Iguamiti Parish in Nyahururu.
Kusema mimi sikuwa upande yangu, siwezi kusema ni mambo ya siasa au nini. Siwezi.
Father Maina was last seen on 14th May in Nyahururu before he was discovered injured 60 kilometers from home. The circumstances leading to his death have raised questions. Witness accounts indicate that a day before he disappeared, Father Maina parked his car inside St. Mary Immaculate Parish. His house help, who spoke with him over the phone, says he told her he would not be returning for lunch as he was traveling. His phone is believed to have been switched off in Nyahururu area on that same day. Detectives are analyzing call records to determine who he last spoke to before he disappeared.
With the autopsy results inconclusive, detectives have collected samples for toxicological analysis. These tests are crucial in determining whether substances such as drugs or poisons contributed to Father Maina's death. The findings will significantly influence the direction of the ongoing investigation. Marianne Nyambura, Citizen TV, Datomite area, Gilgil, Nakuru.
Okay, welcome back ladies and gentlemen. Mambo ni kama hayo, vifo visivyoeleweka vinaendelea kudhamiri katika nchi. Usalama wa wengi nafikiria huko hatarini. Ni kipi kinachoendelea katika nchi hii mpaka watumishi wa Mungu? Mami, habari leo?
Salama Penat. Yes.
Yes, karibu. Mambo ni kama hayo. Vipi, tunaelekea wapi?
Penat, sasa na siasa bado 2 years and a half na mambo inachacha hivi, hata sijui hata mambo watu watasema nini, because watu wakianza mambo mapema inakuwa ngumu Penat, because now mtumishi wa Mungu astahili kuuawa ama kupoisoniwa, lakini sasa uwezi jua anakuwa associated na siasa ama ni mambo ya kanisa. Lakini tutasema nini? Wacha ukweli itajulikana. Unajua kisa ni usiku, lakini baadaye mchana mambo inatoka. Siri ni ya mtu moja Penat, lakini watu wawili wakati umeua mtu imekuwa ni watu wawili. So the truth will come out. But pole kwa familia na kanisa ya Katoliki. Hivyo ndiye nitasema kwa mtumishi wa Mungu. Kwa sababu kanisa wanapokea maadui, kwa sababu kanisa haina anybody can go to church. Mwenda simu can go to church, mwisi can go to church. Wale wanaona wawa ni mighty wanaenda to church. So I don't know, kwa sababu nilifikiria kanisa ni mahali ya kurescue. So wakati mtumishi wa Mungu ana receive watu, tunastahili kuona hiyo ni Biblia. So I don't know alienda wrong wapi, kwa sababu sijaiona kanisa yenye grupi hii leo ikienda na wanakatasha grupi hiyo ingine. Unless unajua pia hii mambo ya kanisa, wewe unajua ile siasa pia, siasa kanisa wanakuwa naye chenye watu wenye si wa Kristo ama ile watu hawako kwa hiyo makanisa wanaelewa. Kuna hiyo pia competition in church. So anyway, tutaomba Mwenyezi Mungu. Pia tunaambiwa siku yako ikifika na njia yetu ni nyepamba, and they say we met our own death. Penat, wakati ulitoka kwa tumbo ya mama yako, Mungu Mwenyezi anajua njia yale ile tunapita kwenda kwake. Wengine wanaenda through accident, wengine wanalala waamuki, wengine wanaenda through all of these things. So hapo mimi sitasema kitu. Kuhusu siasa, naona Ukambani leo walikuwa sasa Kenya ni ngumu. Naona manyumba ilikuwa inapeanwa Mukuru kwa Njenga, tena nikasikia sasa sijui Kenya tuko aje Penat. But for me 2.5 years is a lot. Naona hiyo ilikuwa ya kina Madhakarua, leo wamekuwa Uganda kwa sababu ya PSG. But all in all, dictatorship inaendelea kushika misisi in Africa. So it is up to generation kusimama, because if they don't, Penat, maisha ni ngumu. Wakishikana sasa East Africa, tutakwisha, kwa sababu wahalifu ya Tanzania watakuwa wanashikana na wahalifu ya Kenya na wanashikana na wahalifu ya Uganda, na si wahalifu wananchi, wahalifu ya punduki. Kwa sababu niliona kama Kenya iliambia Suluhu fukusa hawa warudi. So I don't know wafukuswa waende wapi. I thought tuko na passport moja na tuliambiwa nchi moja ikiwa na shida, na sisi pia tuko na shida Penat. Biblia inatuambia jirani akilia tulie nawa. Wakiwa na raha tukue na raha nawa. So kwa sababu Uganda iko na shida, sikudhania ya kwamba Tanzania wamefika hivyo, but ukiona chinzi their president alijaribu kufanya kazi na wakamutoa kwa njia yenye watu wakuelewa, then there is a lot of dictatorship in Tanzania. Again, Bernard, how can one party, hata kama wanapatilisha marais, but still hiyo party imetominate Tanzania. Haichalishi kama leo president ni nani, but it is the same party. So kuna udikteta ya hali ya juu, na Tanzania is not free like Kenya, kwa sababu wanasema, nafikiria hata Tanzania, I don't know, utaniambia, niliwacha kama wanaishi wanaitwa nini? Chamii, hawana titles, hakuna chako, so kila kitu sijui na so afadhali sisi we own our own things, but chumuia, I don't know, Tanzania ni ngumu, and I think wanataka watu yao waendelee kulala hivyo. So again, the young generation, they should stand up for their rights, they should stand up for their country, kwa sababu wakati huu wale watu wanashikilia mainchi wengi ni makuka. The children are even, the grandchildren, what do we call that? They are almost the third generation or fourth generation. Labda Ruta peke yake na hiyo Samia, labda hawa ndi watoto yao ndi wameanza kupata wachukuu na wachakua wase. Otherwise the rest, hata ni wale wanaitwa hata sijui, but still they can rule us. Mtu mwenye akiambia aongea anaongea mambo ya 60s na 80s, because hakuna kitu ingine anajua. So Penat, wananchi wetu tukianzia Kenya, kwa sababu pia Penat, huwezi toa kitu iko macho ya jirani na kwako pia hata uchatoa, hata jirani atakuuliza unakujaje kunitoa kitu iko, unaonaje kitu iko kwa macho yangu na ila macho yako pia haiko sawa. So I think it is good kusaidia East Africa, but again, tutengeneze pa nyumbani kwanza, kwa sababu tukiendaenda nje, then ya nyumbani tumewachia nani? Ya mwisho nasikia wa Munyoro anasimama president. Na ile tulikuwa tunaambiwa sasa Kalonzo Matiang'i, tulipigiwa kengele sana ya Matiang'i kabla atatoka. Alikuwa atatoka wapi? Mahali alikuwa. Hiyo moto imeenda wapi Penat? Naona ilikuwa ni Secretary General ya Jubilee. Wameambiwa hawana chance huko Central. So moto ya Matiang'i imeenda wapi? But again, wewe unatakanga umoja ya Wakenya. Umoja ya Wakenya, hao wenye wanasema wanataka kuokoa watu, wange sacrifice. Hawangeanza machama mingi. Wangeshikana na chama sile silikuwa. And then hapo tungeona wako genuine. But Penat, mtu anatafutia yeye na bibi yake, na mtu anajitafutia sifa kwa kutumia china ya watu wengine. Before hii mambo ya Wamunyoro, na tulikuwa tunasema baadaye, you cannot talk about Wamunyoro now. Is the great king, is the ni yeye. So tunashindwa nini ilipatilika. So Mkenya ni ule. Ukabila ya Kenya haiwezi isha. Shenyu ni shenyu, shetu ni shetu. Nafikiria hivyo ndio Waluya wanasema hivyo. Kwa hivyo iko hivyo Penat. Ni uchungu kwa binadamu, lakini kwa nyani So hivyo ndio tunaambiwa hapo, tunaweza wachia.
Okay, asante mami kwa utangulizi huo mzuri na kutupatia muhtasari wa mambo vile yamekuwa. Suala la nyumba hilo sitataka kuongelea kwa sababu bado linaendelea. Sisi tumeambiwa nyumba ziko mirengo mitatu. Kuna mrengo wa social housing na kuna mrengo wa affordable housing and then kuna commercial housing. Na Wakenya sasa wamekuwekwa kwa hiyo categories. Wale wa social housing ni hizi za Mkuru na zile za Kibra. Wale wanakaa slum watakuwa wanahamishia kwa hiyo. Then hapo katikati kuna affordable housing, ile sasa wale watanunua. Lakini hii contribution tunaweka ya ile inakatwa, hiyo guarantee nyumba. Ni mchango tu unachangia ili watu wajengewe nyumba. So hilo ni swala bado nyeti, labda tutaona in this new finance bill kama kutakuwa bado iko hiyo 2.5% deductions ama itakuwa vipi. Now tukiswitch gears, kuna hili swala la okay, labda kabla tuzungumzie swala la fake certificates, swala la mama huyu ulikuwa hapa wakati Father Kaiza aliuawa huko Nakuru, na kifo cha huyu hakiko tofauti sana na cha Father Kaiza, although Father Kaiza alikuwa ovoko katika kukosoa serikali. Huyu hajulikani kwa ali host Gachagua, but kupatikana okay, mtu amewawa na huyu ni mtu wa Mungu. Is there any relationship between this ama inaweza kuwa ni warning, kwa sababu kumekuwa na ile kutoelewana sana katikati ya serikali na baadhi ya kanisa, especially kanisa la Katoliki. So is this a warning or it is just a misfortune?
Kanisa ya Katoliki imekuanga na shida, lakini kuna mabishop kina Muke, kuna wengi wameenda kwa njia hiyo, na hata mpaka leo hatujaichua hata hiyo Father Kaiza umesema, na wengi we have really never known the truth. So I don't know ni nini mbaya, but kuchukua mtumishi wa Mungu is not right kwa njia chochote, kwa sababu hii watu yote wanaendanga. But anyway, tutasema nini? Amelala, wacha aende atutengenezee njia. Sasa tutasema nini? Ni hiyo tu.
Okay, sawa, thank you. Tuangazie hili swala la watu anti-corruption. Wanasema kuna wale wafanyikazi ambao wamepata kazi serikalini wakitumia stakabadhi ambazo ni gushi, na sasa hivi anti-corruption inataka kuendea mshahara wao. So mimi nauliza, kama mimi nishafanya kazi nikalipwa mshahara, hata kama sikuwa na makaratasi, makaratasi hayafanyi kazi, ni mimi nafanya kazi, na nilikuwa ofisini nikafanya kazi miaka 2, 3, 4 ikilipwanga mshahara. Wewe unakujia makaratasi ama unakujia hela? Hiyo ndio swala ambalo tukipenda kuliangazia. Let's get the video first. Let's get the video and then we deal with that.
All right, Brenda, thanks so much for that. At the same time, an ongoing probe by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has unearthed another 500 public servants with fake certificates. EACC now wants 460 million shillings earned by the officers in wages and allowances recovered, and the officers prosecuted. Let's get more from our very own Willie Lusige.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, now says the number of government employees hired using fake academic certificates has reached alarming levels. Even as the commission continues to investigate thousands of forgery cases and recover salaries paid illegally, the latest findings show that 70% of the cases are in national and county governments.
The commission received and has taken up for investigations a total of 549 reports of forgery of academic and professional certificates. The amount of money we are looking at to recover currently is in the upward of 460 million Kenya shillings.
ESCC expressing shock at the high number of fake scholars occupying public offices, some using the documents including PhD to secure promotions.
And if what we are seeing in the public service is anything to go by, it means that possibly a similar problem is also in the private sector.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission further claims that other institutions, including the judiciary, have failed in the war against forged certificates by not treating the matter with the seriousness it deserves.
Let us not tolerate men and women, boys and girls who have given themselves to shortcuts in whichever field. Let us be ruthless with them.
Head of the Public Service Felix Koskei confirming that the government audit shows public officers top the list of fake certificate holders at 70%, followed closely by university staff.
The people that our citizens have delegated power to run the affairs of the country are incompetent, they are fake, and they are still making decisions. ESCC and Public Service Commission to push this responsibility to the employers themselves. They have to authenticate the papers before they onboard anybody, so that we don't waste a lot of government funds chasing around these people.
The government now says it will launch a multi-agency operation targeting government employees, and for the first time those in private sector. Employees found guilty will also be held accountable. Willie Lusige, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
There you get it, Mami.
Wow. Wacha pesa irutishwe, na ukweli ni kwamba wakati nakumbuka siku ile wakati Simba Arati alipoingia Kisii na ikawa walikuwa na coast workers na watu walipika kelele na baadaye ikanyamaza. Even this one, kama kuna watu wamekula pesa ya serikali, ni sawa tu, warutishe pesa. Hiyo ndio mzuri, hakuna njia ingine. Kama umechukua kasi kwa sababu ya nini, rutisha. Kwa sababu hata kama umefanya kazi mzuri na njia ya kupata hiyo kazi, sijana ulituambia tuitengeneze, hatutaki rigging. Rigging inaanzia hapo. Rigging si election. Rigging inaanzia hata wakati unachukua ongo na kukubali kufanya kazi na una sakafati. So tukisimamishia kwa vitu kidogo kidogo, kitambo tufike kwa election, tutakuwa tumefanya vizuri. So I think that is it. That is what I can say. Tusingoje ati tupate ukweli tu kwa election. From anything, from small. Kama kuna kasi, tuende na makaratasi yetu ichambuliwe. Kama hata umeshinda na pointi moja, upatiwe kazi. Na wale watakuwa wameshindwa wanajua enyewe Bernard alitushinda. That is how we can start na country yetu itaenda vizuri. Lakini kama wewe Bernard unasema sina sakafati na nimefanya kazi mzuri, kwa hivyo unahitaji nini? Hapa haina ukweli. Hata kama umefanya kazi mzuri, lakini makaratasi yako ukweli ilikutuma hiyo kazi, hapana. So wewe uliongana na mwenye kuongwa, mko sawa. So tusitarajie kutasamia one side. Anti-corruption wamefanya mzuri. Wacha warudi nyumbani na warutishe pesa, ndio ikuwe funzo kwa wengine. Ile shida sasa ni labda ulichukua hiyo pesa na ukaoa bibi ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu, na wamama watatoroka na hiyo pesa juu huwezi pata. Sasa sijui kama mwenye amefanya hivyo atauswa ama mama mwenye aliteseka nyumbani mali yake inaenda kukuswa. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana mami. Interesting. Sasa kama pesa tushakula, sisi Kenya tunalipwanga kila mwisho wa mwezi. Na nimefanya kazi miaka 3. Hiyo pesa nilikuwa naweka nikingoja mtu atakujia kwa sababu ya certificate. Hii ni njia moja ya kwangu mimi, njia moja ya kutumia pesa vibaya.
Basi uilipie Bernard, unailipia ukiwa chela. Hiyo miaka 3 uende chela miaka 3 ama miaka 6. Hiyo tu, si familia itaenda chela. Wewe mwenye ulifanya kazi na mwenye alikupatia kazi, tuna kazi mingi huko inalala nje. Muende msafi hiyo terms.
So mimi nikipelekwa jela, nikiwa jela, chakula ile nakula ya serikali, usingizi ile nalala ya serikali, maisha yangu yote ile yuko miaka 3, 5 nasimamiwa na nini? Na serikali. So ni rahisi kunilisha nikiwa ndani ya jela kunilisha nikiwa nje.
Ni sawa Bernard. Kwa sababu itakuwa funzo kwa wengine. Chakula ya serikali, hata Amerikani hapa watu wanakula na wanalala vizuri na wanakaa vizuri. Lakini kama ni usema ati nikifungwa ati nisifanye makosa ati kwa sababu unaenda kula chakula ya serikali, lakini kuna vitu utakosa. Tutakupatia chakula ndio. Kuna freedom, kama ulikuwa unakunywa uwezi kunywa tena. Jioni mama hawezi kukupigia chakula. Uko chela utapata wageni, unajua utaenda kama umenona. So utakuwa chakula ya chela. So kuna mambo utajifunza huko ndani. Si ati ni kubaya ama si kusuri, lakini ni funzo.
Sawa sawa mami. Labda tukiangazia kwa upana kidogo, mojawapo ya mafanikio ama maendeleo makubwa ambayo yamefanyika huko Burkina Faso ni vile Ibrahim Traore alianza kutumia hao wafanyikazi sio wafanyikazi, wafungwa. Mwambie badala ya kufungwa hapa kupikiwa na kula, mnakuwa mnatumika kufanya nini? Kupanda. So hao wafungwa ndio wanapanda hiyo mchele, wanapanda hizo mimea ambayo saa hii sasa Burkina Faso is almost food secure and is beginning to export food. Hapa Kenya tuna wafungwa wangapi? Hao wafungwa wote tunalisha kama serikali, na serikali inafaidikaje kwao? Kwa sababu kuanzia ile enzi ilikuwa ya Angomudi, vice president, kumbuka kulikuwa na Ministry of Home Affairs ilikuanga chini ya vice president's office, ambako walibadilisha prison ikue inaitwa correctional center. Correctional center imaanisha watu waende warekebishwe, wakirudi wako sawa sawa kuingiana na community na wafanye maendeleo ambayo yanahusu wema wa society. Mbona hapa tuko mstari wa mbele kufunga watu, lakini wakishafungwa kile wanafanya huko ndani kionekani, akijulikani. So ni serikali inachukua jukumu kujiongezea ama inatafuta njia ya kufanikiwa wakati wanafanikisha hawa wafungwa wakiwa ndani? Uoni hapa sisi tunakosea?
Lakini Penat, China na Korea, wale watu yote wanatutengenezea barabara ni wafungwa. Wale watu yote wanatumwa nje wakuja wafanye kazi, mtu anakuja malisa kifungu chake akiwa huku, akirudi kwao wanaenda lisiwa. Ibrahim Traore hivyo ndiye ameanza, na yeye ni mwanajeshi, na wanajeshi wamekuwa wamefanya kazi kama hizo. Unakumbuka sehemu mingi ile Kisumu port. Ile nini ilikuwa ya Kisumu. Nina hakika nilikuwa naona ni wanajeshi walitengeneza hata nilikuwa naona Uhuru na Raila wakienda kuangalia. Kuna hiyo Nairobi River ama kuna vitu inahusika na wanajeshi ama vijana yetu ya youth service. Pia mambo ya chela nilikuwa naona kuna wale wanasoea kujifunza masonry na tailoring, na wengi wanarudi wanakuwa pastors. So kuna yale imetendeka na kuna yale bado. Lakini pia nchi yetu ya Kenya hatuwezi fananisha na watu wengine. Sisi ndiye tungekuwa ya kwanza kukua example. Kwa sababu nchi yetu imekuwa mbele, hata pesa yetu, shilingi yetu haiwezi fananisha hata na hii watu wengine ya East Africa. Ngawa tutakuwa wanasema wa kwanza watakuwa wa mwisho na wa mwisho watakuwa wa kwanza. Hapo ndio tunaelekea. Bernard, because kila mtu amekuwa mwerevu. We chanting is too much. Kuaminiana imeisha. And the moment uwezi kuniheshimu today, usifikiri tomorrow utaheshimiwa. Unajua tunaambiwa na wewe ni reverend, ni pastor. Wakati watoto ama wakati watu ya kanisa, kwa sababu tuko na pastor, tuko na wasee ya kanisa, tuko na wamama viongozi, tuko na youth viongozi. Lakini wakati kanisa itasahau hiyo yote kinga. Unajua wakati ilisemekana kuna wasee ya kanisa walikuwa na suia ndiye nini isifanyike penat, kama kuna mambo isiende kwa pastor direct. Si ati kulikuwa na kasi ngumu. So tulikuwa tunaambiwa kuna kanisa, kuna pastor, kuna wasee, kuna kina mama na kuna youth. So hiyo ni mawe ilikuwa inakinga. Lakini wakati tumewacha mtoto mdogo anarusha mawe, mtu mzima anarusha mawe, tunachanganya penat, hatuna heshima. Kenya, hiyo ndiye kitu freedom, okay, tunaambiwa freedom of speech, lakini hatuchakuwa na hiyo limit. I'm telling you today, wakati ya Moi ilikuwa ngumu, ikakuwa afadhali kidogo. Wakati ya Kibaki ikakuja, ilikuwa batu at least. Wakati ya Uhuru sasa na Ruto, sasa kila mtu amejua yale. Hakuna mtoto shule setu, watoto walikuwa wanapatiwa katapu kama wamefanya makosa. Sai uwezi kusa mtoto ya mtu. Haya, sai tumekuja nje. Tukifanya makosa, tunaita injustices, tunaongea, tunasema alafu sasa penat, unafikiria tutachange where? Mwenye anakuja next president, unless Mungu atusaidie, kwa sababu tumechanganya mpaka hakuna heshima kila mahali. Si kotini sasa, si kwa polisi sasa, si kwa MP sasa, si kwa nini, tumekuwa sawa. Tulikuwa tunaheshimiwa na watu wengine wa Afrika. Walikuwa nasema Kenya was a respectful country, lakini tumeichukua mpaka zero. Na tunaona ni mzuri. Hata leo vita ikiwa ni mzuri, leo Kasongo sijui nani, kesho wewe China yako itakuwa tofauti. Hatutatumia kwa sababu hatujaonyesha kuna ile kinga. Tulikuwa tunaambiwa samani China penat ni tofauti na China reverend penat. China reverend penat ina heshima. kulingana na hiyo China. Alafu China penat peke yake, kulikuwa na Mr. kulikuwa na Yesa, yote iliisha. Wewe pasta, wewe hata wewe nini wewe? Hakuna hata hiyo machina. Haya, rais iliisha. Wewe Ruto, wewe Kachakwa, wewe nani imeisha. Raila, ile mtu ametetea nchi hii, anachukuliwa kama watu hawaoni. Bernard, don't expect. Tuko na 2 years. Sisi Kenya tutakuwa wa mwisho. You don't even want to sema ati Taore. Wachana na hiyo watu, kwanza walikuwa chini. Wacha sisi wenye tumekulia mkeka, wacha sasa tutarudi mpaka pale chini. Wakati tutakula na makunia na nyasi, tutajiuliza what happened. Ilianza kutunyeshea wapi? So story ya kutaka kujua kwa nini Burkina Faso, kwa nini Kenya sasa, wewe ulikuwa example mzuri. Alliance Girls, ulikuwa unamwambia watoto kama utaingia Alliance uingie Starehe Boys, sijui ulikuwa uingie gani? Si kulikuwa Bernard. Hata ukiwa huko Western unaambia mtoto yako hakuna shule ingine, hata hukutaka kujua ati kulikuwa na St. Patrick kama kulikuwa, hapana. Sahi Kenya uniambie Bernard, chirani nani sahi anataka kukuja kwetu? Nani anataka example yetu? Wesi wacheuri. Ndiye sababu nafurahia saa ingine huyo mama amesema ukweli. Rutini kwenyu kwanza, kwenda kwenyu, enda tengenezeni kwenyu kwanza, sababu tumeshindwa. So Bernard, badala ya kutaka kutuambia tukue kama wengine, samani sisi ndiye tulikuwa hapo, nao tuko mkia. How will we go back to where we are? Hapo ndio ungeanzia ya kwamba tulikuwa juu, tumeanguka. How do we go back there?
Okay, nakubaliana na wewe mami kwamba the standards zimedorora na tumeanguka kutoka mahali ambapo tulikuwa kwa kuheshimiwa. Na suala moja ambalo lilifanya mataifa mengi kutuheshimu ilikuwa quality of our education. Ilikuwa ukipata mwalimu kutoka Kenya umepata, ukipata nurse kutoka Kenya umepata. Kwa nini hawa watu walikuwa si wamepitia mlango wa nyuma? Wamekalishwa kwa klasi, wamefundishwa vizuri, wanaelewa kile ambacho wanapewa certificate yake. Na wakati tunazungumzia kuhusu fake certificates, inatokana na nini? Kwa sababu hapa tena hata hiyo masuala ya anti-corruption, kufuatana na watu eti warudishe pesa. Kwangu mimi si support hiyo, kwa sababu serikali ni moja. Hakuna serikali mbili, serikali ni moja. Ministry ya Education siko kwa serikali. Civil servants si wanaandikwa na serikali. Judiciary wafanyikazi wote wa judiciary wako under Judiciary Service Commission ama Public Service Commission. Hawa watu, wakati mimi napeleka certificate yangu, nasema hii nilipewa kutoka polytechnic fulani, iwe ya Kenya Polytechnic ama wapi. Wewe kama ni mwajiri na unataka ukweli kujua hii certificates, hakuna mwanafunzi anafanyanga mtihani bila index number. Hakuna index number inafanana na mwingine. Inakuwaje ngumu wewe kuchukua simu kupiga, niko na hii index number, upige neck? Ni hawa watu ni wa kweli ama sio wa kweli? So itakuwaje wewe umechukua certificate, umekubali huyu mtu, umemchukua miaka 3 akifanya kazi kwa ofisi yako, baadaye ndio unaenda kuuliza kama makaratasi yake yako fake ama hayako fake. Ndiye baadaye sasa unamfuata eti uchukue pesa. Kwani wewe ulikuwa serikali ilikuwa imelala, saa ndio inaamuka? ama wakati ulikuwa unaajiri ulikuwa unatafuta mtu ako competent ama ulikuwa tu unatafuta karatasi? Haitokani tu na kudorora kwa standards, inatokana na uzembe kazini. Wafanyikazi wa serikali hawafanyi kazi ipasavyo. That's strictness ile ilikuanga ya kitambo kwamba ukienda yes.
Hii mambo, hii serikali yenye iko sahi iko na miaka 2 karibu 3. Hii mambo yote Matiang'i alikuwa once CS. Nauliza hivi Penat, in these 2.5 years or 3 years, ni serikali ya Kenya imekuwa mbaya mpaka tunafungua macho ama ni kinonda imekuwa imeongezeka? Because
nimesema kwamba serikali ni moja, haimaanishi serikali ya Ruto ama ya Kibaki. Serikali ya Kenya ni moja, kuanzia kwa Jomo Kenyatta mpaka kwa William Ruto. Hakuna wakati tulikuwa na serikali mbili kama hii inadaiwa Sudan kwamba kuna serikali mbili. Tumekuwa na hiyo serikali moja. Wakati wewe unaajiriwa kama civil servant, unaajiriwa na Public Service Commission, hiyo nembo ya serikali ya ile form unajaza hapa ni hiyo moja, hiyo simba na hiyo vichwa. So it's one government. Now if it's one government, it needs to operate in such a way that everything is done according to the requirement of the law. Kama mimi nimeleta certificate, na hiyo certificate imetoka wapi? Kwa Ministry of Education. Kama kuna tashwishi kuhusu certificate yangu, ni kitu ya kuuliza mara moja kabla niajiriwe. Kama vile napeleka good conduct, nataka kuwania useneta. Wanasema ukitaka kuwania useneta mpaka uproduce good conduct. Hiyo good conduct nikiproduce na iko na tashwishi inakaa kwamba ni kama ya River Road. Inachukua muda gani wale wasimamizi wa IEBC kupiga simu inaitwa DCI headquarters kama hii certificate ni yao ama sio yao? Iko na namba, iko na vidole na hiyo masuala yote. So mimi kile naona hapa si eti wa Kenya wamekuwa wakora ama serikali inaajiri watu ambao hawafai. Ni wale ambao wanaajiri wafanyikazi wa serikali haswa ambao wamezembaa, badala ya kuchunguza mambo kabla waajiri mtu, wanataka kucreate problem. Then hiyo problem ishakuwa created, tutumie pesa nyingine kwenda kufuata sasa hawa watu at we are recovering money when we would have prevented this. Prevention is better than cure. So here the problem is first begins by the employer, not the employee.
So wale watu employer wale wako kwa sasa, hii employer ni ile ilikuwa, kwa sababu si Ministry of Agriculture imekuwa mpaka wakati ya Kenyatta, si ni kupatilisha tu foreign affairs kila kitu. Sana uliza hii miaka ingine yote kutoka 2017 iende nyuma, watu wakuona kuna mambo imeharibika. Are we opening our eyes now? Ama tulikuwa tumefungua macho na hatukukuwa na njia ya kusema this is now the right time tujaribu kurekebisha, ingalao anyway tukifika 2030 ama 2027 at least there is something. Kuna vision 2030, at least kuna something. But I'm asking, hii usembea, hii kutokuwa imeanzia wapi? Where? Na ni kwa nini? Because hiyo watu sahi, mtu anaitwa Kalonzo aliingia siasa akiwa kijana mdogo, is still there. Ako na watoto vijana wameoa, wamemaliza kazi. Sijasikia watoto yake wakitajwa. So now we don't want change. Tuna inaitwa nini? Tuna ina circle, we recycle. So wale watu wangetupatia change, maybe wale watu wachai husika na anything. We are not short of PhDs in Kenya today. We are not short of masters. Samani walikuwa wawili watatu. But today, as we are talking, the PhDs, the masters, the degrees, wacha sasa hii ingine ya ufundi, wameshinda wale wachaenda shule. We have not even given them chance. Wa unauliza, tumenunua certificate na kuna mtu amesoma, msasi yake ameuza shamba. Kwao ni maskini, wanashona viatu ama wanafanya hawking kwa street. But tunalete wewe Penat, mtoto yako alianguka, unamulete, unapatia kasi, mimi natafuta pesa na nunua kasi, wale watu. So the mistake is not the government, it is all of us. We have not stand up. Hatujasimama na kusema no. Kwa village yako, unajua kuna watoto ya msee fulani na wako nyumbani. Na kuna watoto ya fulani na fulani wajafanya kitu. We have not said that. Bernard, mpaka wakati sisi wote tutasimama na kusema ukweli. Sisi ni wanafiki wa Kenya. We have a lot of people who have been in school. Tunaambiwa wakienda kuomba kazi, wanaulizwa experience ya 5 years. Amemaliza shule, ako nyumbani 7 years. How can he get experience, Bernard? Alimaliza university, ameenda masters, akafanya PhD, ana experience because hajafanya kazi. Hakuna mtu amemuova services. So, wakati wanaambiwa hakuna experience, unaenda kuleta ile watu yako ya 70 years, ya 55, wala wanataka kuretire, you recycle them. Why are you recycling? Because hautaki watu wapya wakuje. That is what I can say. Mimi, kama Kenya tunataka, wacha vile uliniambia ati nchi ya Kenya lazima ati tuko na wasee na vijana, wacha to surrender everything. Wale wamekula imetosha, hakuna mtu atawanyang'anya. Wacha tuachie nchi wenye nchi. Wenye nchi for now is the youth, is the young people. Let them deal with their country. Hawa ndio wameshindwa kuoa, hawa ndio watapeleka watoto shule, hawa ndio wamejaa na makaratasi nyumbani. Tuachie nchi iharibike ni kwao. Asante, karibu Lala.
Mami, nashukuru vile unavyosema, lakini unajua tukiangazia hilo swala la fake certificates and exam cheating, and then of course you talked about ghost workers. Ili ni swala ambalo mimi naomba tusilichukulie hivi hivi, kwa sababu linatuingiza mahala ambapo hatutatoka. Hawa jenzi unaosema, hawa young stars, hao ndio wanaongoza kwa kucheat kwa exam, okay, ama kufake certificate. So kama hao ndio watakuwa walimu, hao ndio watakuwa madaktari, hao ndio watakuwa president, tutakuwa na nchi ya aina gani? Inasimamiwa engineer ambaye hana uinjinia, daktari ambaye hana udaktari, kuna nani, nasi ambaye hana unasi, na hiyo mambo ingine. Si tutachoma kila kitu. Nikukumbushe, unakumbuka ilikuwa sijui nani alikuwa meya wa Nairobi, Dick Wajika ama kitu kama hiyo. Kuna time wafanyikazi wa City Council walikuwa wengi, yani wakati mishahara inalipwa. So huyu meya akasema, hii mambo ya workers wengi wa City Council, mimi nataka nijue mimi niko na wafanyikazi wangapi. So akaitisha parade, watu wote wajitokeze wapi? City Stadium, wahesabiwe head counting, ndio ijulikane Kanjo iko na watu wangapi wanaofanya kazi, kwa sababu wale wanaopokea mshahara ni wengi kuliko wale ambao wanatokea nini kazini. So ili swala silo la serikali hii, ili ni swala limekuwa na sisi progressively, okay? Na sasa mahali imefika ni kama imeingia katika all sectors, and that is why the Anti-Corruption Commission inasema hili ni swala lazima tulishughulikie. So it is not targeting an individual or a specific government. It is the society is become a mess, and if it continues like that, will end up being extinct as, or rather being declared like sorry to use the example, but kuna mahali ambapo ukitoa tu green passport, okay, lazima uangaliwe vizuri, ukaguliwe vizuri, you are not treated normally. Kwa nini? You have green passport. And so tutafika hapo mahali, okay, ambako ukionekana tu basi wewe you are a suspect until proven otherwise. Why? Because we are not doing our part in ensuring that genuineness, authenticity, and going through the process is something that we don't compromise. Wakati wazee wanaandaa vijana wao, iwe kwa maneno ya jandoni ama maneno ya maisha, wazee wa kitambo wale ambao watulea sisi, they will not compromise. Kama mimi kushika ng'ombe ile jembe ya ile ya plow na kulima na ng'ombe, baba yangu angekumaliza. Ati unashikashika na unalegeregea kama mwanamke. Unachapwa kofi, unalia lakini umeshikilia. Ukitoa tunajipanguza machozi, basi ng'ombe zitakuingiza wapi? Msituni. We are trained the hard way. Kwa nini? Wewe ni mwanaume, hauwezi kuwa mwanamke. So you have to have this way of thinking and this way of operating. Sisi tuko hivi kwa sababu tulilelewa hivi. Tukiachilia hawa watu ambao tunasema wafanye vile wanataka, wakitaka waharibu, wasipotaka waache, what are we going to do? Because hawa hutawazuia kuja kuoa binti yako, hutawazuia kuja kuoa mjukuu yako, hutawazuia kuja kunini kufanya kazi kwa kampuni yako. Hao ambao umepatia fake certificate, hao ambao umewaibia mtihani, hao ndio watakuja wanasema wanataka kuwa wakurugenzi wa kampuni yako. Wewe utawaruhusu? Well,
Penda pindi yako na mchuku yako si ni kurubu moja, si wako the same plate. So hakuna wacha tu niwachie wengine, but wote wako kwa nyungu moja.
Tuwasaidie mapema. Asante. Lakini Reverend Lala, how are you today? Lala, are you able to get us? We can't get you. You are still mute. Okay, tumsikilize Jakindube. Inaonekana Lala ameshiki.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, wacha Jakindube aendelee, nitasema baadaye.
Okay, thank you Lala.
Lala, habari na mama na Bernard, hamjambo?
Hatujambo, karibu.
Bernard, au lazima uajiri, au watu lazima uajiri kwa sababu wewe ndio umewalelea namna hiyo. So huwezi tena kulalamika. Baba yako alikulelea kwa namna nyingine na wewe umeamua kulelea hao wengine namna opposite vile baba alikulelea. Sasa hao tu ndio utawaandika kwa nani yako, kwa factory popote utawapatia, kwa sababu hizo vitu zote ni makosa ya wewe. So vile uwezi kusema tena uwezi kuandika, na wewe ndio umewaonyesha hivyo. Unaona? Sasa baba yako yeye ana kesi ya kusema alikuonyesha the right way, lakini wewe umeonyesha huyo kijana the right way vile unavyofikiria. Na sasa usilalamike. Hii ndio jambo ambalo mimi nasema tunayo. Inatakikana tuseme, mimi maoni yangu tu ni kwamba inatakikana, tukitaka jamii nzuri, ni lazima hata sisi wenyewe tuwe na mawazo ya kufikiria, tusikae tu pale tumeambiwa hii inafanywa hivi. Lazima tufikirie, tuangalie wazazi wetu walituongoza namna gani, kwa sababu saa hii tukilalamika kwamba hawa wanafanya vitu tofauti, ni kwa sababu tumewafundisha hivyo. Lakini inatakikana tusikubali kudanganywa, kwa sababu mimi naona tunadanganywa sana na kusema, hata tukiambiwa lazima tuende kwa uchaguzi. Hiyo uchaguzi hata ukifanya unakuta the wrong people ambao ndio wanakuja wanachaguliwa. Sasa ni kitu gani tunaweza kufanya ili tuwe tukichagua viongozi ambao wanafaa? Kwa sababu hawa wote wasomi, nikiuliza mimi kila siku nikisema, sasa kama mtu anasoma anapatiwa kazi alafu anaiba, hiyo masomo imemfaa kwa njia gani? Hiyo masomo inatufaa kwa njia gani? Hata sisi kama jamii, hiyo masomo umepewa, nimesomeshwa vizuri, alafu ninakuja kufanya kazi alafu naiba. So hii masomo inatusaidiaje? Ndio maana ninasema inatakikana sisi kama Afrika tufikirie vizuri, haya masomo ambayo tunapatia watoto wetu inawasaidia kwa njia gani? Kwa sababu hiyo masomo inatakiwa iwasaidie watoto wetu kwa njia ya kusema, kuwa watu waaminifu, kuwa wazalendo, kuwa watu ambao wakipewa kazi ni wanafanya kazi. Si ati watu wakipewa kazi ni kuiba. Kwa sababu sasa hata ukiangalia hao wale wote ambao tunalalamikia, wote wana degree. Sasa hawa kama wako na degree, unatarajia kwamba ni mtu ambaye anatakiwa afanye kazi vizuri, na wanafanya vibaya. Sasa hii inatusaidia namna gani? Inatakikana tufikirie vizuri sana juu ya masomo yale tunataka kuwapatia watoto wetu. Tusiwapatie tu masomo kwa kuwaibia, vile unasema ati unamuibia mtoto masomo. Sasa ukisha muibia masomo, sina yeye ataanza akiiba unalalamika namna gani? Na umemuibia mtihani. So umemuonyesha kwamba mambo ya kufanya kazi hakuna, ataiba mtihani. Sasa hata kama kazi yenyewe ukimpatia, yeye ataenda tu kuiba, kwa sababu hiyo ndio kimemfikisha mahali yuko. So ninatakiwa tujifunze, tutoe roho zetu, tugeuze mawazo yetu, tugeuze vile tunavyofikiria, tusaidie hata watoto wetu kusema kwamba nchi yetu ni sisi ndio tutaijenga, na sisi hao ndio hao, sisi na wao ni the same. Ni lazima tujenge nchi yetu, na kujenga nchi yetu hatuwezi kuijenga na uongo, hatuwezi kuijenga na wizi. Lazima tujenge na uaminifu na uzalendo katika nchi yetu. Asante sana Bernard. Naona mama nimesema kitu ambacho kinamkera.
Kuna swali cha Kindube kwako.
Endelea.
Na kwangu cha Kindube.
Yes.
Mtoto yako alishika simu hii ya kuongea akiwa na miaka ngapi, mtoto wako?
Alishika hii simu ya kuongea hiyo walishika wakiwa sijui ni form 1 ama kitu kama hiyo, labda wakiwa, kwa sababu
wakiwa watu wasima.
Ndio.
Sasa saa hii mtoto tu anapotaka, kabla hajachua kuongea, amenunuliwa simu, ameanza kushika internet. Mtoto ya nasari, mtoto atuongeleshi watoto vile tulikuwa tunafanya. Simu, mama ako na simu, baba ako na simu, mtoto ako na simu. Sasa sisi hii generation, na wewe umesema vizuri, walishapotea. Ile akili watu yetu sahi wanatumia, vijana wanatumia akili ya watu wengine, si yao. umesema ukweli. Wale wako sahi kasini na maofisi wako na madigrii, lakini uongozi ilikuwa inatafutwa kwa kichichi. Kwa nyumba ya fulani walikuwa wakora, hakuna mtu angetaka huyo mkora ashike kitu ya watu. Kwa nyumba ya fulani walikuwa watumishi, kwa nyumba ya fulani walikuwa waaminifu. Siku hizi tunafuata hiyo, tunafuata hela.
Mimi naweza kusema hivi, ni kwa sababu tumedanganywa na wazungu. Tumedanganywa na wazungu kwamba kuna kitu inaitwa demokrasi, na sisi tumeangukia hiyo demokrasi, kusema hiyo ndio njia nzuri, bila kuangalia sisi kama Waafrika tulikuwa tunajiongoza namna gani, tulikuwa tunachagua kiongozi kwa njia gani. Tunaingia tu, mzungu akileta kitu tunafuata bila kufikiria kwamba hii itatufaa ama itufaa. Kwa sababu hii demokrasi, mimi nawaambia, hii demokrasi haitufai sisi Waafrika, haitufai. Hii mambo hata tunaambiwa ati multiparty, hii ni vurugu tupu. Kwa sababu hebu angalia saa hii sisi tunachunguzaje kwamba huyu mtu ni mtu mwaminifu, ni mtu wa namna gani? Tunachunguzaje? Wapi mahali tunachunguza? Hawa wote ambao wamechaguliwa ni wote wahalifu, wako na uhalifu, wote wahalifu. Yupi yule mtu unaweza kusema sasa? Hata angalia, tukitaka kuchagua mtu ambaye sisi tunafikiria ni mwaminifu, kwa mfano ninaweza kuwapatia tu, tulitaka kuchagua Raila na Martha Karua. Hawa watu kwa maoni yetu kama Wakenya tulikuwa tunaona ni watu ambao hawana dosari nyingi. Tuliambiwa Waamerika wameingia huko, sijui nini, sijui mara kitu gani. Kwa nini hatukubaliwi? Unaona, tunapotaka kuchagua mtu ambaye tunafikiri ni mwaminifu, hatukubaliwi. Lazima watu wengine waingilie. Unaona? Sasa hiyo ni lazima tuamke. Sisi Waafrika tuamke, tujue tutachagua mtu wetu kwa njia gani. Tuangalie vile tulikuwa tunachaguana. Tusiingie tu kiolela eti angalia saa hii yule mtu ambaye tulikuwa tunasema ni mwalifu ameiba, Gachagua. Saa hii ni nani? Ni mweupe kama pamba. Kila mtu wakimuona Gachagua basi. Unaona? Sasa hivi hatuwezi kuwa tunajua namna hivi tutakuwa tunachagua tu watu ambao watatuuza. Tutakuwa tunachagua watu ambao wanatuuza kwa sababu wapi mtu tu anakuja saa hii, mtu anakuja na pesa, badala ya sisi kumchangia pesa. Unaona wazungu unapotaka kuchaguliwa wanakuchangia pesa. Ndio kusema umechunguzwa, na wakikuchagua wakikuchangia pesa ni kusema wana ukweli, wamechunguza mwenendo wako. Lakini sisi tunataka yule mwenye pesa ndiye atupatie pesa ndio tumchague. Sasa niambieni, really tutakupataje kiongozi ambaye ni mwema, ambaye atajali maslahi yetu? Tutapataje? Angalia, mniambie, angalia saa hii utaenda hospitali nyingine ukute hakuna madawa, lakini president wetu au wao wajumbe utakuta mmoja anatoa milioni 20 ati anapeana eti ijenge kanisa au ijenge sijui nini, na watoto wanaenda bila dawa, na yeye anatoa milioni 20 eti kununua sijui basi sijui kufanya nini. Mnaona hizo vitu? Anatoa wapi hizi pesa ambazo ni za bure tu namna hiyo? Where anafanya biashara gani? Hawa watu wote naona hawa wanasiasa wote ndio wanatoa pesa hizo nyingi. Wanatoa hizi pesa wapi? So hii ni jambo ambalo tusipolichunguza bado itatuletea matatizo tu. Bernard, naona news nyingine ni kama nani imepinduliwa. Sijui kama ni ukweli. Ivory Coast.
Nimesikia hizo tuhuma lakini they are not confirmed. Tungoje by daybreak itajukua inajulikana.
Kabisa. Asante.
Thank you, Chakidube. A great insight there, ladies and gentlemen. As we continue to engage, please, watu wa TikTok, hebu nione hizo likes zikipanda tafadhali. Karibisha mtu, tuko karibu kwanza kutamatisha, kwa hivyo kuwa makini kuchangia kwa mambo haya. Tunaangalia nchi yetu na masomo yake na madai ya anti-corruption kusema kwamba over 500 government workers got their job using fake certificates, fake documents. Are we becoming a fake nation? And then, of course, the government is also getting prepared, or rather, to write off loans of to the tune of 6 billion. And nafikiria hii ndio ile ilikuwa ya Hustler Fund, sielewi, lakini tutacheza video tupate ufahamu sana. Kama Lala uko ready to ukachukulia hapo kabla tucheze video.
Asante.
Bernard, niulize swali kabla hajasema, niulize swali tu. Nataka kuuliza swali mama na Lala kwamba muna habari zipi za kuleta wazungu kutoka South Africa eti wanauawa? Muna habari, munaweza kutuhakikishia kwamba wanauawa ndio maana mmeagiza ndege kwenda kuwachukua?
Hilo nzito sana bwana. Unajua mtu wetu huyo, sitaki kusema nyingi, lakini pengine mama aseme, lakini huyo sijui tusemeje. Sitaki kuharibu jina ya mtu, lakini kuna dhambi mbaya sana ambayo inafanyika, lakini tunatazama. Leader wa South Africa yuko hapa, nilimwona huko State House akiwa anazungumza, na kweli tunatabu, tutuombee sana nchi yetu. Shida iko nyingi sana. Hapo ndivyo niseme. Otherwise, salamu nyingi tu Jakindube, sijakusikia, sijakuona kwa muda mwingi. Mama Salina, pia sijakuwa hapa. Bernard na wenzetu ambao wako nyuma. Few days I was hacked again. They took over my WhatsApp. I hope it is not a Gen Z, but I got it back. So it's good to be back. The news about Ivory Coast, I think, is still rumors. I don't think it is. It's been confirmed yet. But what they're showing us here is that over the last 48 hours, at least 33 people are feared dead. There are clashes in the city, unrest following the widespread dissatisfaction. I mean, the president, Guantara, whatever his name is, Guantara, human rights abuses and increased poverty, and that's what they complained. Ties with France. They are very close to the French, and people don't like that. And so another news says there, saying that claims President Guattara is either missing, arrested, or possibly deceased. No public appearance or official statement has been made since the violence erupted. So there is something going on there, and news is not very clear, but those are some of the news that are coming out of Ivory Coast. Let me also comment on kwanza kabisa kuhusu corruption and East election shida. In my mind, the biggest let me start by just giving a little bit of an experience here. This is an American experience. Okay. Kuna jamii fulani ambayo tuko nao hapa, na msichana wake alikuwa huko pande za huko chini Texas, na mama yake uko hapa, lakini mambo ikakuwa vizuri huko Texas. Sasa alikuwa anataka watoto wake, grandmother anataka watoto wake waje, manake msichana wake hakuwa anaendelea vizuri. And akaja tukasema na hao watu kwa group chat TV, so it's not something something private that I can't disclose. Huyu mtoto mdogo kama miaka 6-9 hivi alisema hawezi rudi huku Ohio mpaka awe na bunduki na msichana girlfriend. Yani mtoto mdogo anataka bunduki, anunuliwe bunduki na msichana. So mtu kama mimi kikazi, yani imagining what that child has been exposed to, what type of life this kid has been exposed to. When kids are talking of books, toys and all that, this kid want a girlfriend and a gun. Clearly, that's what has been exposed to this huyu mtoto. Naona nasema hivyo kwa yani always illustrate kwetu Kenya. If Kenyans know that leadership is not about winning an election, that is the worst form of corruption. That is where we all learn all these things that are going on. Mama alisema, I think mchungaji Bernard, vijana ndio wale chini ndio wana organize hizi corruption, because they're learning it from the top. Kila wakati tunazungumza habari ya Singapore. The leader wa Singapore alisemaje? Lazima uanze na top. If you can get things clean at the top, vitu vya chini vitakuwa sawa tu. Because if you know very well you have degrees and you can't get a job, but you see others who have made it are getting it, okay? In other words, they go up there, want to lock the door so that it's about themselves. And you are locked down here. You've got no way of going up. What do? Utafanyaje? At times, it's almost like you have to choose to do something. You have to riot. Okay, it's not good to knock things, to do all those things. But sometimes that's the way to get up there and get the people out. Okay, so in Kenyan case, I think hii kitu tumejiletea wenyewe. Okay, and so when we are fighting corruption down here, papers, all these things, are we fooling ourselves when actually at the top, that's where it is sanctioned? The judiciary, the executive, the legislative, those are all corrupt people. They are good people there, yes. Lakini this atmosphere is about corruption, it's about what they want, it's about their interests, about fulfilling, their commitment to themselves, not to the country. That's where the problem comes. So down here, it's almost impossible to change things, okay? Now, let's be honest. There are two people who have failed us. One of the people who helped us, that we can herald as a hero, is Maraga. Maraga. And Maraga, before that time, nobody knew him, okay? People who knew were Martha Karua, Willie Mutunga. And the same people, of course, I don't want to blame them, they were given key position to help us. William Mutunga could have been the first Maraga, and things could have been quite different if he stood for justice, because he was a leader. People looked forward to him. He was a detainee. Alikuwa mtu ambaye tunategemea, lakini given a job, and then he failed us. So it's almost like what tunafikiria ni watu who are there to help us, either woga, or they've joined in, or they can't do it. And so when they come down here, people saying, yes, we trust you a little bit, you're a little better, but deep down, people wondering what's really going on here. Yes, God is God of a second chance, okay? And some of them have redeemed themselves, and they are wonderful, good people out there. But you know what? Kenyans are not interested in good people, because good people give them nothing. They're not interested in ethics and all that, because it gives them nothing. They don't. So because mtoto wako ataenda kule akitembea na hizo makarati zake, lakini hakuna kitu. Now, what do you want that kid to do? They do those papers, they write papers. So Kenya is known now as a place where you want to do a paper. You want to write a book or a thesis or a term paper, you go to Kenya and you pay them and they do a good job for you. So it's known because they have got nowhere to go. So our problem is self-inflicted. I agree with Jakindu Bey, kwamba wazungu, wamefanya hivi na hivi, lakini wazungu have their own part, but the biggest part ni sisi wenyewe, okay? If we cannot do simple things, very, very simple, they don't require much. For example, technology is there to do even audit of lifestyle and get these people. And don't even before we go out and do an audit, clearly we see it. These people are rich. They're vomiting on their shoes, and the world is watching. Everybody knows that Kenya is corrupt. That Kenyan we used to know is no longer the same. The only time you hear maybe good about Kenya is when a Kenya run, because running you can't be corrupt. You ought to run and win, okay? But in other ways, we don't have any reputation around the globe anymore. The other one, of course, because maybe a little bit bigger economy, okay? But corruption is endemic. We are part of it. So I think we need, when we choose leadership, we need 4 or 5 or 1 at the top who will stand for what is true and right. And then we'll be able to have a nation. So it's upon all of us to really look into ourselves and ask ourselves, if we are asking for people not to be corrupt, are we corrupt? Okay. And if we can ask that question, then I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And look at what's going on in Tanzania now. Our people going there. I'm split between the two. Okay. I think Mama Suluhu has overreacted. But on the other hand, there's a lot of truth in what she's saying. Okay. Because of what we have done to Mejichafua. So people look at us, what are we transporting there? Or corruption or what? So, let's stand for something in our nation. Let's not be moved east and west on these corrupt practices and corrupt deals. It will simply take us down. We are going down. That's what I would like to say. Back to you, Bernard. Bernard is gone. So,
I'm here, Lala. Thank you so much for that. My camera is what has run out of battery, but I'll fix it. Let's quickly bring Nani because of time. Tumulete bwana neutral huyu. How are you, Bwana Eli?
Asante sana ndugu yangu. And I wanted to contribute a little bit about what's going on in international politics and Kenya. And also, just two things. One was the item that was discussed there by Lala about our next door neighbor Tanzania and then South Africa. Because for a long time we always said that Kenyan foreign policy was not clear. This was during Daniel Arap Moi's time and Kenyatta's time, and maybe to some extent Kibaki's time. Our policy was not interventionist. All we could do was send our troops to United Nations peace missions. But now it's funny that when we have difficult presidencies, when there's too much drama, that's when we have some kind of foreign policy where we're doing things that we've never done before. And I was interested to know that, you know, to see how this thing pans out between Tanzania and Kenya at the moment. Because if you look at history, we had a difficult time when President Moi was overthrown for a couple of hours, and then Nyerere, the most unlikely person, decided to detain those Kenya Air Force people who had, taken flight to Tanzania and bring them back to Kenya after court processes. Those two countries, Kenya and Tanzania, in the finality, they always respect each other. And even more than Kenya and Uganda. There is that thing that Kenya almost fears about Tanzania. And I think that one looks like it's breaking now because of the disarray in Kenyan politics, especially whoever is leading the country now. So that means that the president of Tanzania can point at Kenya and say the things she said yesterday because of the kind of presidency we have at the moment. And I will really share my support for some of the things that Suluhu said, but I also think that she is a bit heavy-handed because Kenyans have gone there not just because they went for a drama series there. They went there because the people who went there, like Karua, they're lawyers. They've been to Uganda, they've represented opposition figures, and it's not as if they were trying their luck on what is happening in Tanzania. These are serious issues. Tanzania, the way I see that Chama cha Mapinduzi at the moment, ni kama wanafikiri hiyo chama haiwezi pendelewa vile kumefanyika kule Botswana, Namibia. Some of those countries where the ruling party has been in charge for 58 years. 58. So Tanzania thinks that no change can happen. This is the absurdity of Tanzania. And I wouldn't even blame Suluhu alone. I think the system in Tanzania is quite strong because there's the multiple interest groups involved in how Chama cha Mapinduzi is run. But I don't think that they can sit on that thinking that no change can happen. These things have happened in some countries in Africa where people thought that it will never happen. Look at Kenneth Kaunda. So I think that we shouldn't worry too much about this newfound dictatorship of Suluhu, because I think that she'll finally, buckle down and realize that Tanzanians will start waking up. We Kenyans often say that Tanzanians are weak people. Online bashing of Tanzanians is incredible. But I think that what Tanzania is only a matter of time. These revolutions are going to happen. I believe that they're going to happen because if you look at what is taking place in West Africa, those three Sahel countries, it is already affecting and influencing many African countries positively. And I think that the young people in many African countries, Bernard, they are ready to try and realize something. People are serious. What has happened in West Africa it can be condemned that people are saying those were overthrow of governments by military people. But they had to wait and wait and wait in order to do that. The only exception we can say is Senegal, which more or less are doing the same thing, but it's not military power. But I hear that now Senegal is also starting to think about nationalizing and also expelling French interests in that country, the democracy that is Senegal at the moment. So what we think that cannot happen in Tanzania can actually happen in Tanzania. And I argue that I think that is why Suluhu is afraid, because these people see what happened in Kenya last year. Imewafanya ni waogope kabisa kabisa kabisa. And that's the only excuse I think now they have for doing the things they're doing now, foreigners or people from other East African countries coming to their country. Wanaogopa sana 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 kwa sababu ya zile mapinduzi karibu tulipata kule Kenya, last year. And we're coming close to the anniversary. And so this Tanzanian government is very afraid. This is what I think that is happening at the moment. And I applaud Kenyans because the more we do this, the more our region changes for the better. Now, South Africa. I watched a clip by, Donald Trump invited the president of South Africa. And this was a live broadcast only about 2 hours ago. And it was quite shocking because Donald Trump has made a serious allegation that over 1,000 white people have been massacred in a land kind of a reparation process where Africans are forcefully taking lands of so-called white farmers and killing them. It's only Donald Trump who can make such kind of statements without, being examined, cross-examined by the journalists. Because the journalists actually think that the man is mad. Because how is it possible that happened in South Africa in the past year? There's a machine that runs propaganda in Donald Trump's government that actually reminds me of William Ruto's government. And what Donald Trump is doing is testing the waters to see what will happen in South Africa in, say, the next 5-10 years. Because they know that whatever happens in South Africa, a big thing, radical step that takes place in South Africa can then have a domino effect in many African countries. So I only decided to speak about South Africa because there was a time when many South African so-called white farmers came to Kenya. Wengine walienda huko kama Rift Valley, tuliwaalika huko sisi wa Kenya. They have their farms there now, and apparently they're doing very well as South African farmers in Kenya. Yeah. So these same people, they have now touted a claim at TCG they're being terrorized by black people. And now Donald Trump is using this to bring them to America as refugees. Total lies, And I think these are the things that we must fight, as African people. We must have solidarity. That people who forcefully took land from Africans are continuing to actually justify their deeds by saying that we are now taking land from them. You see, this thing can reverberate in the rest of Africa. That's why Donald Trump is behaving the way he is behaving, because they know that hawa wazungu walichukua mashamba zetu za kilimo in different African countries. Some are still there. Kwanza in Kenya. In Kenya, even those game reserves, those are owned by the ones that are owned by these wazungus. If we start talking about what is happening there now, we will be here till tomorrow. I am saying that the fact of the things that's happening in South Africa now, if Cyril Ramaphosa plays into the gallery of Donald Trump, it will be quite dangerous, because South Africans are very awake now. They know that they didn't really get that liberation that they wanted. I'm not supporting violence, but I'm saying that many African countries now are rebooting, they're retuning their landscape. They're saying we have to nationalize industry, that, resources as well, that is owned by the country. And that's what's happening in West Africa. And these things, the Americans are afraid that, for example, if we have a leader in South Africa who will say gold, sijui nini, hizo minerals zote, they will be owned by the state. Si ati kampuni zingine za ufala hizi za wazungu. This is the thing they're afraid of. They're happy now because Cyril Ramaphosa is a global corporate, is a franchise person. He's one of the leading top franchise people in Africa. At one point, Cyril Ramaphosa owned Coca-Cola South Africa, and he still owns McDonald's South Africa. So he's a very, very wealthy person, backed by the Western, investors. He's just a proxy for those big companies in South Africa. So they know who they're talking to. But what I'm saying, my finality in this discussion is that if South Africa had a leader who said the things Kina Ibrahim Traore are saying now, that to nationalize gold, resources, and other minerals, this is what the Wazungu are afraid of. And they know that if anything like that happens in South Africa, it can happen in many African countries. Because people are tired of the rhetoric of our politicians. And I think that it's about time now this solidarity amongst African leaders just keeps spreading. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Eli, on that one. I agree with you, especially on the issue of Suluhu. Yesterday, Musalia Mudavadi was on TV, and he was asked a question, and he did what was expected. What was expected in the sense that he forgot that it's a Minister for Foreign Affairs for Kenya, and began speaking like a Minister for Foreign Affairs for Tanzania. And to me, it looked very bad in the sense that he agrees with the Tanzania against Kenyans without drawing the clear-cut reasons why these Kenyans are deported. Because the presence of Kenyans in Tanzania is nothing illegal. There is the immigration. In fact, on all our borders, we are sharing the immigration office and immigration desk. So there's no conflict. Now, for somebody to fly from Nairobi to Dar es Salaam and get to the place of being cleared by immigration, then he's stopped simply because he's a politician or he's an activist, and activists are exporting utovu wa nidhamu to Tanzania. That is one, undiplomatic. Two, if Suluhu did not want Kenyans to be in Tanzania, he should have made official communication to Ruto or to the Kenyan government that right now we will not, like they said, they will no longer, she said she will no longer allow the Kenya shilling or the US dollar or Uganda shilling to trade in Tanzania. Any person who wants to trade in Tanzania should come and exchange the money into Tanzania first, then use the Tanzania shilling to trade in Tanzania. That is official communication. So why should she be speaking to another government through press and responding to visitors who have come to her country through the press? This goes without saying that like Eli said, the political space, or rather the freedom in Tanzania is controlled. They have never had vibrant politics whereby there is serious opposition and there is serious government and they are competing to win an election. They always set the election in such a way that the government has to win every time. And that's why they demobilize the opposition right before the elections. Just looking back shortly, I mean, years back, you will notice the same opposition leader. He was the assassination attempt that he came to Nairobi, then went, I think, German or wherever for further treatment. Alipigwa risasi 16 just before the elections. I mean, why should that be the case, that you have to demobilize the opposition? You have to sambaratisha the opposition simply because you are going for an election. When you have all the machinery, you have everything going for you. So whatever she's afraid of, I think she has to prepare for the same, because the kind of world we have is not Nyerere time. This is not Mkapa time. This is not Mwenye time. This is a different time altogether. And by now, they should have been putting up all this. Magufuli's re-election was seriously challenged by the opposition. And CCM, if it was serious about continuing to be in power, then they should have prepared for these elections, not for them to be caught unawares again, to begin to frame up some accusation against the opposition leader to get him put in prison, that is being tried for treason. And when all of it is pointing towards one thing, scatter the opposition so that you will have a walkover in the elections. For how long are they going to be escaping like that? So to me, Suluhu is not helping the situation. And I think the people advising her are misleading her. And if she has chosen to fight Ruto's war away from Kenya, war onto her. Ole wake, kwa sababu mi sioni akitoboa, kwa sababu kizazi hiki ambacho kinainuka si kile cha ruksa, si kile cha kuambia tutakupatia nafasi, tutakupatia ruhusa. Wakati utafika and watapatikana kama hawajajiandaa. And of course, the difference between, just a moment, the difference between William Ruto, Rigathi Gachagua, and Donald Trump, I'm yet to find it. When you find it, help me notice it. Thank you. Lala, unasema nini?
You know, I'm split between Kenya and Tanzania. And where I'm split is this. Clearly, there is restriction in Tanzania, which is not good. It's not good to restrict people, rights. People are supposed to be free, and that region is supposed to be free. But on the other hand, I think we are not helping, because we do know that foreigners, I think the Kindube talks about it here, Wizi was still there, okay, don't want that community, that space, that land, that region to be at peace. And so they sponsor all kinds of people to destabilize the government, simply because they want that narrative that the Africans like this, like that, like you mentioned about Trump and others. So in my mind, I think she should have thought a little bit how to react to a situation like this. And I also neutral Belfast. I also I think I got him right, but in the beginning I didn't get him, because what he was trying to say is that Tanzania is thinking that nobody can change them. But I think it is because they think people may destabilize them. That's why the woman was acting that way, to kind of stop that, because, when you have a foreign threat that will undermine any growth, especially the development, without their hand in it, you know that they will not be very happy. So here's a woman who's trying to have some kind of control of the events, when we do know that this thing called democracy, is used in certain circles to basically disrupt other people. It's a great idea. It is a wonderful thing to have democratic system, but I don't think it is evenly supported or is evenly seen to take place uniformly across different nations. For example, when we don't have what the West wants us to have as democratic systems, and they're very hard on us. But I never hear them hard on Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and those other countries. Okay, they are very soft on them. But Africans are told you must do it. But when they do it right, as you stated, they come in and select their own person. And we do know that Kenya has been a case for that. So if we have that kind of a case in Kenya where we cannot even get, right people in power, then somebody begins to wonder, what are these people trying to do here, exporting this Kenyan to come in here and create another Kenya in Tanzania? So those are some of the confusion that we have. But she has to open the space in Tanzania. Kenyans have to be careful what we do and how we do it. We can't use somebody's script to go and disrupt a system. For example, I think Tanzanian election has been much fairer than Kenyan. The only problem is that there's too much control of the party to the point where there are not many choices. So people simply choose to go with what is there. But it actually, the election actually shows the will of Tanzania. But no matter how much it's controlled, but it shows the will of Tanzania. Kenya is a basket case when it comes to now top leadership. We don't have an election. So those are some of the confusion that we have right now. But Mama has to be very careful how she handles this, because I think it can weaken Tanzania. Tanzania has achieved so much. People know what they want as Tanzanian. All they want to do is a little bit open the space a little bit for them, because they will. They're at a stage where they will understand this is what we don't want. We don't want this tribalism. We don't want this ism. This is what we want. So I think this is where she kind of overstretched, maybe anxiety, maybe fear, maybe whatever it is, but I think she overreacted. But I can see a concern. Her concerns are legitimate and genuine. It is fighting not just a regional war, but global. It's trying to maintain what she has achieved, and I think we support her for that. And so that's what I would like to, my comment on neutral, what stated, what he stated, neutral what? Neutral were Belfast, okay? And also our brother, Jakindube, okay? That's my take on it. So I'm in between. Please.
Oh, okay, thank you, Lala. We appreciate that, and you captured well her fears. But change is inevitable. Change is inevitable in the sense that remembering the KANU regime and how KANU was Chama cha Baba na Mama, and there was no any other political party except KANU, and you either played according to the requirement of KANU or you stayed out of politics completely.
That is true, but remember, even the so-called democratic West.
Just hold on. When time came, when time came for the turn around in the country, Moi did not scrap off that Section 2A because he wanted to. He scrapped off that Section 2A because he had no choice. when things begin to boil over and change has to take place, it doesn't matter which machinery you deploy, that change will take place. So if Tanzania does not accommodate the opposition and allow the opposition to thrive and grow, and they learn on how to coexist the way we've been coexisting since our multi-party system came in, and now we are better off than when we began. You remember that you're old enough to remember how even after that Section 2A being removed, opposition parties were under the radar of the government, that they could not even be allowed to hold rallies in a particular section. But as time went, that was drawn back, and now you can go to hold a rally in Rift Valley, go and hold a rally in Central, go and hold a rally in Nyanza, and you will be listened to. You will have your people to listen to. That was not the case previously. So the space for political expression should be managed, yes, by the government, but the government should be letting go, not holding on. 60 years pass, and you still want to control the thinking of the opposition, the movement of the opposition, the dressing of the opposition. That to me looks awkward.
Bernard, I agree with you 100%. But there is another factor here that we have to be very careful about. The international factors, the influence from outside of ourselves, that sometimes in some countries or some cases, what you want to do is promote so many parties so that you come in and rule them. Tanzania has achieved something that will help them, and that is that oneness, that system of Tanzania, okay? So in Kenya, it's much easier for them to come in and create so many parties. We think we have made it, but then those parties are really help us with nothing. And this is why I think Jakindube sometimes is right. Those parties don't even, everybody has their own. So when election comes, somebody will come and give you leaders, okay? They set you up that way. So we have to also think hard on how we form our parties. We got to critique ourselves. Yes, Tanzania got to have, Chama cha Mapinduzi has to be challenged. We need freedom. But then under what framework are we going to have those freedoms? So this is where there's a challenge, for all of us. Because I think sometimes democracy is chaos. If it's not managed properly, it's worse than Tanzania with a strong, where there can be party within. In other words, within Tanzania, first of all, even the U.S., there has to be the idea that we are the U.S., okay? So the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. So, but when you have a country with you don't even know who you are. You're scattered here and there. Nobody knows. I mean, the people campaign, they don't know where they're coming from. So we end up having nothing democratic. All we have, people bought those seats. All we have are people selected for us to rule us, and they don't care about the country. This is why the country is going down. So I think we have a part to play as Kenyans. Tanzanians have the part to play as Tanzanian, so that we define democracy in a way that all our rights are protected and that we can be able to share platform. Tanzania cannot deny Chadema and other parties to operate. They should have the same right like any other party, okay? That one, what I agree with, we have to fight for that. But at the same time, we also have to be careful so that we don't bring chaos, Kenyan chaos to Tanzania, because Kenya is chaotic, because we never created a system.
Lala, you are beginning to blow hot and cold. Get my point. Tukitoka kwako tunaenda kwa mama. Naomba hivi Lala, unisikie, ni swali kwako. Wewe tumekuwa class, okay? Wewe ukitaka kuja number 1 kwa class, unazuia wanafunzi wengine wasisome, wewe ukisoma, ama unasoma zaidi hawa? You study more than the rest, or you stop the rest from studying so that you study alone? Which one is legal? if chama cha mapinduzi ndio chama muhimu, then kinapaswa kuboresha mazingira ili vyama vingine vikija hiyo ishatangulia. Okay, so inakuwa inaongoza. Kwa nini? Imetengeneza mazingira, imewekwa nini mikakati. How does a political party come into effect? Which law govern that? Which space does a political party operate? How much foreign influence can be allowed into the country through political parties? Iweke sheria hivyo kwa sababu is the majority party and it has been in power all along. So you don't put up those structures, you don't put on those legal avenues through which you can control foreigners from interfering with your politics, but now wait for the foreigners to come, then you detain them and deport them. To me, that doesn't add up. It's a clear show that the Tanzania government just want to control things. They don't want to organize the country to operate in a system whereby even foreigners coming to the country and beginning a political party or sponsoring a political party can be legally controlled without them physically arresting somebody and detaining them. Like right now, no official explanation on where Boniface Mwangi is and why he's detained, which law he has broken.
Bernard, I think Lala is right. Sahi wa Kenya tunalia. Wewe hata sahi unalia. Tangu tupate multiparty. Can you tell us achievement tumepata ama ni kelele tu na kulia? Kama tumeachieve, kwa nini tunalalamika election inaipiwa? Kwa nini tunalia na tuko na demokrasia? Tanzania ni nchi moja imetulia. Tunataka corruption yetu, mambo yetu ya Kenya tupeleke kwa majirani? No, Bernard. Unaharibu boma yako, unashindwa na pipi yako, unataka kwenda kwa boma ya mwingine kumwambia hivi ndio vile napiga pipi yangu. Niliwaambia vile wasee wa Kalenjin walikuwa nafanya. Wachinga wanaenda pika mapipi sao na ule mwerefu anapika ngozi ya ng'ombe. Tanzania ni nchi hawana ukabila. Unatoka Dodoma, unatoka Mwanza, unatoka Dar es Salaam, unatoka Zanzibar, wameishi kuwa kitu moja na hiyo chama yao. Kenya sasa ndio hii tunakimbia regional sijui nini. Bernard, I don't think we are right. We are not right. Sahi unaongea, unatuambia mambo ya Burkina Faso. Sahi mnaongea kuhusu Ivory Coast. Nilikwambia kabla Lala achaingia, Kenya tulikuwa tunaheshimiwa. Tulianza kuchapwa na Magufuli kusema wa Kenya na ukalisosa. Mnaenda Tanzania mnakula kwa hoteli na kumbe mko na njaa, mnapatiwa chakula, unamaliza unasema unataka sosa. Akasema mmemaliza unga yetu. So Bernard, ukweli isemwe. Toa kitu iko kwa macho yako kwanza kabla hujaenda toa ya jirani. Nani alituma Boniface Mwangi? Alienda kama nani? Kwa nini akakuwa Tanzania? Wakati tumekuwa na shida yetu, Watanzania wangapi wamekuja kutulilia? Pena tuache mambo. Kenya ni nchi inaenda kuanguka. Tusaidie kwetu kwanza. Tengeneza kwako bila kwenda kwa mwingine. Wacha kutuambia ati Samia.
Mama Selina, wewe hujakuwa ngoja. Wewe hujakuwa una support Martha Karua kwenda kusimama na BCJ. So ni makosa yeye akienda
sababu ya Martha Karua
akisimama na Tundulisu, lakini ni sawa akisimama na BCJ.
Sababu ya Martha Karua kwenda Uganda, akilaunch kitabu yake alikuwa amealika BCJ kama guest of honor kwa launching ya buki yake, na wanajuana. Wakati BCJ alikuja Kenya, hakuenda kwa launching. akaadoptiwa. Kama jirani mwema, kama nimekuita unakuja kwangu na watoto yako wanajua ulikuwa unakuja kwa Mama Selina, alafu kitu ikufanyie. Martha Karua ameenda Uganda kwa sababu Besigye alikuwa anakuja kwake, na nje hata sababu Waganda wamempatia heshima. Hawajasema Martha Karua akuje kwa sababu wamekosa lawyers. They have enough lawyers. Lakini kwa sababu ni watu alikuja kwako kwa mkono yako alafu akapotea. Lakini sasa kuenda Tanzania kwa sababu ameshikwa, na kwetu mnashindwa hata kutoa Ruto, mnataka kupeleka kelele Tanzania. Si hata inchi moja ikue afadhali ikiumana watu wapate mahali ya kuingia. For the first time, kama wewe ni mtu ya kanisa, kama kanisa ya Katoliki iko haina moto, wacha itulie na moto yake hiyo kidogo, na watu wapate nafasi ya kuomba. Utaki ati Uganda iko shida, Tanzania iko shida, Kenya iko shida, South Sudan iko shida, Sudan iko shida, Somalia iko... What is wrong, Penna? Wewe una support kwa nini huyu mama?
Mimi sioni shida.
Wewe ni mchochezi. Wewe ni reverend, lakini no. You will not agree on you.
Kama wewe mami umeshikwa, unapelekwa kotini. Na mimi nimekuja kusikiliza vile kesi yako inaenda.
Kwa nini? Why?
I'm a lawyer. I want to, I can help in giving counsel.
Why do you want to help? Kwani Tanzania wamesema hawana lawyers?
No, that is not how things work, mami.
Okay.
Please,
no,
let's do this. No,
let's do this.
There is how things work. There is how things work, and it's not the way.
No.
That is how it is. No. It is not an issue of Kenya. The law for East Africa is law for East Africa. And the practice of law is not limited to particular geographical places. You are not listening to what I'm saying. You're opposing before you hear what I'm saying.
No, but Ulisa,
lawyers have got relationships. Tundulisu is a lawyer.
No, okay, fine.
So why are you sikiliza, hakuna inji ambayo itaongozwa kwa kuzuia watu wengine wasipumue. Ukitaka tupumue kwa amani, lazima utupatie nafasi tupumue.
Hiyo Kenya imetusaidia nini? Hiyo lazima tumepumua
imetusaidia. Mahali Kenya ipo ni inji nyingi ambazo hazijafika.
Hakuna.
Nimekuwa kwa inji ngapi Afrika? Kenya is miles and miles ahead. We may have our corruption problem.
Can I say something?
Problem, but we are far in terms of democratic maturity and capacity to express ourselves. Now let's do this.
Bernard, yes. Can I say something? Mama, human rights law on the universal. Tena tuko in the same region. Every East African has a right to protest. If ukiona nyumba ya mwenzako ina moto, you can go there and kupoza. Okay, so to me, I think it would be wrong for us to see Tanzania is banning and we don't go there. Or sit in a ban, they don't come. Then we don't need us in federation. And again, this is whatever, and just the same way Martha went to Tanzania. To Uganda, it was Nisawa. The same way you and I can go to Tanzania to support what we believe is right. Okay, how we do it, I think, is the key thing here. How do we do it? And that's where we use the channels that are there. Unless we know somebody is being detained unlawfully, then I think we can go and knock that door and to Kundani amekuwa detained. Because tukianza kusema unless we hata vile wewe mwenyewe umekuwa unafanya hii kazi. Wewe ulikuwa unatetea Waganda, wale ambao wanyanyazwa. Ni sawa kabisa. Mimi sione sioni ubaya wowote, lakini how we do it, I think is the most important way. You know, how do we respect that country when we go there? How do we conduct ourselves? I think as long as we've done it well, that's where I think Mama Suluhu overreacted. Overreaction ni kwamba I think the fear of maybe what's going on in Kenya, attacking Kuleta, which is okay, that is a country, but she overreacted. That's what how she should have done it, I don't know, but I think she overreacted. That's what I do know. But in terms of speaking for Tanzania or for Kenya, I think we should do that. We should encourage that. Then we'll have a good democratic, practices in just as I stated habari ya Kenya, vile tunafanya vyetu si nzuri, okay? Tanzania pia people feel like they can't express themselves, si nzuri, okay? And those ones to claim that now we are the Kenyans, we are going to free Tanzania because we have something great than them. It depends on how you look at it. That's where I have an issue. Because
Reverend Lala, Martha Karua ni pesike alichusa kuwe lawyer yake, hakuenda kama observer wakati ameshikwa. Na kuna wakati huyu msee anaitwa nani huyu lawyer ya Kenya, the veteran lawyer, kuna wakati alikuwa pia Tanzania, no, Uganda, kwa sababu mwenye kesi alitaka yeye akuwe lawyer yake. So Martha Karua kwenda Uganda ni Besigye mwenyewe aliweka akasema leading counsel. Hakuna bila
hiyo ni sawa kabisa, ni sawa kabisa.
Tanzania kama pia ule leader of opposition mwenye amestakiwa include Martha Karua, huyu nafikiria huyu Maraka amekubaliwa kwa sababu pengine leader hiyo mwenye ako mwenye ameshikwa include kwa maloya yake. Lakini
mama hiyo ndio kubali, kwa sababu kama wewe unapigania binadamu, human rights, you have every right to go. In fact, usipoitwa ukaenda kule kusupport, hiyo pia ni nzuri zaidi, kwa sababu you want a uniform, yani nchi yenu iwe na uhaki, na hiyo haki ndio itatusaidia kama Waafrika. Manake hii huyo anaua watu, just like Amin was there, we just sit there, Nyerere sat there. Nyerere alienda kwa sababu anataka ku free, that country. So there are cases where we got to take a step. So but it's good to have a lawyer from anywhere. Lakini to me, I think not going there is, to me, or not speaking about Tanzania or about Uganda, because we all speak about it, we mwenyewe pia unaenda kujoin now, but people are protesting here in the US, okay, because something bad is going on. That's the way it's supposed to be. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay.
Asante.
No, we are time bad. We need to begin to close. But on the, I would just to summarize that part is the response of the Tanzanian government. I think there is something they're responding to, and it's not the presence of the Kenyan human rights in the country, because there were no demonstrations on the street. There were no demonstrations. Kenyans were not leading demos on the street. They were not demonstrating outside the court. The case was yet to start. People were collected from their hotel and others were stopped at the airport. To me, that is a message to the country called Kenya in their relationship with Tanzania. And if Tanzania wants to redefine their relationship with Kenya, then they should make it official. But victimizing people, especially people who are well known, simply because they are from Kenya, na wanasema wanaleta utovu wa nidhamu katika nchi yao, to me that is a slap in the face of Kenya, and the Kenya government need to protest. Although the Minister for Foreign Affairs has said he's not going to protest it, meaning they maybe have some special agreement between them. I don't get it, but What should happen is, if there is any complaint about the presence of particular Kenyans in Tanzania, let it be made official, not for it to be a hijack reaction whereby people are taken in their hotels and, of course, stopped at the airport. If we start that, the next will be war. Remember, kuna ng'ombe zilichukuliwa na Magufuli, ng'ombe za Wamasai hazikurudishwa. Kuna nini sijui kuku zilifanywa zikachomwa. So there are a lot of things that are still underlying. So wakitaka ikuwe vita itakuwa vita, lakini wacha nimlete Eli aseme ya kwake tumalize tafadhali, we are time bad. Eli, bado upo?
Neutral is there.
Neutral Belfast. Are you there? Okay, Lala, take it please. Tumalize, we are time bad. Unasikia kengele inalia. Stima haijalipwa.
Yeah, Bernard. We have a very young democracy. Yani bado sisi ni wachanga kabisa. Na Kenya tumeendelea in terms of what you can have exchange of ideas, but whatever we have is still very much controlled by foreign money, controlled by corrupt people. So it's as safe tunajaribu kwenda mbele, lakini forces za kwenda mbele anturudisha nyuma to a worse place than even Tanzania when you think about it, because Tanzania with Nyerere, he was able to help the nation understand that sisi ni wa Tanzania. So that's what Tanzania has really given them a mileage ahead. That way, it is easy, even within the CCM party, to have some form of democracy within, but that's a very limited democracy. So what they need is to expand it to include non-Chama cha Mapinduzi members so that it can be more pluralistic, okay? It does mean they cannot control forces sometimes underneath that undermine the democratic, principles. In the US, we had the same problems in the 30s when basically democracy was threatened. The economy, mixed economy was threatened by the communists, because the communists brought the idea that we support the low, the poor, the needy, and all that. Everybody is in it together, and US and the rest of the West world was scared, and because they were scared, that's when social network was created to counter the communistic or the socialistic, systems of governance. So they created insurance and things like insurance and others. Those were there to basically counter the forces that were coming. And there are all kinds of forces coming against places like Tanzania and others. But there are better ways to address them than simply, making people bigger than who they are. I don't think by denying people their rights and arresting people, you're actually making yourself weaker. And so my point here is that let Mama Suluhu, we love you, respect you, but use a better method to address the problem. Now, on the Kenyan side, this is where we have a bigger problem. This is what we're kimbelembele in a way, like we are not using what we have in the right way. Let us create a system within us. Let us tuwe na nidhamu, that's what the Swahili word, to the point where we don't succumb to easy money that is coming in, corrupt money, which we know is coming in. Some of it from South America. Kenya is a place where people come to clean their money. The bad money, they're able to bring it in because people are corrupt. And that one we know, and most governments know. This is another world altogether. I can give more information on that. And basically, we are targets for that corruption from our leaders. And when that money is got into Kenya, if they don't listen to you, they listen to those who are sending that money in, whether it's election, whether it's businesses and all that. With some of those buildings in Kenya, those are many of them are corrupt money, primarily, that are coming in to be cleansed. Because a lot of times, this dirty money needs to be got into an economy, and when they get in the economy, then it becomes legitimate. And that impacts our politics, impacts our economy and the social life and everything else. So that is part of the fear of Tanzania and the other countries are afraid of, that we are bringing in Kenya, and Kenya is not just that democracy, but it's coming with another package. So let us be thoughtful, let us love our nation, let us love our democratic process, let us defend our nations, those two nations, and let us work together for human rights, for the betterment of all of us. Asante, back to you, Bernard.
Thank you, Lala, for that. A good summary indeed. And as we bring the curtains down to the show, I want to salute everybody who has been part and parcel of the same. Just to remind us, when we had a problem in this country in 2007, 2008, Kofi Annan was here to help us into the matter. When there was an inquiry, the judge that led into that inquiry, Kriegler, was from South Africa. There is no country that is self-sufficient in such a way that every matter they have to handle it by themselves. And I don't see any interference by people witnessing a hearing of a court case, unless kuna swala lingine. Kama kulikuwa na maandamano ambayo Boniface Mwangi, Willy Mutunga na Martha Karua walikuwa wanaenda kuongoza Tanzania, hapo ningesupport Suluhu 100%. Hawana ruhusa kwenda kuongoza maandamano kwa nchi nyingine. Lakini kwenda kwa kikao, kesi inasikizwa. Hata kesi yetu ya petition ya presidential election, we have people who just go to, they want to witness the case, how it's being argued out. And lawyers learn from each other. This is a historical case. Mtu anakuwa tried for treason katika East Africa. That's a big thing. What has Dundulisa done that has warranted that the Tanzania government is trying him for treason? That's not something cheap. And so when we trivialize it and say it is an internal affair and nobody should interfere with it, Kenyans were not going to listen to the case. They were not going to argue the case. They were not going to give even a point, just to observe. So if you are afraid of observers, what will you do when we come as lawyers? What will you do when we come as representatives or defenders of the human rights of that particular person? So kuna kazi mingi ambayo tunapaswa kufanya kama Wakenya. Najua kuna mambo mingi ambayo yana upungufu tena mkubwa sana huko, lakini hiyo haimaanishi kwamba kile ambacho kidogo ambacho tunajua tusiende kukitumia kusaidia wale ambao hawana. Now, Mami, dakika yako ya mwisho tukifunga.
Wajakoya ndio lawyer wake pia ama Wajakoya uko huko?
Wajakoya alikuwa hapa akiokoa Natembea. Najua Natembea amefungiwa nje ya ofisi. Nakwambia hii nchi yetu. Mami, you are mute.
Mambo ya dunia imechemuka. What election ya Tanzania ni lini, by the way?
It's coming in October.
Next year ama 2027?
This year October. In the next this is May, in the next 3 months or so.
Kabla ya next year ya Uganda?
Yes, zinafuatananga hivyo, ya US, ya Tanzania, ya Uganda.
Alafu Kenya.
Alafu sisi tunakujanga mwisho.
Sasa ni mimba wa mama wanaenda maternity.
Wanapatana kliniki.
Hii sasa ni mtoto anapenduka kwa tumbo na masaa ichafika. Anyway, yeah. All in all is that Suluhu Hassan hakuna mtu amejua. Huyo mama being quiet, lakini Bernard, wakati tulienda OAU, watu walikuwa natudanganya pia wako pamoja na sisi Bernard. Sasa kumbe they were not even with us. You know? So nafikiri kuna kushindana na huyu mama, you know, kuna vile mambo inaenda. But by the way, ni kwamba watu wengi wakiona vile nchi yetu inakaa Bernard, wanauoga. They are afraid. Na sisi wa Kenya pia, our best people, mtu kama Martha Karua, Raila Odinga, wale watu wana msimamo. Ni sisi wenyewe tumawa-reject. Mpaka sasa wakifika kwa wenyewe Bernard, they don't have any value. Ni sisi tunafanya. Unajua, usifikiri mtu aenda heshimu mtoto yako na wewe mwenyewe akiwa nyumbani unamupiga mpaka unatumia kifagio. Sisi wa Kenya, ukweli ni kwamba sasa tuna react ya uongo. Ni kama mambo ya Central. Wanahitaji Martha Karua saa ile wako na shida. Lakini wakiona tena wanampenduka. Saa hii chusi kidogo kidogo nilikuwa nafikiria tumepona kama chama yetu. Lakini sasa tumekuja fagiliwa na hii chama ya district commissioner. Tumepotelea mbali. So heshima si utumwa. So wakati sisi tunataka kulalamika, sisi wenyewe ndio tuheshimu viongozi yetu Bernard. Let us show our leaders respect. Ndio hata watu wengine watatuheshimu. Kwa sababu unasikia wanasimama wanasema ni nini unakuja kutuambia na Ruto amekushinda huko. Ama mrudi mtengeneze kwenyu kwanza ndio mkuja hapa kwetu. Of which it is true Bernard. Kama nyumba yako inawaka moto, hiyo maji unaenda simia kwa jirani, susime yako kwanza. In real sense, sasa hiyo si siasa na si ile tunapishana. Na ndiyo sababu msee kama Maraka, hakuna mtu alimkusa. Alienda kama retired chief justice. Na aliheshimu nafikiri si mmoja.
But sisi walitimua the first chief justice.
Ni corrupt ya mwisho hiyo inaitwa Mutunga. Hata
wewe mami
unajua mambo yake. Wewe bana, unajua makosa yetu wengine hatujui kusema uongo. Awacha tumalize hivyo, lakini niseme tuheshimu. Inasemekana mama yako akiwa na macho moja, hakuna mtu atakupatia mama mwingine yenye ako na macho yake mbili. Kwa hivyo sisi wa Kenya, viongozi yetu jinsi walivyo, tuwapende na tuwaheshimu. Hata kama tutanyima kura, tuache kuwatoa uchi. Sasa hivi ni kwamba mama yenu akiwa ama baba yako akiwa na macho mmoja na wewe umeenda kuwaipisha, mtoto ya jirani anamrusha mawe. Na sasa tunataka kuchapa mtoto ya wenyewe, anasema ala, unanichapa na wewe mwenyewe umeshinda kuheshimu msasi yako. Ni hayo tu Bernard.
Okay, asante. Naomba tukafungashie hapo. Eli upo? Okay, now please let's call it a day there. We may be switched off before we sign out. But I really want to appreciate everybody for participating in the show. Thank you, Mami. Thank you, Lala. Thank you, Eli, Jakindu Bay, and of course our PS, Tuni. Thank you, Caro. Thank you. Who else here? Tumekuwa na Caro, tumekuwa na Big J. Nimeona Esther Stoll mahali. Ivo. Of course, CA. Thank you so much. Tuni, Simba Omar Said. I really appreciate everybody. Please, let's keep at Sound Candy Talk, and of course, keep supporting the channel, and also reminding us that we have a responsibility to take care of Frank as our responsibility as a channel, and we are really reaching out to some of us here to up the game to ensure that we don't fall back on those bills and see to it that kijana amalize masomo haraka, aanze job ili achukue majukumu tukimaliza kumsaidia. Kwa hivyo usilegee. Hapa StreamYard atujalipa $50, so tunaweza fungiwa turudi kwa ile ya mpaka waweke logo yao kama hatutalipa. Kwa hivyo tujitahidi kwa hayo mambo na Mungu atatubariki. Kwa mengi
ukifunga huyu mama ameaichakuliwa ama anashikilia ile ilikuwa ya Magufuli?
Ni ile ya Magufuli, hii ndio sasa ndo anaenda kuchaguliwa.
Hii ni yake anajaribu.
Hii ndio ya kwanza.
Na ndio ameanguka mtihani. Okay.
Ndio inatetemesha. Ya, hii ndio ya kwanza. So lakini ashachaguliwa mara nyingi kama mbunge.
Mama atashinda.
Kama mjumbe.
Siasa ya Kitanzania.
Kushinda sio shida, na ndio nasema hata hawahitaji kushughulikia opposition, hawahitaji kushughulikia opposition, wako na uwezo mkubwa wa kushinda tena kwa njia kubwa. So vile wanashughulikia opposition na
100% lazima wafungue mlango for other opposition parties kuwa ndani ya nchi, and that will make them better and stronger because they already have the foundation hiyo ya walitengezewa na Nyerere, na wataweza kufanya vizuri sana. Waachie tu hao wengine wa hivyo.
Okay, sawa. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. Please, let's call it staki kuzimiwa tukiwa hapa. Okay? So let's sign out. Let's catch up in the next show. I'll be here for this mini with of course Shadi. Shadizo is not feeling well. Akona homa kiasi. Ndio leo ana kunywa mihadarati.
All right.
Concussion so that apate afueni mapema alafu atakuwa kwa show. Lakini naomba tumakinike. Asante sana. Let's close with this story that we did.
All right, welcome to the broadcast. Our sign language interpreter tonight is Yulanzale. Now, tonight we begin our bulletin with a shocking revelation from the Hustler Fund. Principal Secretary for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development, Susan Mangeni, has announced that the government plans to write off bad loans worth 6 billion shillings borrowed by 10 million Kenyans back in 2022. Now, appearing before the National Assembly's Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Mangeni said the borrowers have failed to repay the loans. And more than 2 years later, the PS revealed that 9 million Kenyans are still actively borrowing and urged MPs to approve an additional 5 billion shillings for the fund in this financial year. Let's begin our broadcast with our very own Njoroge Gatete.
Launched the Hustler Fund for the Republic of Kenya.
It was deemed as a game changer in their plan to lift small-scale businesses, a promise that enticed millions of hustlers during the 2022 presidential campaign. The Aura for quick government loans with lower interest rates. In 2 years, the fund had attracted over 25 million Kenyans. What is, however, shocking is that close to half the number have defaulted in repaying their loans. 10 million Kenyans who borrowed when the Hustler Fund was launched in 2022 have bad debt amounting to 6 billion shillings.
They never repaid. And that's what we'll be seeking to write off. So the portfolio that is totally at risk and it's in default, in terms of, we'll say, it's about close between 5 billion to 6 billion.
The Principal Secretary struggled to justify to members of Parliament why the ministry has failed to recover 6 billion in taxpayers' money lost through the Hustler Fund. In her defense, PS Mangeni revealed that the ministry is considering legal amendments to allow for forceful recovery of unpaid loans.
Since we have graded these people, we are going to institute a mechanism of recovery through incentives and certain sanctions, like now blocking you from accessing those are the enhanced opportunities. If we were to do forceful recovery, again, the challenge will be the law. So we're also looking at the law to see at what point can we introduce forceful recovery.
Mangeni noted that so far, the ministry has disbursed 65.7 billion, with repayments totaling to 53.2 billion shillings. She highlighted that over 9 million Kenyans have consistently repaid their loans and as a result, grown their borrowing limits. It is on this basis that the PS appealed to MPs to approve an additional 5 billion shillings for the fund in the upcoming financial year, even as efforts to track and recover funds from defaulters continue.
Those who are doing better, we need to enhance their limit. And the moment you enhance someone's limits from 500 to 10,000, you have to fund. And that's the reason why we're asking for additional funding to fund the 4.5 million that will be graduating to the bridge, but also at the same time also to take care of the new applicants who are onboarding Hustler Fund every day.
With the bad performance, the MPs have poked hole into President William Ruto's flagship project, which they say could sink the government into deeper loans amidst a struggling economy. Gatete Njoroge, Citizen TV.
Mambo ni kama hayo. Hustler Fund mashakani, 6 billion haziwezi patikana. Nakumbuka maandamano ya Azimio, tuliambiwa chukueni usilipe. Inaonekana wengi wa Kenya waliamini injili hiyo. Sasa Mangeni hapo ana kazi yake. Kenya ni nchi ya ajabu. We are indeed the giant of Africa. And on that note, I want to call it a day or a night. But I look forward to meeting you again in the next program. Please keep it at Sound Candy Talk and be a subscriber. Follow us and continue to support us. God bless you. Tukutane tutakapokutana. Nikifungua hii itakuwa ngoma nyingine.
Sound Candy Talk Live News.
You've dreamed about the perfect wedding, the dress, the vows, the happily ever after. But let's ask the most important question. Before you say I do, are you truly ready for the lifelong commitment that comes after the honeymoon period fades? Bernard Ngozzi's groundbreaking ebook, Are You Marriage Ready?, is the ultimate guide to building a successful, lasting marriage. This isn't just another relationship book, it's a heart-to-heart conversation that prepares you for one of life's biggest decisions, getting married. Are you choosing love or just infatuation? Are you building a marriage or just planning a wedding day?
Reading this book was a game changer. I realized I wasn't as ready as I thought, but now I'm on the right path.
Don't wait until it's too late. Invest in your future. Download Are You Marriage Ready today. Link in the description below. Your future spouse deserves the best. Are you ready?
Audio